Hello everybody. What's up? We're starting early today. I have a lot to talk about, and we're gonna have some fun. Now let me just set this up. Wait, why does my color scheme look all weird now? God damn it, whatever. It's fine. I think my colors grading might just be a little bit off, but aside from that, it's fine. How are you all doing today? Apologies for the incredibly short stream yesterday in which I got to just pop in and shout for an hour and then leave. So, we're going to do something a little different today. Obviously, we're still going to cover the news. There is a lot of it to cover, in fact. And I'm choosing to keep some of it out until after the end of this stream. Stick around if you've been feeling depressive, if you've been feeling hopeless, anxious, struggling, lonely, and if looking at what's happening in the world and around all of us is starting to get to you, you're not the only one. And there's things that we can do about that. There's things that we can do not just to remedy it for ourselves, but for others in our communities, in our broader scape. It all kind of starts here. Any big change that we want to make in the world is going to have to first come with us being able to engage in some of these more difficult ideas collectively in a fashion that is useful, that is not consistently at risk of falling apart because of disagreements, that is based in reality and not based in a skewed concept of reality that ignores certain things that are uncomfortable. What's up, Crazy Krabby Jr.? So stick around till the end, and we'll go a lot deeper into that. And if you guys like it, which I hope you will. I think it'll be fun. I do kind of want to incorporate more of that kind of stuff into the stream somewhat regularly. What's up, your boy John Doe? Now, we're going to jump in with a little bit of a recap of some of the less severe stuff that's been happening. For example, the trade war with China has gotten incredibly funny and interesting. And, I mean, it's more than just the economic side of it. It's the social aspect. And that's the part I'm quite a bit more interested in right now. So first, let's get like a decent recap, because it's been more than a week since I talked about this.
Are rooting for China for their fight against Trump's tariffs.
What happened?
Americans are saying you're screwed when China is on the right side of an issue. China said if the U.S. wants to shut themselves out of the China market, be my guest.
Gosh.
A reporter responded saying the U.S. is 15% of your market. The Chinese president cut her off and said, we don't care 3 times.
And said we don't need them.
And he raised tariffs 125%.
Oh my gosh.
Some Americans have said China's fighting the fight on the world's behalf. Keep it up, China. Others are considering moving to China. Some Americans are also on Red Note trying to speak Chinese.
Speak Chinese.
I will add in right here is the Chinese propaganda apparatus has been working quite strongly in the US right now. Trump is still losing the trade war. Yeah, well, that's kind of the plan there. I feel like there isn't a way to win this trade war, and we will analyze that in more detail tomorrow, because I do want to touch on some foreign policy stuff tomorrow, at least in greater depth than I plan to today, and really just take a look at the different options that we have of which is a likely possibility, why certain actors might be behaving in certain ways, like in a proper analysis, because from my perspective, everything that we've been doing has been to the benefit of China. And I'm not saying that, like, you know, Trump is working for the CCP or something. Other people have said that. It's obviously like a meme, but to seriously like analyze what they hope to gain and whether or not they're making any mistakes or if this is all on purpose. So we'll look more into that tomorrow. Can you do a segment later about how 4chan got hacked and all of the racists and fascists are flooding the other platforms? I did see that, but like, no, because they do that anyway. It's not like they are leaving 4chan to jump to, I don't know, like TikTok and Twitter. They were already there.
Chinese?
People are also making jokes about Trump's apparel, which is all made in China from the
Wait,
clothes.
so citizens of one country
I
are
wasn't
rooting
done
for the other country that they're not a part of?
Yeah! Trump Hotel souvenirs, hats, clothes are all made in China. And he told a reporter he doesn't think we pay for the tariff, but the other country does.
What happened?
Americans are now saying we're a joke to the world. Everything we built have been undone in 3 months. And many are even saying they regret their vote. However, some
I
Americans...
do like hearing that. Yes, but 4chan is done now. I've heard that one before. And like, it's not like it even matters. They'll just clone off like another chan or whatever to them. W to the hacker group, absolutely. In fact, the funniest thing that I did see from that was that when the email list was released, the mods and admins of the site were also doxxed, and some of those were probably federal agents with .gov like email addresses, and I think that's quite funny.
think they're winning.
And this is why democracy and doing right by your citizens is important. I don't even know how we got this far.
They said if the U.S. continues to impose higher tariffs, it will no longer make economic sense. It'll prove to be a joke to the world's economy.
Is this a real...
We are a joke to the world. And that is pretty, like, explanatory of everything that's happened in the last week on the main side of this trade war. But on the flip side, on the underhanded tactics being used, I gotta give it to China for how pissed they made a lot of both rich and poor people alike, but mostly young Americans. Did you get a new mic? No, I didn't. Is my sound different? So there's a lot of this. This is one example. This guy's I think the most famous one that I'm sure a lot of you may have seen. My sound is better? Cool. Maybe, I have no idea, actually. Like, there's nothing different about my setup. I'll have to look into that. But like, this guy is talking about the types of manufacturing that we think is done in countries outside of China, but is also done in China. And the high quality name brand designer goods that we buy, or rather, rich people buy, assuming that they were not made in China, are indeed, if not entirely made in China, at least partially made in China.
Recognize this style, this brand? Of course you do. For the past more than 30 years, we have been the OEM factory for most of the luxury brands around the world. Gucci, Prada, Coach, Louis Vuitton, you name it. But for this, I am not proud because we were only making our wages. The profit margin for the people who are actually making the bags are very low. What I'm really proud of is that first, we have the best quality control. Two, we have the best craftsmanship. You know, Chinese craftsmen are always intelligent and diligent. Three, we have the most complete supply chain. We always get what we want, like zippers, accessories of any kind, any color, and leathers.
I definitely missed being able to stream, and it's been too long since I yapped. What he just said here is really important, though. The supply chain of being able to get all of these customizations, that's not necessarily the important part. The importance of it is that they have the entire supply chain. It's not that they can, I don't know, make it fancier for you. It's that any of that fancy stuff that anyone wants, whether it is this bag in a European country or this bag in China, that stuff will need to be produced through some other warehouse and some other guy's job. Someone's job is to make that. And then that is then made into this. There is a supply chain, and that supply chain is non-existent when it comes to textiles of this scale outside of Asia. China's the supply chain. Without China, we would all be cave people, at least partially, yeah. Like, they're not the entire supply chain, of course not, but quite a large part of it is. I'm gonna scream at my front house lad. I was supposed to finish work 40 minutes ago, and now I have to wait till midnight for my train home, then a 45-minute uphill walk. That sucks a lot. Grim Reaper. At least you got some time to sit and hang out with us, and we can keep you company. That's a plus, I would say. You know, and I do like definitely want to underline that is really shit, but try and make it a positive in your head, even if it's like lying to yourself. Who cares? We need to start being okay with like reframing positively in an extreme fashion. Toxic positivity. You will have a good time for the next 45 minutes and until midnight.
Any color and leathers immediately. Now, as the USA and its little European brothers are trying to refuse Chinese goods, don't you think luxury
This guy
brands
is like
are
being
not
paid by the
trying to
CCP, almost certainly.
move their OEM out of China? Yes, they did, but they failed. Because the OEM factories out of China, they don't have good quality control, and they don't have as good craftsmanship. Their workers are
It's about the supply chain.
either too expensive or too lazy. 3, they don't have any supply chain. They always
It's
have
always
trouble.
been the supply chain and the wages. Not to you know, drop that. It is more expensive to hire Western workers, and they will want more things. When he says lazy, what I think he means is entitled.
Getting
Plus 300
leather
social
or
credit.
zippers or any accessories. That is why they failed, and that is why we will always be the best OEM factory for luxury brands. Why don't you
So, there's stuff like that, but then there's also stuff like this. And this is all over TikTok. And some of these are going like even a step further.
It's 2024 and you still don't know who are the suppliers behind Dior? Their knitwears and cardigans are from Beyond Garments from Hangzhou. Beyond Garments is also a supplier behind
She's
many
definitely
luxury
paid for
brands
by the
from
CCP.
America and Europe like Sandra, Maj, and Versace. Second, most of the Dior's cosmetic products are actually produced by Taiho Group, which is also the supplier behind Lancôme and Loewe. Third, 24-hour packaging technology from Shenzhen provide exquisite packaging and bags for Dior. Of course,
Now,
Dior
the thing that I think is amazing about this is that they're putting Chinese manufacturers' websites on these videos of, hey, here, buy it from us directly. We'll sell it to you for cheaper. If you live in America, you can buy a container full, and that way it'll save you money. Like, they are posting this kind of stuff. They are teaching Americans how to, like, get things shipped to get around tariffs. This is incredibly funny. Thank you, Comrade G. I mean, honestly, if it's going to, A, increase the amount of disdain the average American has for the capital class, I'm on board. But secondly, if we can get cheaper, higher quality goods to everyone around the world, that's pretty based. In fact, like, they're going and let's just
suppliers behind Lululemon. Some of their yoga
don't wanna
wears are
spoil
actually
it.
from Xianglong Clothing and Huang Qisheng Clothing. And guess what? Both factories located in Yiwu here. And these two factories also supply clothing for Fila and Under Armour. I guess most of you know the price of Lululemon or other big brands. They sell you a legging pants for $100. And guess what? Here in these two factories, you can get them for around $5 to $6.
And to be clear, like, the quality is not different, because what you're gonna buy at the store still has to go through that same factory. It's still being made in that factory. The supply chain is there isn't a separate line for, like, here, let's make the shittier versions of this exact product and the better versions of this exact product. They just make that product. And telling you, showing you how much it costs, that is an insult to a lot of people who pay a lot of money for this shit. My goth grunge fashion is going to get so much less expensive to maintain. Like, yeah. And beyond that, they're teaching Americans ways to commit crimes. Now, I am not in favor of you committing crimes. We all know the rules. But I will tell you what they're telling you to do. For example, people might want to engage in some criminal clothing smuggling. This was a common practice in like the 2000s, where people would go to overseas countries and they would come back with like suitcases filled with clothing that they didn't pay, tariffs on, or really even declare they come in with personal items. Now this is called smuggling. That's illegal. You know what's not illegal, according to China, is setting up a business where you are a luxury brand shopper for Americans who will place an order with you of like a type of, let's say, style that they want. Maybe like you don't really even need to be detailed in what your job title is or what, how your relationship with any clients might be. Your job is to go and shop for them. And you get around this as by saying like, they don't tell me what to buy. And so you get to declare everything that you come in with as personal items, don't pay a tax on them, and then can sell them to your clients, because that's a different thing. That's not tariffable, because your job isn't to go and buy these goods for these people. Your job is, I'm hired by these people to go and shop for them in other countries, and create like my own style. I'm shopping for me. My job is a peruser of goods. I look for high quality luxury goods for clients, is what you say at the airport. And then they let you through because that's a legitimate business, even though it is literally just smuggling. Also, wait, it's smuggling to buy shorts and jackets overseas to bring them to the US. It is if you intend to sell them for a profit. If you plan to wear them, then no. But if you plan to sell them, then yes. And Crazy Krabby Jr., I need you to not use the word deport. They're not deporting anybody. Nobody's been deported. Deportation is a specific thing. Deportation requires them to bring you to a court, a judge. They're just kidnapping American citizens. They're disappearing them. They are throwing them into gulags. There isn't any deportation. And I'm going to consistently correct everyone who says that. And I want you to know that if I'm correcting you at any point, any of you, it's not because like you're wrong or I'm not mad. I just want to really hammer that down. And you're not like doing anything wrong by saying it. I just want that to be normalized. BRB, party work. Enjoy, Ilirda. Deportation has due process. Deportation requires due process. This is human trafficking. This is Nazi shit. And we'll get to that when we get like later in the stream. And we have a lot to talk about with it. But there's a reason that I'm saving it for the end, because immediately following that is what I really want to talk about today, and that is learning to not be a passive victim of how we feel about all of this. I love the shirt you're wearing. I love black and red shirts. Thank you. We are victims, to be clear, but we don't have to be passive victims to our emotions that they are causing us. We can make that change. But first, I suppose we got to get through some of the actual news.
Crazy. And what's even better, the material and the craftsmanship are basically the same, because
that point on, that's just like Chinese propaganda. Again, like, sure, we know that the material and the craftsmanship's the same. I don't need you to say it over and over again. This is to try and get people to remove that negative connotation of made in China, of like cheap Temu trash, because that has never actually been true. When you were buying cheap Temu trash, you were buying Temu trash, not Chinese trash. Well, actually, you were buying Chinese trash. It just wasn't trash because it's Chinese. It was trash because it was directed to be sold to you. We are living in the Chinese century, though. Well, right now, we're living in the American century of humiliation. Whether or not that moves into a Chinese century is yet to be seen. I would prefer to move into the global century of liberation. So
Louis Vuitton and Chanel will hate me if I tell you this, revealing the secret behind big brand. Let's go! Heng Long from Singapore, or Odin Urias for their landscape from France. Tannery Haas, Italian Tannery, Fight.
it's very funny because with the comments of all of these videos, and some of the videos included, they give out actual websites. They like, don't buy it from here, buy it from here. They're even attacking other, like Western directed facing Chinese companies. Like, don't buy from Shein, buy from this website. And those websites are now being IP throttled. Like, I can't access quite a lot of the sites that they have put out. And I'm not sure if that's even legal or not, like, for me to do that if I was in America. Although in Australia, there's nothing preventing me from buying things directly from Chinese manufacturers, aside from my ISP now throttling the Chinese manufacturer's website. What's up, Lanky Sapien? And that's how you know they're terrified, by the way. Like, you do realize this is not different to anything. We've been making all our shit in China for, I mean, decades, my entire life. There was, back in the 2000s, a plan. What was it? The Made in China 2025 plan? Where, like, by 2025, they wanted to be able to say most things are made in China. And so none of this is new. The fact that I can't access these sites in a country who's not in a trade war with China is wild. Am I feeling better than yesterday? I am. I was actually feeling all right yesterday. I just had to see the doctor yesterday because that was the only time I was going to be able to get in for, like, the next month. Got a new inhaler with some albuterol and some steroids in it, hoping that makes the cough go away. So we'll see. Question: what if I buy a Switch 2 in Mexico and bring it to the US? Is that illegal? No. Not if you only buy one and it's for personal use. It's not illegal. You probably still have to declare it, and you will probably still have to pay something. Not necessarily like the same kind of an import tariff, but because it's over a certain price, like, here, let me look that up. Yes, switch to and you'll be disappeared into an El Salvadorian gulag. I mean, to be fair, that is possible. You would have to pay customs for this if percentage is determined by the total purchased value of the articles paid at a foreign country and not based on factors such as quality, size, or weight. The harmonized tariff system, blah, 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 blah. It depends on whether or not they have a duty on electronics specifically from, I think, that country. They targeted gamers. I mean, of course they did. I mean, everything's computer now, remember? Hold on. Electronics. In brief, for both, like, alcohol and cigarettes, that should be duty-free. That makes sense. But, for example, $800 of... So, the duty you pay, for some reason, can change not only based off of how much money the stuff that you're importing is worth in and of itself, but also... It's unclear. I can't tell you whether or not they'll make you pay anything, or they'll make you pay at least like $100 or something, like 4%. 4% of, like, hey, maybe you might have to pay some, like, change. Not much. It won't be too much. I'm pretty sure. But you can just bring it in. Don't say that you bought it. Honestly, at this point, you don't need to declare it. If you're going to Mexico and you buy yourself a Switch 2, you already had a Switch 2 when you went to Mexico. Hell no. Chicken jockey. Fine. I will pin it. So it's deliberately unclear so they can nab you for made-up reasons. No, it's not deliberately unclear for that reason. It's deliberately meant to be clear. They're just not sure. I'm not sure because I don't know how much the pricing themselves are, and they're not sure because they keep changing the rules.
Labritecna from Italy. Guess where I found all those secret suppliers? All in API App Hong Kong. It's only the first day of this exhibition. There are still 2 more days to go. Don't miss this. Come over and check it. Louis Vuitton and Chanel will hate me if I tell you this.
And then we have this guy. And this guy's been making some jokes. He's been making fun of MAGA from China. What is chicken jockey and why do people keep saying it? Because some guy posted that before immediately leaking all of 4chan's like inner files because they hacked into 4chan and then outed a bunch of like the mods and admins as federal agents. Good morning, Erratic Cookie. Nintendo Switch 2. Sorry, I'm still looking for this because I am curious. Like whether or not you actually have to pay a duty and how much that would be for that.
Hello from China. Let me show you the United States products in my home. Nothing. Do you have something from China in your home?
Yeah, no. Like, that's the level that we're on. No, you shouldn't have to pay anything. From what I can see as stuff, I'm pretty sure there is no import duty on video game consoles when you're buying them, like, personally. As long as you're not buying it to sell it, you're fine. And again, just don't say that you bought it in that country. Who cares? Now, again, I'm not showing you Chinese, like, propaganda just for the sake of it. Now, this guy isn't doing Chinese propaganda. He's correct. But I'm showing you this because most Americans will see that and not think critically. Lanky Sapien. So, have you heard that Carney and a bunch of other countries kind of grouped to threaten us, U.S. bonds, rather, not us bonds, to push them off the terrace? I don't know the details, though. No, I haven't heard of that, and we'll see how that goes. To be fair, I'd rather them just, like, crash the economy. But as we're going to see in a minute, we are straightforwardly seen as not even just, like, untrustworthy anymore. Like, we're now a direct threat to most countries that would have considered us an ally. So
they rob you blind and you thank them for it. That's a tragedy. That's a scam. That's why I'm saying this right now. Americans, you don't need a tariff. You need a revolution. For decades, your government and oligarchs won't ship your job to China.
Now, that messaging I definitely support from the Chinese. Keep that up.
Not for diplomacy, not for peace, but to exploit cheap labors. And in the process, they hollowed out your middle class, crashed your working class, and told you to be proud while they sold your future for profit. And
you're entirely right, Crazy Krabby Jr. That's actually 100% true. And one of the things that I try and incentivize is to break away from that. That's like one of the main themes of my messaging is hyper-individualism has collectively brought us to this hive-minded thought. It's one extreme or the other. We either have literally no thoughts and only just one drive, as the zombie right shows, or everyone thinks that their own thoughts are above everyone else's thoughts and no one's willing to work with each other. We need to break away from the dynamic, the idea of a top-down, like, thought processes of let's get our news from like these people and then let's think about that and then let's act accordingly. No, fuck that. Like, I don't want you to engage in one or the other anymore. It has to be both. All the time. Forever. The basic US trade policy right now is the best pro-China propaganda ever. Kinda, yeah. Lanky Sapien. Like, I've seen quite a few videos of Americans genuinely, like, ready to jump onto, like, a plane and go move to China. And a lot of them don't even know, like, what it is that they're talking about. Like, they're saying stuff like, oh, I didn't realize that in China, I could just buy this house for $60,000 and be able to afford, like, food and, like, not have issues with my healthcare. Like, you are still gonna need to work, my friends. Like, you're not just gonna go to China and everything's provided to you. You're hearing that and thinking that it is infinitely better than you could, you know, ever achieve in the United States, because that's the best possible narrativized version that they're putting out. Now, of course, it isn't as bad when it comes to, like, affordability of homes and healthcare in China as it is in the United States. That is true, but it's not literally a utopia in which a lot of people are thinking about it as. Wait, if 4chan had feds for admins, why did they do such a shit job for decades? Because they were feds. Exactly. A shit job at policing the Nazis, I think, is what the point that was being made there is. And the thing is, the reason is because a lot of those people are right on board. Like, just, like, feds does not mean not a Nazi. Well, I mean, now, of course, it just means 100% a Nazi. But, like, back in the day, sure, there were feds that weren't Nazis, and they did try and do stuff, like, they did. But at the same time, if you're a fed and you're spending time on 4chan, as a fed, you're probably somewhat picking up some of that, you know, messaging, considering it is built to be specifically for that type of person. For the type of person who would be a fed, is like the target audience. Everybody buys American military stuff, though, and maybe that will go down somewhat during Trump. Well, right now, Europe is trying to move away from buying weapons and, like, just general any security infrastructure with America, to the point where America's pretty upset about it. So, and Germany is bringing it back. I mean, is their manufacturing is ramping up to the point where, like, people are making jokes about it now. I mean, like, here, some of these are quite funny. What's up, NoCal Mike? Been a hot minute.
All right, Europe, we must rearm. Any thoughts?
Oh, mein Gott. I don't even know. I mean, should we? Should we make tanks? Well, I mean, if you're making tanks, the soldiers should definitely look good.
Wait, you guys stop making war things?
Yeah. Are there any undesirables this time?
Okay.
It's fucking, that's pharmaceutical company, of course. Right now, Europe is making insane amounts of money in weaponry, and the US military industry is pissed, like, that they're cut off. Yeah. As they should be. In fact, continue, please. Ukraine wants it bad and doesn't look like it will get any of... What do you mean, wants what bad? Because, like, European countries have been supplying Ukraine a lot recently. Several countries have put out, like, very large aid packages for Ukraine, to the point where Ukraine is pretty much set on ammunition until, like, the end of next year. New food delivery app that actually looks pretty ethical. Now I'm curious.
Kombucha acquired. Got your cookies and your sushi too. Wow.
Yes. Oh, hey there. Are you tired of waiting all day for your app gopher to deliver sweet treats to your door?
10 minutes?
Oh, yeah, fuck American like shit. That doesn't matter. Like, they don't need us anymore, Strawberry Jesus. In fact, like, I wouldn't trust American-made weaponry anyway. I would now be more, like, worried about those weapons spying on me. Europe doesn't trust us anymore. They're giving European, like, union members and officials who are traveling to the US burner phones now, like they do for China, all right? Like, we're out of the game. The alliance of Europe and America, the West, that's over. NATO's over with American involvement. They don't need us. I'm glad that in the EU that they're also, like, making that switch. I'm glad that they're doing the burner phones. I'm glad that they're shifting away from our defense, our manufacturing. We're officially a sensitive country by their standards now. Honestly, like, it goes beyond like sensitive, Lanky Sapien. The fact that they're doing the burner phones is something that's only done to countries that they not just see as untrustworthy, but as malicious, like that they potential security threat. There was officials saying that they're worried about the US trying to hack into EU, like, commissions, data and satellites, and, like, working on behalf of Europe's enemies. I mean, we already knew this. The moment that it became clear that we were going to back Russia, I had said any information that we now share with the United States, we are sharing with Russia. And so basically everyone stopped sharing information. Europe views our weapons like our food supply, suspect at best, toxic at worst, as it should be. Anyway, speaking of, I do want to see this possibly ethical food delivery app.
Tipping culture's gotten out of control.
Then you should try Munchrunner, a new kind of delivery app. Now you know you're getting the right order because you can use our proprietary Panopticam to monitor your chomp boy at all times. Even the mere threat of surveillance keeps your chomp boy on his best behavior.
Oh, what the flip! My chomp boy can't find my preferred ice cream flavor, even though it's
right fucking there. Just go grab it for him with a new puppeteer mode.
Oh! Nice, I got it.
Yeah, wait until you have fucking cybernetic modifications and the company makes it so that they actually can do that.
Go answer that, white boy.
Hi, I'm Mike, your chomp boy.
He's old. Is that ethical?
Ethical? Yeah, it is. It's you. That's you from the future delivering food to you in the past. You can treat your delivery driver however you want because it's something you've already agreed to. Eventually.
So you're really from the future?
Crazy Krabby Jr.? Don't. It's okay. Sometimes suffering is good. Not everything that feels bad is bad for you. I feel bad for the people who are going to suffer to the point of it being non-beneficial for anybody. Like, there's innocence, entire innocence. People who did everything right and what they're gonna go through. But even Americans who didn't want this, I think we could, some of us who are in positions where this won't be like, I don't know, the end of everything. I think we could benefit from a little suffering. Even us. Now, like, obviously, to certain degrees. I don't think you should have to struggle for food. I don't think you should have to suffer starvation. I don't think you should have to suffer without medical care. But as a collective, maybe some collective suffering will make it so individually we maybe give more of a shit about the collective suffering. So far, only dictators have had non-confrontational visits to the Oval Office. Well, like, that's as if it's surprising.
Sure. Tell me something only I would know.
Her penis has a giant scar on it.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, that hasn't happened yet.
Uh-oh. Looks like your chomp boy have a nest.
Yeah, we're fucked.
Yes, China made money. But we used it to build roads, lift millions out of poverty, fund healthcare, raise living standard. We reinvested in our people. My family also benefited from it.
I like this wording because, and there's a reason, like, this is why I'm saying this guy's not like a CCP propagandist. We could have had everything that we claimed to want. Everything that the Americans who voted for Trump shouted from the rooftops that they wanted. We could have already had a long time ago. And the reason that we didn't is because we allowed us to be, like, we allowed ourselves to get lied to and to not have consequences for that. We have allowed the people that lead us to normalize the corruption to the point where more Americans than not think that voting will do literally nothing and is worthless, and that isn't their responsibility. To be honest, I wish Russia invested in its people instead of military expansion. I'm sure every country in the world could benefit with a little bit less military expansion and a little bit more, I don't know, investing in its people. All of us in America have to start getting comfortable with being uncomfortable, because if we panic and shut down now, when things aren't all that bad yet, we won't be able to weather the storm. And I think that's a perfect point, Shardsport. To be clear, yes, things are bad, but no, they're not all that bad yet. They're not anywhere near as bad as they could be. In fact, think about it this way. We used to think about a lot of what's happening now in America as impossible. In the world, as these things are impossible. America allying with Russia against Europe. America talking about invading Canada. No, that's impossible. Now, is it good? Of course not. But it is now definitely possible. Now, if we are at a time in the world where things that were consistently, regularly deemed as impossible for decades, even things that some people on the left at some point or another may have advocated for, but were seen as impossible, are now not only possible, but are happening. And so, like, yes, things are bad, but the impossible is now possible. What was yesterday undoable, today is feasible. I think that's liberating. At least it can be. It can feel that way, and you should think of it as such. There is a higher chance now of producing large-scale, long-term, positive change than there would have been 10 years ago, 15 years ago. Because everything is in shift. Everything is changing. Nothing is that same solid, unquestionable reality that it used to be. We are in a much more fluid state of being, a state of time. And that is both politically, economically, socially. Things can change massively, rather quickly. And they will continue to. It's, in fact, been getting faster, and more and more and more that was once impossible is becoming possible. Now, again, right now, that's mostly being utilized by the right wing. And a lot of what's becoming possible is things that, at least I would rather not be possible. But that's an opportunity for exploitation by people with good intentions. That flux, actually, good word, Shardspork, is a tool. Putting all the bad stuff about China aside, the guy's point stands. It's not the wealth creation, it's the issue. It's where all that wealth goes. It's funneled up. All the investment that went into building the country, it was more or less cut off from Reagan forward. yes, this guy is correct. And that's what I mean, right? Is we're talking about a man who lives in China talking about American politics and how the wealthy are stealing from you. And this message is reaching right-wingers in America who are arguing with him in like the comments and on TikTok. And they're reaching young people. From someone in China to hear that as, I don't know, like a 16-year-old American, it's an interesting thing. It's weird. It's not something that you would think commonly. I mean, like, when I was a kid, when I thought about Chinese people on the internet, it was mostly Great Firewall was the thought. Anything more than that, there was not much interaction, let alone direct political engagement. These times have taught me that I think it's always a good idea to maintain dual citizenship. You never know when one of those nations could go fascist. A good thing that I'm going to have 3. Technically, America would want me to drop one of them, but fuck, I'm not doing that. Things are fine right now. We, the collective we, haven't suffered additional hardship yet. We're anxious, we're scared, but things largely haven't changed yet. And again, not to discount in any way the suffering that is happening, the things that have changed, the like really large scale things that have changed. But you're right, collectively, no, we haven't. We're not there yet. And now, before we get there, is the time to practice, to learn that discomfort isn't punishment, it's feedback.
Leave millions out of poverty, fund healthcare, raise living standard. We reinvest in our people. My family also benefit from it. What did your oligarchs do? They bought yachts, private jets, mansions with golf course driveways.
As if yours didn't, mate.
They manipulate the market, dodge tax, and poured billions into endless wars.
True.
And you get stagnated wages, crippling healthcare costs, cheap dopamine.
Here's the one point that I will consistently make about China, is their government is aware that the standard of living of their population has to at least remain consistent, if not go up, to maintain the obedience of their population. China is stable politically because there are lots of people alive in China who experienced a level of poverty that we in America haven't, and saw that standard rise dramatically in their lifetime. Now, yes, that came at the cost of exploitation. That came at the cost of their own imperialism. And of course, the Chinese government also lies to its people, disappears dissidents. But the people of China don't pay attention to that because their standards, their material conditions have gone up. And again, if those were to drastically drop, then that would happen. Now, why hasn't Russia had a big revolt yet, given their standard of living is utter crap? This is two-pronged. One, though, but just tying directly into my point on China, is because Russia never experienced the large raising of the standard of living and then having to lose it. Russia's always had shit standard of living. Whereas if you could imagine a Russia that had much, much, much higher standard of living prior to, let's say, Putin, and then it ended up ending up here, then yeah, there would absolutely be much more revolt. The other reason why the Russians don't revolt, I actually have a whole thing on that, and I'm going to talk about that when we talk a bit more about the war in Ukraine later, So I'm going to hold on to that for now. But it's not that they don't want to. There are several factors. And as much as state repression can stop a revolt, the motivation to have that revolt is more important than whatever repression the state could do. Again, like if the Chinese citizenry had their standard of living fall to the point of they have now to engage with the world like working class Americans within the span of 5 years, they would have a revolt too. No, Cal Mike, the Dems come off as weak because they've settled into the hold the line party. They've backed themselves up into a corner of having to spend all of their political capital on promoting the status quo, when the reality is the status quo is dead. The status quo is dead. And for all, like, the Democrats will need to earn my attention from this point forward. I don't care what they do. I don't care what they say. There are ones who have already earned my attention, and I'll pay attention to them. AOC being one, but I don't care. Adaptability is going to be a huge strength in times going forward, especially if you're someone like us who do political dissent, yeah. And they're going to try and silence our voices. In fact, you know, that's one of the reasons that they're building more camps, you know? Oxpecker, he's probably flying under TikTok's radar, reaching right-wing users because he's branding himself as economic and finance focused instead of politically leftist. Well, that, and also because this is spreading on Twitter as well.
Debt. And flagged wave, probably made in China, while they...
Hi, imagine leaving a young man to rot in jail for a lifetime and not even care because of your mistakes. Well, like, again, these people don't have the ability to care about good or bad. It's not like it's not that they don't, like, if we're talking about the general public on the right, that they don't, it's not that they don't care because, I don't know, they're evil. They think that he deserves it. They were taught to think that. Guys, you have, like, the voice in your head that tells you whether something is right or wrong is influenced by the voices outside of your head. You're aware of that, right? And for a lot of people, that voice is built and trained and installed into their head by a corpo PR team. What's up, natural born gooner? You're from Kazakhstan. Valid. That Kazakhstan is cool. Fuck the Russians. I hope you're on board with that.
Poured billions into endless wars. And you get stagnated wages, crippling healthcare cost, cheap dopamine, debt, and flagged wave, probably made in China, while they pick your pocket. For 40 years, both China and the United States benefit from the trade, the manufacturing, but only one of us use that wealth to build. This isn't China's fault. This is yours. You let this happen. You let the oligarchs fit your lies, while they made you fat, poor, and addicted. Now they blame China for mess they made.
He is right. Again, China's not good. Never saying here that like everything bad China does is excusable. But no, they are correct. Second in command after Popchepsky Conscience. He's basically Zelensky and I'm Zelosny. I have even no idea what you're talking. Second in command of what? What a name, you mad lad. True. I'm close to Russia. Norway is very close to Russia, which scares me every day. Which is why, Crazy Krabby Jr., you need to learn how to deal with that fear and to cope with that. You are not a passive victim of your emotions. That's okay. That's okay to be afraid. There's nothing wrong with it. But your fear shouldn't be what dictates your life. It's not what shapes your reality. You perceive it, you experience the fear, but you don't become it. Who are you? Depth search. I am Visora. I don't know. What more do you want from me there? We're so easily controlled by fear. You're right, Jesse Murph, which is why I am trying to make this such a nuanced point. Because there are ways in which fear benefits us, but there's also ways in which fear doesn't. And that fear is what they sell to you, and that selling you that in selling you that fear, they're essentially prepping you for everything that comes after. Your fear is profitable. That's how they get to do these things. That's how they've gotten us to this point in time. How they manage to separate us. Look, it is down to you to soothe yourself when you are afraid. But it's not soothing that I'm after. I don't want you to self-soothe right now. I want you to sit in some of this discomfort. I want you to try and be uncomfortable more often and to, I don't know, seize the means of your emotional production. We'll get into more of that once we start getting into some of the more fearful stuff. Right now, like, this is more of just a breakdown of how we're seen through the eyes of other countries. And then we can really get into what they're doing to us and how we need to start responding. Because what I've been doing up until this point of reporting the news isn't useful anymore. For a long time, I was trying to, make warnings to say, hey, like, we don't want to end up here. But now it like we have no influence over what this country is going to do and what the state of the world is going to look like in the short term. But what we can do instead is influence how we engage with it. I am concerned that a lot of people, more and more these days I'm seeing, are feeling hopeless, helpless, doomed, and are not taking things as seriously as they should be. I mean, like, even other creators. I see Vosh. No, because Vosh is into horses, even though Vosh is a good political commentator. I wouldn't describe her as Vosh. Vosh would be an actual, like, I'm not on that point. I don't actually even care on that point. But it would be an example that I would give. Vosh is a good political commentator. But there isn't a engagement with reality to the level of discomfort that I've seen from Vosh. I'm not seeing, him being uncomfortable on stream. I'm not seeing him making his chat uncomfortable. And to an extent, yes, I do want engagement to go up. I'm trying to be able to make this my job and to make a living doing this. And so I do have to keep in mind that too much discomfort is not fun to watch. And I do want you to have fun while you watch so that you keep watching. But the other end of that is doom scrolling, because you can have a entertaining, let's say, live stream that's fun to watch, and then you can have a really, really informative but incredibly depressing live stream to watch. And let's say the entertaining one that has not too much substance in it doesn't produce necessarily any direct outcomes. But the doom scrolling one gets much more engagement, much more traction, but the people watching it are much more likely to burn out and then not do anything, not continue to pay attention, and then suffer because of that. I'm not in discomfort. I'm simply seeing that capitalism is a way to nowhere. Well, that's true. Capitalism is a way to nowhere. But whether or not you are feeling discomfort currently, the system of capitalism, this capitalist mode of production, profits from an inability to engage with discomfort. What is one of the most common coping mechanisms people have in the world for discomfort? It's shopping. That's just boredom being a discomfort, which it is often fixed by shopping. Dissociating is also something that's often attempted to be fixed by shopping. Shopping. There need to be more creators doing content on how to resist. And I agree, Lanky Sapien. And the thing is, I think this is resistance. I think you saying, no, you know what? I refuse to let you dictate how I feel is a defiant act. Learning to regulate your emotions is a defiant act. I think that your emotional regulation and your ability to do so is directly tied to your ability to resist propaganda, to resist division, despair, fatigue, to coalesce, to organize. That you need these skills to be able to actually do much in the way of making real change. If all of the big streamers were different types of monkeys in the chimp kingdom, Vosh is like a gibbon. What type of monkey would I be if I was a monkey? I'm curious. Went to a Palestine solidarity march a couple weeks ago, and it was sad. Only 30 marchers, but it's the most powerful I've felt in a really long time. That's not sad. That's 30 people raising their voices for the liberation of the Palestinian people. That is incredible. You're right. Chartspark is right. You guys realize that it is basically illegal to do that now, Greg. Those 30 people were out there knowing, and if not knowingly, but at the very least still risking getting sent to a gulag. All right, I gotta pee really quickly, and then when we come back, we're gonna continue on. I know I'm like taking things really slow today, and there's a reason for that. I don't want any of this to get lost in the way that I usually stream, of going like topic to topic, back and forth, because everything I think today needs to be outlined in that we need to learn how to resist better. I have many thoughts on this when I get home. Good thing that I will be around, Lanky Sapien. I'm going to be here for a while today. Not illegal in Canada yet. I'm pretty lucky. Good. And hopefully it never will be illegal in Canada. All right, I'll be right back. chat, work on deliberately reframing things in your head. Don't delude yourself into false security or false hope, but we do have to stay positive and motivated. We can't do that if we're nihilistic. Ilirda was mentioning this yesterday. Revolutionary optimism, guys. That's what I want you to take from this. Revolutionary optimism. It's not about naive hope. It's the act of choosing to act as if a better world is possible, in demanding that a better world exist, and doing so even when that feels impossible, silly even. And this includes to yourself, in your own head, in your own inner world. If they want us to be hopeless, then I want to respond to that with fierce, unconditional, uncompromising hope. If they want us to be paralyzed from fear, then we should respond with continued and sustained action. If they want us to be consumed by that fear, I want us to instead liberate ourselves with clarity and purpose and love. And if they want to divide us, let us respond to that united. And to be able to do this, we have to first be able to not just analyze the information around us, the impacts on our lives and the lives of others around us, but our own emotions and how we feel about these. They matter. Your feelings are information. They are a signal from your brain. And it's telling you stuff. Like, you have to pay attention. You have to listen to yourself. There's a reason that you feel a certain way. And those feelings are being hijacked. Our perception, based on the language that's used, is then formed into a narrative, which is then incorporated into the identity. And somewhere in that process, there is like a branching timeline of interpretation of that language creates a different narrative and then is turned into an emotion, which is not your identity, but appears as if it is. It's the same, but mirrored. And it's being presented to you as real, when it's only what they want you to believe is real. You get to decide. You do. That's the answer, really, when it comes down to it, is that you get to decide what feels real to you. You get to decide how you want to feel on a subject. And they will try everything to make it so you don't feel like you have that choice, to take that choice away from you. That's what the revolutionary optimism is feeling as if they have taken all of our choices and saying, no, we have the choice. You are not helpless. Emotions are the messages that your brain is sending to you. They don't dictate your life. You experience the emotions, but you don't become them. We've been so indoctrinated, but not enough for us do for others or take everything from others. It's finding balance. It takes practice. Yeah, absolutely. The Brain Domain is another Twitch streamer who's done a presentation on defeating nihilism, other interpretation, or other interesting streams he's done, why capitalism is bad for you, how to change your perspective, the psychology of right-wing grifters. All of those are useful. Right now, my focus for today is just learning to feel comfortable in discomfort. That you are not passively a victim of your own feelings. You get to decide how you feel. You get to decide how you respond to feelings that you might not have as much control over. Let's say you might not be able to control whether you feel a certain way or not, but you can control how you react to it. Anyway, we'll get more into that as we go, piece by piece. But I'm enjoying the dialogue, and I'm enjoying the analysis from you guys. I would just ask that disagreements on that subject, on the subject of discomfort, be nice to each other when talking about it. Like, know who the enemy is, and try to not get too sidetracked on that today. Like, I want this to be the overall message. Be respectful, at least when we're talking about learning how to feel uncomfortable. I personally think decorum is useful and not. Now, I hate it when the Democrats do it, but we need it more on the left. We need an ability to work with other people that we disagree with that are on the same side. And historically, that has been the largest issue on the left. I'm not just trying to defeat nihilism here. I'm trying to at least put in some steps for preventing leftists infighting, preventing drama, and to provide at least a baseline to keep us on track. I've been living with a probably paranoia disorder for the last 5 years, so operating under unusual psychological distress, ironically, is my norm. It still sucks, but it's sadly my specialty. Well, Lanky Sapien, that means that you've had a lot more practice. And I think, in fact, that a good way to help yourself while helping others would be to speak more on the subject, to help others understand their fear, because that does also help you. It is cooperative. Feelings are probably woke, therefore I'm going to get super emotional to assert my dominance. Exactly. As a Brit, decorum and false civility are the downfall of our society because everyone is too polite and socially repressed to tell conservatives that they're evil, soulless cunts to their faces. Well, exactly. But it's actually even slightly more than that. Because it's not just that people are too repressed to tell the conservatives that they're evil, soulless cunts to their faces. It's not that decorum and that false civility are the downfall of society. Those are a symptom of the inability to feel discomfort. The inability to feel discomfort is what's creating that false civility. That decorum is maintaining it. And that is resulting in people not just too socially repressed to tell the conservatives that they're evil, soulless cunts, but to even see that they are evil, soulless cunts. I just got a massage and actually feel a lot less stressed right now. There are a lot of factors to stress ameliorating. Even one can be a big deal. That's true. Yeah, it absolutely is. And there are times where you can easily move past a discomfort. And there's times where you have to sit in it sometimes. I want you to think about a situation while we do this next segment, while we talk about this video. Think about a situation where you had some difficulty in whatever it may be, and it was very stressful, but that you sat in it and that you didn't react. I want you to just think about it. You don't even have to talk about it. I just keep that in mind. I notice a lot of talk about leftists blaming more central leftists for failing purity tests. Maybe we all do need to find a way to reach past that mindset, work with a bigger tent of people. Not even necessarily working with a bigger tent of people. It's just the ability to separate our goals and the goals of others that we're working with from like things that are not affected by them, you know, like the purity test oftentimes on the left is either in relation to something unchangeable in the current context or entirely subjective. And honestly, like a lot of that comes from training. Like the people who do that, who devolve into that kind of infighting, are doing so because they were primed to do that. Those thoughts that say, hey, you know, it's not good enough that, you know, I don't want to bring it into a specific example right now, but because that will sidetrack us. But that purity test, the arguments generally that abide by those are controlled opposition. Whether or not the people engaging in them are or aren't is one thing, but the ideas have certainly been built in a room with some psychologists in a corpo PR team. We need to stop letting tanky dickheads run the discourse on who is the left. I mean, to be fair, at this point, the tanky dickheads are the same page with the State Department. We have to work together without devolving into infighting. We have to be civil to our comrades to advance our common liberation. Be civil to those who deserve it, and don't be civil to the enemy. Like, we provide far too much civility for the enemy, but not anywhere near enough for the comrade.
At Inuvik Airport in the upper reaches of Canada's Northwest Territories, soldiers arrive for a special training exercise.
Welcome to Operation Nanook.
Nanook is an Inuit word for polar bear, and these soldiers will need to take some inspiration from the apex predator. They're here to practice hunting the enemy under extreme Arctic conditions, including under the ice.
The main challenge in this location is the environment. The environment always dictates how we live, fight, and move in the field.
In the water, in the air, and across the snow, Canadian forces are preparing for potential conflicts.
I wonder who they're potentially preparing for conflict with. Again, here's something that, you know, not all that long ago would have been seen as impossible. That's now possible enough that the Canadian military is taking it seriously enough to train for it. Lanky Sapien, that's definitely been one. I've struggled with this one in my head. Why did all these years was I so kind to the right-wingers, always trying to extend an olive branch? I don't know. It's because you didn't... It's not something that should be easy to declare the, like, a person or a group of people as evil. That's not a bad thing. But it is important to be able to do so when you have enough information to do so.
In what, despite the cold, is quickly becoming a geopolitical hotspot. Man-made climate change is melting polar ice, opening routes across the Arctic and opening up access to the area's minerals, oil and gas, and even fresh water. Natural resources that are likely to be coveted by rivals on the other side of the Arctic Circle, like Russia or even China.
Once a route is opened, they will come. And that is something that we need to have an interest in.
They're working on it, Captain
That is something
Buggy.
that we need to have the capabilities to enter.
Mexico and Canada are definitely already working much closer than they were before, whether it's militarily as well as economically, almost certainly, at least in sharing information. I mean, we're talking about doing drone strikes on Mexico soon, and we're talking about invading Canada every 3 days. So of course they are. Funny enough, like Canada is basically part of Europe now. Rondo, it's not hard to find a bigger tent of people. Go to a protest. The one on the 5th had a lot of people, and I probably saw 3 socialists of any stripe. All others were like gray-haired libs with their dogs. Those gray-haired libs with their dogs are the ones that are directly being affected the most right now. They're the ones that are getting hurt the most, and so they went out first. Again, that effect of, if this doesn't directly impact me, I don't care, has been pretty evident in our politics. It's amazing to see, you know, older Americans out protesting in larger numbers against the Republicans back when, not that long ago, they were pretty much guaranteed Republican voters. Now, the other end of that is, why is everyone else not standing up with them at the same time? Respect others, but remember that no one is owed respect without earning it, especially after losing it. The thing is, I like to view this the other way, that you should respect people on principle until they earn disrespect. Just as I was about to ask, my suspicions were confirmed. True. As kids, we were always taught to be the bigger person, and it's hard to know when that isn't the right thing to do. To me, the time to stop trying to be the bigger person is never, but there is a time to mix it up. Like, I don't think turn the other cheek forever is ever going to work. It's not a useful tactic. But I don't think that dropping that tolerance is also, like, I also think that that's a bad tactic. What I think is a better way to engage is to engage positively until someone earns the negative, and then give them a chance after putting some of the consequences on their, like, on their plate. Have them live through these, then give them a chance to see if they learned anything. And if they didn't, then you do it again. And sure, like, your level of trust goes down. We'll have to earn that trust back. But there's always that back and forth. You can't say, when they go, you know, low, we go high, or when they go low, we go low. You need a mix. You need contextually useful tactics, and just going with, you know, this is morally superior isn't really going to help. So now we have Finland v USSR Part 2, spiritual successor. Canada takes on number 1. Possibly, yeah. Well, I didn't see many there were who weren't progressive, that's for sure. These were not the Black Bloc protesters. That's what I mean. Is the progressives are out there because the progressives are always out there. Like, the progressives are pretty good about organizing protests. Now, like, do I agree with a lot of their, like, views? Some of them, sure. Some of them not. It's the leftists that tend to not want to work with either other leftists or progressives based off of details and ideology, and progressives only act like this towards leftists more often than not to other progressives. Like, you don't often see progressive Democrats refusing to work with less progressive Democrats. It's a dynamic thing, and you need to be able to do both. Yeah, I mean, people wearing DSA t-shirts, I might be stereotyping for the other two, but most of the other people there just hated tariffs, Trump, Doge, etc. And that's pretty common. That's what I would expect. When they go low, step off to the side and throw an uppercut. Unless, you know, there is a hole on the floor, because then you don't want to step off to the side and fall in the hole. Be aware of your surroundings. Be aware of what is more useful to you in any given moment. And I'm pretty sure Polivar is, like, not going to win at all in Canada, so that's good.
To stop,
thankfully,
to block
our collapse.
Canada is far from alone in targeting the Arctic as a key theater of operations. Donald Trump has made clear his intentions for the U.S. to acquire Greenland, both for its resources and its strategic location.
I got what you meant, Grim Reaper. I'm trying to put it into words that are more detailed. And I'm taking my time here because I really want to, I want this to be a useful conversation. And you guys are definitely helping me pull these thoughts together and to create some kind of cohesive message. The thing is, like, there is no right answer. It is about finding how to make this work, because we haven't made it work. I'm not, you know, God. I need you guys to work with me. And so I'm really happy that you guys are. And that this is the reason that other people don't. This is the reason that we've already got to, like, this point. And sure, we could have worked on this a long time ago. Better late than never, though. One thing that's kind of interesting is that realizing the extent of the danger we're kind of in creates this liberating sensation. I can now understand how people can just quit work and protest for months. And that's what I mean. That's what I mean, Lanky Sapien, is that we can now see changes that we thought were impossible for our whole lives. And we can use that. Now, yes, I can see a lot of negative changes, but that doesn't mean that this isn't an opportunity to take advantage of. I appreciate your efforts to put together like a unifying leftist strategy. It's not even just about leftist strategy at this point, Shuva Poofer. I don't want you guys to burn out. Whether it is to somebody who watches my streams regularly or someone who's just popping in or someone who sees this in a TikTok, I want you to continue to pay attention to what's happening in the world. I want you to continue informing yourself and making decisions accordingly. I want you to continue to be able to engage with the difficult content, the horrific atrocities being committed day after day after day, without spiraling into being subsumed by hopelessness. That doesn't help anybody. And I started to really, like, feel some of that mental health strain myself last week, which is kind of how I came to this conclusion of, like, all right, I enjoy covering the news. I enjoy doing my usual, let's go, like, this happened, this happened, this happened, this happened. It's fun. I have fun doing it. But some of you don't. Some of you want to see, need to see, feel the desire to not only pay attention, but some of you feel fear from a lack of knowing. And some of you can't pay attention anymore because it's just too depressing and exhausting. There's people that I remember seeing the names of regularly who aren't around anymore, don't show up anymore because they probably burned out. And I don't want you to burn out. I don't want you to end up in a gulag. I don't want you to accept the abuse and the exploitation. I want you to be safe, and I want you to be happy. I want you to be happy. And that is going to require some something more than just showing you the news. We can't change the circumstances right now that is causing a lot of the difficulty in being happy. But we can sit with each other. We can suffer collectively and hope that maybe even just doing so not alone is less shitty. And I don't know about you, but for me, like, that is true. I would rather have people that are suffering with me than to suffer alone. Now, if I got to choose, of course, I would choose my suffering over the suffering of others. But if everyone's suffering, then I'd rather have the solidarity there, you know? I'm not here to coddle you. I'm here to make you stronger. And to get stronger, you're going to need to stop coddling yourself. The Village Idiot, the Stop Cop City movement in Atlanta was a great example of the left unifying behind a shared goal, stopping the construction of a police training facility and supporting each other's tactics. The left definitely has the ability to do this. It just tends to be for the short term. I got burned out last year and went offline for half a year, which also coincided with my stint of homelessness, living on my friend's couch. Like, it's really easy to burn out, guys. It's really easy to burn out. It's really difficult to stay motivated and to hold on to that hope. For some of us need to coddle ourselves a bit more now and again. I would frame that differently. It's not about coddling yourself. It's about taking ownership of your emotions instead of outsourcing them. Because when we say the word coddle, when I say coddle, what I mean is the outsourcing of your emotional regulation. That's what coddling is. It is ensuring that you're in a state of secure and regular emotional engagement because of systems implemented by others to keep you there. It is the most capitalist way of engaging with emotions, actually. You guys liked it when I said it earlier, and like realistically that it actually fits narratively, let alone just rhetorically, of seize the means of your emotional production. Now, continuing on with the trend of like, we are the enemy of the world now. Japan wants to join NATO for the support of Ukraine. Japan, who is also now working closer with China and South Korea to respond economically to the United States, but also wants to join NATO to defend, like, Ukraine. That's Japan. That's a big deal. Also, Japan still holds most US Treasury bonds over any foreign state, over $1 trillion in value. The European Commission now issuing burner phones and basic laptops to their senior staff traveling to the United States. This is the type of protocol used for China and for Russia. They're worried America might hack them. European Commission officials heading to the IMF and World Bank spring meetings advised to travel with basic devices. Let's hear a bit more on the subject, because this, I think, is really interesting. I think really this does show that not only are we seen as untrustworthy, we are, but that we are seen as a risk, like a national security threat, that we might actually maliciously act and could harm them. And for good reason.
Have you heard of burner phones? They're cheap, prepaid phones. You buy one, you make the call, and then you toss it. Hence the name burner, as in burn the device.
I mean, of course.
Now, these phones are not new. They've been used for years to go incognito. Drug dealers apparently love them. So do undercover agents. Crime thrillers made them famous. And now these phones are back in demand. Do you know why? Who is buying burner phones? European Union officials, diplomats, and Canadian citizens, the ones who are heading to the United States, they're all rushing to get burner.
Guys, if you're not in the United States, don't come to the United States. Treat entering into the US from a foreign country like you would be going to Russia, Iran, China. Like, if you need to come here for any reason, really consider whether you need to come here. I wonder if Japan would evict American Armed Forces, Air Force, Navy. Maybe, probably not yet. I'm hoping for that outcome with Australia, and we're definitely not there yet either, but it's not to say that it's impossible.
burner phones. And no, this is not a scene from a spy thriller. Take a look at this report. It says the European Commission is now issuing burner phones and basic laptops. This is for officials who are traveling to the United States. They're also being handed protective sleeves.
Grim Reaper, they can do whatever they like. They'll just say, well, you know, the Americans wrote this part and I don't care, and do it. If you say anti-American stuff online and aren't a citizen, think twice before coming. If you say anti-American stuff online and are a citizen, think twice before coming. Do you think that I would be safe if I tried to enter the US, Shufa Poofer? Of course not.
To guard against electronic spying. Now here's the thing. This is not a brand new protocol. The EU has long issued similar advisories. They were meant for travel to countries like Russia and China, places where aggressive surveillance is expected. But the United States, the so-called beacon of freedom, it is under scrutiny for the very thing it condemns. So Europeans are taking no chances.
The beacon of freedom. Remember?
It says a lot about...
Remember when, you know, we used to be seen that way to the world? Because it's been a long time since we were ever the beacon of freedom.
Their relationship with the US. It started with Trump's new border policies. This is what reports say. That US border agents are now scanning mobile phones. They're digging through emails and scrolling through social media feeds. And what happens if they find posts that are critical of the administration? They detain some travelers and turn away others. I'll show you one example. A French scientist was invited to speak at a conference. He was interrogated at the border and then he was denied entry. The reason? What he said on his posts online, especially against Trump's science policies. So he was not allowed entry. So Europe is now cautioning its diplomats and officials to use burner phones and save yourself the trouble. And the EU is not alone here. Canadian lawyers have the same suggestion. They're asking citizens to carry burner phones to the US. The idea is to prevent
They inspect phone. Oh, yeah, they'll inspect your phone. They'll inspect your laptops. They go on your social media. They check everything now. They check everything. They'll go through your texts. At this point, like, yeah, whatever they can get away with. And they can get away with pretty much whatever. I'm like 6 hours from the American border and I get nervous even living this close. You don't need to be all that nervous, Greg 17 Prime. Like, if we're going to invade Canada, you have 6 hours of notice that you'll know before we do. You'll know before we do it and can act accordingly. Just keep yourself informed, you know? That's the best thing you can do. And to not isolate. They want you isolated. The more isolated you are, the quicker that you can burn out, and then the easier that they'll control you. Also, stop using, they'll stop your biometrics from opening your phone at the very least. Yeah, stop you with your biometrics. That's a good point. I should probably remove my biometric scan, like, phone unlocky thingy. I mean, to be fair, like, I'm not planning to come to America anytime soon, but it's not like I'm 100% risk-free here, so.
Any sort of surveillance. Immigration lawyers have one suggestion. Clear US customs in Canada. It's called the US pre-clearance. Basically, you can clear US customs and immigration at Canadian airports, so when you land in the US, you don't have to do it again. That's what immigration lawyers are recommending.
That's a good idea.
This way you can avoid surveillance. Now, technically, US border authorities can search your devices without a warrant. They can...
Like, if you have your phone unlocked so that it, like, looks at your eyes or your fingerprint to unlock your phone, they'll just take your phone, point it at your face, and then make you unlock it and then look through your phone. Like, you can't even, like, let's say you want to say, hey, like, I'm not going to give you my password. They could just say, well, then you don't get to come into the country. But they could pretend and then could just take your phone and just make you unlock it with your biometrics. Anyway, you have no ability to stop them from doing that. There's nothing that protects you legally from them doing that. They can not unlock a password protected phone without a warrant. They can unlock a phone with biometrics. That's assuming they care about the law, Maddie Holmes, and they don't. They don't care about the law. They'll just do it. Like, if they can get your phone, if they can get you to give them your phone password, they'll open it then, and if they can't, then they'll do it with your biometrics. There are no more courts. A 9-0 Supreme Court ruling can be ignored, which I have theories on on that subject, but yeah. And, well, then at that point, we don't need any kind of protection. Well, we do. We need all of the protection from them. It's just like the biometric locks are going to make it easier for them. The thing is, like, if you are a person who doesn't immediately flag their rage points, like if you're, I don't know, a white man, you have a little bit more leeway in getting to not follow orders, and so that might help you a bit. Like, some people have more rights than others.
They can ask for your passcode. They can look through your texts, your emails, photos, social media.
We need to invoke the protections and the rights of privacy as much as possible. I agree. Which is why I mean to say is don't go into the United States as much as possible. If you're going to the United States, do so with the knowledge of you likely will have no privacy. And yes, you should try and maintain that and hold on to that privacy for as much as possible. But you should not have the assumption that that privacy is going to be given to you. What are my theories? We'll get there when we talk about it. That's somewhere over here. Saying it doesn't matter only undermines the things that we can do. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it doesn't matter under the law, and you should still do these things. If I was being dragged into the US as a foreigner, I'd only have burner phones. Well, yeah, that's the thing. Don't come to the US as a foreigner unless you have to, is what I'm saying. And if you do have to, you should still engage in trying to protect your privacy as much as possible, but you should not hold on to the assumption that you have the right to it.
Also make a copy of your data. All of this is legal. If you are a visitor, you can be denied entry, and this is not a Trump-era phenomenon. Even before this administration, U.S. Customs and Border Protection had sweeping powers.
Of course.
These powers were expanded post the 9/11 attacks, and they were never quite rolled back.
To be fair, people in America start using things like Signal more. For the time being, it is still secure enough that I would say it's probably worth using Signal as a regular citizen. You should incorporate some of the protective tools that even the other side is using. The self-deleting messages is a safety thing. A safety measure. U.S. economy will be losing billions from lack of tourism this year. It'll be losing a lot more than that. Oh yeah, I know. So am I. But it's not everyone is. That's the thing. You know, the more active resistance to not just the policies, but of the systems of engaging with others in the country, that's a tool. Just make Tor IRC and bring it back to the 2010s, except that's a much higher bar of prerequisite knowledge than a lot of people have. Captain Buggy. What's up, Imran?
What Trump has done is make it worse.
Go into
His
the education
policies have not
system this week. I
introduced
have a lot
surveillance,
on
they
that,
have
actually.
intensified it.
We know that. That's fine. But yeah, here, just some
at the Peace Bridge. If you travel across
information
the border,
on what information they might look for when you try and come into the country.
Don't be surprised if an agent asks to see your cell phone, maybe your laptop. You may be wondering if this is legal. Well, I spoke with a local attorney who tells me this has been the case for some of his business clients. You can encounter a border agent while driving or flying. I spoke with attorney Kevin Burke Jr. at Gross Schumann PC in Buffalo.
It is possible that folks at the border could ask American citizens to review their phone or their personal laptops or other electronically devices that can store electronic information.
Question, can Customs and Border Protection search your phone?
Yes, Customs and Border Protection can ask you to turn over your phone, and they are able to look at it and go through it. And if they don't like what they see on it, and there's something that might be unlawful or contrary to new regulations, they can keep your phone.
If you're a U.S. citizen, you must be admitted back into the country.
They can keep your phone.
Not so for others, and refusing to show your phone could lead an agent to turn you away at the border. Why is this happening?
Strong positions one way or another on what's happening over in Gaza, as an example. Strong positions one way or another on Ukraine and Russia. Even strong positions on the tariff situation. Those are things that they are looking for. And, you know, if there's a way to avoid giving them an excuse to turn you away.
And this is one of the reasons why using an app like Signal or self-deleting messaging infrastructure is useful, especially for someone who regularly has to come in and out of the country. No, I didn't see that about Gaza, Imran. To be fair, I haven't really been following the news as closely this week because my priorities are somewhere slightly different right now, based on just the news is going to keep getting worse. And yes, like we do still have to talk about it, but I've been working on developing like a strategy for what I want to try and implement as a actual thing that we can do, like a change that we can make. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. But Disney will definitely suffer. It's been hotspot for Great Britain's spring holidays. Very fair. Honestly, like anywhere other than America at this point will likely get more tourism. Mexico is probably going to get quite a lot more tourism than usual. The Signal app, use the Signal app, then delete the app once you're at the airport and then reinstall it when you're done. Exactly. So we're going to move on to some of the more, you know, heavy stuff now. But first, I do want to show you something that I found funny. Now this, if you remember when we put out like the big tariff chart that never actually went through, there was the McDonald Islands in them, the place with the penguins. Well, someone made this work of fucking art, and I think it's hilarious. Also, these penguins are absolutely... This is the part that's my favorite. Just imagining, like, communist penguins launching ICBMs. This is so USSR penguins. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I remember a clip of Hassan asking his chat, is it not normal to be stopped and checked for bomb residue and stuff every time at the TSA? And his chat was like, the fuck no. They do that to me, and I had TSA clearance. Visora, is it okay that I feel no compassion for the Russian invaders? Yeah. I've talked about that before. You don't need to feel any compassion, especially not for, like, the soldiers in Ukraine. Like, you can feel empathy, sympathy, compassion for like Russian citizens in Russia, and like you can argue about that. I think you should for Russian citizens. But when we're talking about like the soldiers in Ukraine, no, I have no sympathy for them, and I've talked about why I think so. And yes, it could be, you know, a risk to your life to not go, a risk to your friends, your family, safety, like all of that has been discussed on here, and I think it's a personal choice, but I don't think that it's morally wrong to not have any sympathy. To hold zero sympathy for them, there's nothing wrong with it. You should still remember that there are people who would have happily chosen like death for themselves if not for their family members that are at risk. And like, you can find degrees of sympathy to maintain like your humanity if it comes down to like needing that, but like you shouldn't need to, because that should just be a given, right? Like, yes, if you choose to follow orders and do immoral things and to kill innocent people because just what, like your own life was at stake? No, then yeah, you're a piece of shit. But some people are doing so not because of their own life, but because of the lives of other people that they're saving. And like, sure. But how many of them? Is it worth even like hypothetically analyzing this? No. If you showed me an example of 2 Russian soldiers and one was and one wasn't, then okay, I can make that assertion and I can have that claim. But right now, like, it doesn't mean anything otherwise. I sent a Call Me Penguin photo to a MAGA lady I know last week, and she had no idea what it was about. I had to explain it to her. I'm not surprised that she had no idea. It's because you speak Turkish sometimes, and it scares the local white man, probably. To be fair, I do live in Australia, so I feel like that might be more pressing than it might otherwise have been. I feel no pity or compassion for any Russian who occupies a foreign land with a weapon, and that's valid. Nothing wrong with that. But let's move on and stay focused, actually. So, I have some fun stuff, some not some fun stuff, and then some horrible stuff, and then the really fun stuff. Stay tuned. Seriously, guys, I want you to stick around until the end of stream because we're going to talk about some really important shit here. And Imran, I know that you mean well, but like right now, I don't have the bandwidth to go into talking about like what's happening in detail in other countries. I don't even really have the detail to like the bandwidth to go into detail of what's happening in America right now. Right now, my main priority is to get chat to a state in which we can engage with the news without losing our minds first. And most of us in here are fine, but I know some of us aren't. And I don't know. Just hold on for a bit to that for me. Come back with that tomorrow, and we'll do a lot more about like foreign policy tomorrow anyway. I'm home now. Ooh, I just nearly dislocated my wrist. Well, I'm glad that you didn't dislocate your wrist. So, first and foremost, okay, I just wish my mentality clicked into place like 3 months ago. I'm glad you're okay. And as I said earlier, you know, better late than never. I hope 420 isn't like the eclipse from Berserk. Whether it is or it isn't Wet Camera Inc., we'll still be here. And we will continue on, you know, fighting. I am unsure that they'll make it as big as it could be. I really see it happening more in specific places. In fact, I have something on that. Give me a moment to get there, and we'll talk a bit more about the incoming possibility of martial law. And that's another reason why a lot of my rhetoric right now is focused on take care of yourself instead of make a change. Because first we need to see how the martial law shit goes, and we have to find our footing. Did you guys see, like, this is unimportant, but I found as funny as part of Trump's medical analysis, his doctor's note cites frequent victories in golfing events as to his cognitive and physical health. You know, he's so cognitively and physically healthy that he frequently wins at golf. It's quite sad, actually. Yes, I know this is Bukele. We're gonna talk more about the Bukele stuff in a minute. But yeah, no, he's really going off onto that. I wanted to see his current meds. Oh, sure, I can bring it back up. You do realize that they're not going to put like a lot of reality on there. Cholesterol, heart, and a skin cream. Well, we know his cholesterol is probably through the roof, even with all of these drugs. His heart is almost certainly on its last legs between the lifelong cocaine use, lifelong abstinence from tobacco and alcohol. Sure. He's also had more surgery than that. They didn't even put in his fucking foot thing that got him out of the Vietnam War. Are you kidding? His heart is basically pumping catsup at this point. Sure. Also, I love the word catsup. Like, I know it's just ketchup, but I do like seeing the word and saying catsup. He probably has proper medical care his whole life, so like the hypertension is actually cared for by his doctors. The thing is, he would have to do the things that would fix the hypertension. You can only care for hypertension with medication so much if your diet is shit, you don't exercise, you have high amounts of stress, and you use drugs. Dear leader is the most fit man alive. His glorious digestive system allows him to never poop, in fact. Special bacteria make sure that doesn't happen. Like 50% of Americans have hypertension, and that the biggest factor is regular healthcare and checkup. True. All right, now.
Very low IQ president. And by the way, I took my cognitive exam as part of my physical exam, and I got the highest mark, and one of the doctors said, "Sir, I've never seen anybody get that kind of, that was a
good idea, Shufa Poofer.
I hope you're happy with that. Although they haven't been bugging me too much to take a cognitive. But I did do my physical, and it was released. I hope you're all happy with it. I notice there's no question, so probably you are.
You guys should probably spend more time with your family. If you're close with your family, go for a walk with your mom or your dad every now and again. It's good for you. It's good for them. It's good socially.
But the
walking
cognitive,
is really
they
relaxing.
said to me, "Sir, would you like to take a cognitive test?" I said, "Did Biden take one?" No. Did anybody take one? No, not too many people took them. I said, what about Obama?
Donald Trump is so teenage girl coded. Like, you guys hear that, right? Like, let me jump back 10 seconds. He sounds like a 15-year-old, not hypothetical, stereotypical teenage girl.
Notice there's no question, so probably you are. But the cognitive, they said to me, "Sir, would you like to take a cognitive test?" I said, "Did Biden take one?" No. Did anybody take one? No, not too many people took them. I said, what about Obama? Did he take one? No, he didn't take one either. I said, let me be the only one to take one. But I've actually
He's just
taken them
mean
3
girl
times.
coded. Trump has the worst case of senpai notice me in regards to Obama. That's true. Take the test. What? I don't wanna. The thing is, it's not even about I don't wanna. This is him saying, oh, but I took the test when I didn't need to. But to really prove my point of, no, he is absolutely teenage girl coded.
I'm not concerned about anything with the Russian investigation because it's a hoax. That's enough. Put down the mic. Mr. President. I'm not concerned about anything with the Russian investigation because it's a hoax. That's enough. Put down the mic. Mr. President.
This chick on TikTok is 10 out of 10 with these impressions.
Level of stupidity is incredible. I'm telling you, I used to use the word incompetent. Now I just call them stupid. I went to an Ivy League school.
No, I meant on the stereotypical, what we're talking about, is the stereotype of a mean girl. Yeah.
I know words. I have the best words.
No, I don't. As a chap,
but there's
but
no
thank
better
you.
word than stupid.
I have no interest in his upbringing right now. Honestly, I have no interest in Trump right now. I'm only getting through the news to get to our destination today.
With pilots a lot of times, and these guys are specimens. I always say they're better looking than Tom Cruise, okay? And they're even taller, like perfect specimens.
Like, that's straight up the case here.
With pilots a lot of times, and these guys are specimens. I always
And just
say
walking probably
they're
would make a
better
huge
looking
difference
than
in people's
Tom
lives.
Cruise.
Take it from
Okay.
me, who used to never go for walks and do regularly now. It does.
And they're even taller, like
Even
perfect
just like 20 minutes a day.
specimens.
Just like 20 minutes a day. Oh, did you guys hear we had another assassination attempt, in fact? Now, on Donald Trump, no less. In fact, one that is more credible than either of the other ones. She must practice a bit before she does it. Great lip syncing. To be fair, she's made quite a few of those videos. We had multiple. I know there was one on Shapiro as well. Trump voters are all traitors. I mean, yeah, but like, what does that matter? The fact of the matter, though, is that every time there's an assassination attempt, it is a right-winger. And all three have been, except, like, the second one I still don't really believe was real. He never even got a shot off. That one was sus in, like, every way. This one, very real. Very much not an inside job. And very consistent with what we've known for a long time about violence and domestic terrorism in the US. It's always the Nazis.
Federal search warrant unsealed Friday details a murder plot
Of course
as
he never
part of
got
a
close.
plan
He was a
targeting
kid.
President Donald Trump.
Teenager.
The documents attribute that plot to 17-year-old Waukesha student Nikita Kasap. Charged in the shooting deaths of his mother, Tatiana, and stepfather, Donald Mayer, inside their home February 11th. According to prosecutors, the teenager stayed inside the home with their bodies for 12 days.
That's fucking wild. First off, the fuck? Like, on so many levels, what the fuck?
Body was appeared to have been deceased for some time, was unable to definitively identify who it was.
They're all
Police
white
arrested
supremacists.
Kasap
So
in
was the
Kansas.
first guy too. But, like, it doesn't like it's not about the kid. It's about the fact that this is a common theme. The kid's reasoning, once you hear it, they're insane. These people are insane. The right wing is insane.
Weeks later, finding him with his stepfather's car, gun, and $14,000. The motive for the murders, according to the federal warrant, was to use that money to fund a plan calling for the president's assassination, to, quote, foment a political revolution in the United States and save the white race. According to the records, Kasap shared an affinity
Yeah, it's always
for the
about starting an anti-Semitic movement. Like, and you are right, Captain Buggy. It's that, like, they dislike Trump because he's not racist enough and because he supports Israel. That's what they mean by save the white race is, but it's not Nazi enough yet.
neo-Nazi group, the Order of Nine Angles. And they also reference
It's never because Trump is evil. It's always because he's not evil enough. Yeah. Ironically, it's always been this way, though. And it's always the right wing that's doing this shit. They're still gonna blame it on us. They do every time.
Manifesto quoted as saying, as to why specifically Trump,
simply,
I
Steve.
think it's obvious. By getting rid of the president and perhaps the vice president, that is guaranteed to bring some chaos. The record
100%, Captain Buggy. Hell, it's the YouTube comments. This guy's mental. This guy's mental. Online radicalization too high. Really, I'm surprised we haven't already hit one blaming the leftists. If I open some of these replies, now that's where we would find the brain rot. Yeah, I know we haven't talked about that one yet either, but yes, there was an attempt on the governor of Pennsylvania. In fact, that one actually have images of the house.
Records show Kasap on the platform's TikTok and
pretty bad.
Telegram discussed buying a drone to use in an attack. And investigators say he told a classmate, quote, when they saw 10 consecutive attacks in the news, it would have been him.
Christ. And of course, Democrats trying it again on conservative Reddit. Here is the attack on the home of Pennsylvania's governor. Like they firebomb this shit. And here is Trump's comments on that when asked about it.
They attributed a motive through the FBI.
Aren't they all? Like, even the Nazis are all incoherent as fucking mentally ill anyway.
Investigation behind the attack on Governor Josh Shapiro over the weekend.
No, I haven't, but the attacker was not a fan of Trump, I understand, just from what I read and from what I've been told. The attacker basically wasn't a fan of anybody. It's probably just a whack job. And certainly a thing like that cannot be allowed to happen.
You didn't know about it, which I think is funny. Def a specimen of the master race looked like a skinny bad empanada. Jesus Christ. The thing is, like, they're all like that, aren't they? They all think that they're a fucking specimen. And they all look like a half-eaten McDonald's breakfast burrito that's been sitting in, like, the floor under your seat in your car for 3 months. I don't know. Alright, I gotta pee, and then when we come back, we're gonna start talking about the martial law, the fact of gulags being expanded, and how we can engage accordingly. I need some water, and I need to pee, so I'll be a second. thank you guys for bearing with me, by the way. I know I'm usually much more high energy, and I have a lot more, like, anger that I direct at these people. I'm holding that back today on purpose, and, like, there is a method to my madness. I just need you to, like, stick with me on it. And, the reason for why right now, like, this next couple of days is critical, is because things have been shifting very rapidly, very quickly. And in the last week, it's pretty much ground to a halt. And we're getting close to a deadline here. And after this deadline passes, the way that we engage is going to have to change. And a lot of things that you might not be prepared for are going to start happening. In fact, they probably already have. Right now, while things aren't that bad compared to how they could be and how they will be, we need to take that time now. Holy Hassan build? I mean, is Hassan built like a Fed?
I'm not MAGA. Please don't scroll. I have a
He's
moral
not a Fed,
compass
but-
and a soul. There's been a lot of concern and a lot.
Really quickly, I do love the fact that now, just the fact that it's like a white dude with short hair in front of an American flag, he has to open this video with, "Hey, I'm not MAGA. I have a soul. Don't scroll."
I'm MAGA. Please don't scroll. I have a moral compass and a soul. There's been a lot of concern and a lot of talk about that very first executive order Donald Trump put out on his very first day and the April 20th deadline.
It is at half-mast.
Of which Donald Trump will be expecting a report from Doesn't Like Dogs Kristi Noem and WikiLeaks Pete Hegseth. I'm tagging Jolly Good Ginger's video down below as well as
It's a safe assumption to make, which is why, like, I get why he has to open it with that.
USMC Angry Matt. Please go and watch them. I know a lot of people are worried. Have been, understandably so, for quite some time. I have a Get Prepared playlist that advises everything from basic essentials, what you can do to get yourself ready, to making plans to flee to safety for you and your family. Because
we can
everyone
talk more
should
about some of those things later, especially if some of you have any questions on that kind of stuff. Like, I'd be happy to go into that a bit later today. But yeah, no, now's the time.
prepare for a worst case scenario. God willing, spiritual deity, whatever you believe in willing, nothing happens. But to anyone not paying attention, thinking that nothing will happen, like all of the still allegiant MAGA Trump base, who also will be affected by a martial law with Donald Trump, it's always good to plan for the rainy day. And to alleviate some of your fears, I promise you, if an order is ever given by Pete Hegseth or Donald Trump or Kristi Noem for our own military to attack our own, over half of our military, the honorable half that uphold their sworn oath to the Constitution, will do an about-face. And those...
I wouldn't say I'm confident that over half, but I'm confident that definitely some. I'm confident that there are those who will refuse to participate. And I mean, like, if they really do declare martial law and then try and send the military after American citizens, which I think is fairly likely, I think that's the moment where civil war starts. I honestly do believe him. Hell, I was one of them. I'm sure there's plenty. I just don't know if it's more than half. But let's reclaim the trappings of patriotism. Nationalism isn't patriotism. And in fact, I've said that before, Depraved Ambiance, in that they will never fully be able to incorporate the MAGA mentality into governance because they're just not compatible. These people were radicalized on messages of freedom and patriotism. But freedom and patriotism have no place in the regime. it's loyalty and nationalism. And these ideas cannot coexist, not long term. They're contradictory to many effects. I've heard this many, many times from people within the military. The cultish level of devotion to the Constitution is much stronger than to allegiance of a president. And that I can believe. What I don't believe is that it is stronger than the things that they can do to people in the military. And I also don't necessarily believe that those good people in the military are immune to the brainwashing. Some of them are, more so than others, just like anyone else. And there is absolutely a consistent resistance in the military that will still be there after April 20th, and is still there today, and was still there last time. They will cut as much as they can, and they will try and purge as much as they can, but they will never get all of it. Because there's people who've been doing this for their entire lives, who look exactly like they play for their side of the team, but who are smart enough to keep their mouths shut because they are good at their job. The leaks from the administration will never truly stop either. Patriots are loyal to their country, and rightly so. Nationalists are loyal to their leader, who think they will fix their country. Nationalists actually hate their country. And I've said that many a times. No group on this planet hates America more than MAGA does. Fundamentally, every belief that they hold hates this country from its foundations onward. Just a procedural question. Why does Trump need the recommendations from Hegseth and Tulsi anyway? Couldn't he just declare an insurrection act at any time, or why wait the 90 days? Theoretically, he could have declared it at any time within those 90 days. He doesn't need to wait. He doesn't even need to ask for the recommendation. Now, those serve functions in producing like a kind of justification paper trail. Secondly, because that like 90-day period was what I would have called their weakest point in time, the time in which they need to coalesce support and to learn to work together, the night of long knives for members of the administration who might have conflicting desires, all of that. So like, it is a lot of factors that goes into it, but realistically, no, there was nothing that required them to wait the 90 days. It's more convenience. And Schufa-Puffer, no, they don't agree with the Second Amendment at all. They're talking about wanting to take the left's guns away. And they get very angry when Black people arm themselves or trans people arm themselves. Look at how quickly California put in gun legislation and gun control, even way back in the day after the Black Panthers started arming themselves. Take their guns first, due process second. In his first term, he said that. That is true. He did say that. Yeah. They're 0 for 21. I also forgot how many amendments there are. I think 21 sounds right. Yeah, they only apply it to themselves. Hypocrisy is a feature. True.
Those sights will be pointed in the opposite direction. And our active duty Christy Gnome are not helpless animals that can't fight back. So to everyone scared, everyone anxious, hold the line, keep the faith, you're not alone.
Now, they might not actually... 27. I was on 20-something. Now, they might not actually do this, right? They might not declare martial law. They might not need to. They're already doing some things. Like, this I see as a test run of how a deployment of A, martial law could go. Secondly, practice. But whether or not the things that they want, the goals that they have, can be achieved without full martial law. Because they would be starting a civil war by doing this. Even those on the right, like some of the Nazis who think that they don't go far enough, might be more likely to respond violently to a martial law declaration. To be fair, they already have a secret police. They can do much of what they want without it. If anything, martial law is strategically unsound for them because it creates chaos. The thing is, they want to do it, which is why they would do it. Like, does it make that sense strategically? No, but they want to. And that is often how the fascist mentality works. I mean, if the fascist made decisions based on strategically sound logic, then fascism would survive more often than it has. Fascists are good at taking power and are really bad at ruling. I suspect strategic rationality is not part of their calculation.
Albuquerque, New Mexico says it needs the National Guard to help local police control crime. The New Mexico governor has declared a state of emergency in Albuquerque, clearing the way for several dozen troops to be deployed there. The order also frees up state funds for the National Guard to use.
Chaos is a ladder, guys, for any of you Game of Thrones fans.
CBS News correspondent Jason Allen is in Albuquerque, New Mexico. So, Jason, what types of crimes are we talking about and what's behind the surge?
Well, I think it's important to point out that this isn't necessarily a new thing that Albuquerque has been dealing with and struggling with. In fact, for the better part of the last decade, the city has struggled to control crime, especially here on the east side. This is the Central Avenue district. And this
Anyone here from New Mexico, like, that could attest to crime in Albuquerque?
The area where National Guard troops are expected to help police. And even if you go back more than a decade, police here have struggled. There's been incidents, a use of force from police officers and police shootings. And that's one of the reasons that there has been a federal oversight, a federal settlement to come help out with some of those instances. Now, more recently, the police chief here has cited in asking for help from the governor and help for National Guard troops, cited the use of fentanyl in this area, and also more specifically, juvenile crime. When I've talked to a few...
Okay, so yeah, there is literally no real justification for National Guard deployment then.
Police officers who work in this area, they talk about concern about crime spiking, especially when kids
Crime
get
is
out of
never an
school.
issue in my mind anymore. Like, crime is constantly an issue in my mind. It's just like the state is the one that commits all of the crime.
The city, the police chief, feels like they have made momentum in fighting crime here the last couple of years. They don't want to lose that momentum, and that's one of the reasons for asking for help now.
So, to clarify, these are New Mexico National Guard members, right? What will they be doing?
Right, they are Guard members. However, we're told they're not going to look like Guard members when they're here. They're not going to be in fatigues, not going to be armed. They're not going to be driving military vehicles around the city.
I don't know, plainclothes cops. That's exactly what we need. Yeah, no, this is totally a practice run.
Intent instead is to have them help out with some of those things that take police officers time. Think directing traffic in an accident, maybe it's securing a
I'm sorry, but why the fuck would anyone care who the plainclothes person standing in the, I don't know, middle of the street trying to direct traffic? Like, why would people pay attention to that person over a cop?
Crime scene that happens, and in that way, that
you should, by the way, like on a normal country, yeah. If there's an accident and a regular person starts directing traffic, you would. But like, based on their reasoning, that makes no sense.
Officers to go respond to other crimes. We've had police officers in this city tell me at times, even though that they know that there are calls for service or calls for help, they can't respond because they're tied to other duties that are going on. So the idea is if they can get the Guard members in here, as you said, as many as...
I have no idea what you agreed to pre-breakfast banana, but I didn't change anything, so you're probably fine. Directing traffic, that's what we've been needing. Thanks, military, yeah. Securing crime scenes, as in locking places down, distributing food and supplies to homeless populations, so abusing homeless populations. Transporting prisoners, sure. Providing courthouse security, whatever, you know, you need security for the courthouse for. I feel like generally people don't tend to attack the courthouse unless they're right-wingers, but will not question or arrest suspects. This is bullshit because the dude standing next to him will be an ICE member who can detain you. Yeah, literally.
60 to 70 of them. They can be deployed in some of those areas across the city to take those duties on.
Look,
let
we've
local
talked
police
about this.
go
If you
respond to some of
want
the
to stop crime, then you get rid of poverty. That's it. It's never about crime because they never give a shit about fixing poverty.
emergencies as they come in.
I know data is showing a rise in crime being committed by kids. Are there local initiatives working to combat this?
Such as?
Yeah, there have been some local initiatives, and that
What
is
crimes
city, that is
are the
state, that
kids
is
committing?
county. The city last summer reached out to kids and worked in the schools and got them to commit to, you know, a peaceful summer and not getting in trouble. And they feel like that has been worked.
Oh, you want to see some footage of us being attacked? Like, we are under attack, guys. We've been, like, in a war. Like, we're being attacked. It's just, you know, that's the people attacking us.
USA! 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 Chaos at the
That's
heart
the
of the
attack. Yeah. Material conditions is always the answer. What crimes? Thought crimes. Probably not all that far off, brain matter. Wow, but crime is a personal moral failing, not a social issue, of course. Like, that's why I'm not even going to try and, like, debunk this, because you all know this. You can say that over and over and over again, but they don't want to listen. They don't want to acknowledge it. It's not that they don't know, it's that they don't care.
Working to some degree. However, there has been a lot of criticism, especially coming off the last legislative session, that they could not get Republicans and Democrats to come together and find some useful solution to really address the juvenile crime.
Yeah, there isn't one aside from fix poverty, and that's it. If there's actual crime issues, fix poverty. I don't care about your juvenile crime. In fact, I hope the juveniles get a bit more delinquency in them. It's good for you. Gives you character, strong bones, and all of that. The thing is, they're going to call everything crime. They're going to call everything illegal. They're going to say every disagreement that you could possibly have is, I don't know, entirely a moral failing, a social failing. You are a terrorist. Like, if you want to rob poor people, that's fine. But if you want to steal a loaf of bread to feed your family, no, sorry. That's straight to the gulags with you. And speaking of the gulags, all right. From this point forward, I'm going to ask all of you to bear with me. Try not to doomer yourselves out. And if you feel like you're getting to that point, I want you to stay in the chat. Because after this segment, then we're going to talk about how to fix some of that. How to be okay in a time in which nothing is okay. And I want you to not argue with each other. For the rest of stream, I'm going to say this one time, if a mod times you out and you come back and you have an issue with that, obviously speak your mind. But if you continue to keep that argument going and it's becoming distracting, I will restrict chat for everybody for the rest of stream. So right now, I want you guys to pay attention. I want you guys to work with me, and I want us to, like, have a useful conversation that comes from this instead of doomering. And I'm putting it on each and every one of you that you doing something not just wrong, but continuing to do so afterward will harm everybody else's ability to engage. Are you serious? Or meme in here? Stealing isn't a crime if it's over $10 million. It's super duper serious if it's under 100 though. No, like pretty much serious, yeah. Like, genuinely, yes, that is a meme, but also, to an extent, it kind of is legal to do crime financially in ways that otherwise were illegal not that long ago. Oh, the moral failing comment. That was memeing. Was there big arguments? There hasn't been like a huge argument, Greg. That's not why I'm doing that. I'm doing this because there has been an issue in which fairness over mutes was discussed, and I don't want to get sidetracked from this segment into that one. And the best way that I could come up with to prevent that kind of a fight is if it's either everybody or nobody gets it. Yeah. All right. So first and foremost, obviously, we are not getting people back from the gulags. First, they came for our man over here. Fuck, what was his name again? Garcia. Why am I blanking on his name? It's been too long. I know it starts with an A. Come on. Now, my brain. Abrego Garcia. Jesus Christ. All right. We're not getting Abrego Garcia back. And, I mean, they're just going to lie about why. You get your lush, Grim Reaper. I hope you have a lovely night.
How can I smuggle a terrorist into the United States? I don't have the power to return him to the United States.
So you can release him inside El Salvador?
Yeah, but I'm not releasing, I mean, we're not very fond of releasing terrorists into our country. I mean, we just turned the murder capital of the world into the safest country of the Western Hemisphere, and you want us to go back into the releasing criminals so we can go back to being the murder capital of the world? No,
they're not even trying anymore. They're not even trying. And to me, the fact that they're not even trying signifies that they don't feel the need to. Some Congress dude said he was going to visit El Salvador to check on the guy, but I saw it on Blue Sky. I forgot to see the guy's name. Does it matter? Do you trust the congressperson who is going, like, if they were allowed to? No. Right now, like, the only thing that matters here is that everything that they're doing is illegal, is terrorism, is like these are death camps, right? Because an internment camp that you don't intend to get people out of is a death camp. Like, when we're sending people to camps in other countries and we're not going to bring them back, what else do you call it? It's a slave labor torture prison, yeah, but if we're not going to try and bring them back, at what point can we start calling it a death camp? Do they ever get to come back? Standing for due process does not equal terrorism, as much as they will say that, and they will continue to say that. And I need you to not buy into their narrative. Don't allow their framing to be the actual framing. Don't do what the Democrats did, let's say, election season last year, in capitulating the narrative to them. For that exact reason is why half the country still thinks that there was a massive border issue. There was never a border issue. They were lying, but capitulating that message allowed that message to spread on and on and on, and now everyone, even people who were Democrats, believe this shit. They are memeing here. Like, again, the claim that he cannot return someone to the US that we sent to his country because why? No reason. Literally, like, well, can't provide a reason. We are paying them to hold our prisoners. Or are we even paying them?
How can I smuggle a terrorist into the United States. I don't have the power to return him to the United States.
So you could release him inside El Salvador.
Yeah, but I'm not releasing. I mean, we're not very fond of releasing terrorists.
The numbers of people like locked up in the country versus what's claimed don't add up. Well, of course they don't add up. They're not going to add up. And there's some pretty distinct reasons for why they wouldn't add up, you know? Before we really get into that, just like, this is the type of people these people are.
Most of my cabinet are women, so
That's impressive.
yeah.
That's why you're
And they're not DEI hires or anything. They're just great at what they do. Right?
That's right. This is
Gotta
very
throw 'em in
impressive.
there, you know?
This is a first. We've had women, but we've never had 3 of them right here. That's
4 and 3
And
men.
look at what we have. You guys feel a little bit
They're
mistreated?
fucking around. They don't care.
I like it. Well, we've been advanced. I've been very advanced in that regard too. We have Pam, who's been so fantastic. Christy, and the most powerful woman they see anywhere in the world.
To them, this is a joke. It's a game. It's going to continue to be this way. And just really, before we fully dive into what's being... Actually, yeah. Before we fully dive into what's being said here, possible reasons as to why those numbers might not be adding up might be, stuff like this. You ever take a look at CSOT on a map? Like maybe Google Maps?
Let me show you something. So this is that CSOT prison where Kilmar Abrego Garcia is being held. And like, look how pristine this place is. Like, look. Like, everything is so clean. Except this area right here. So let's zoom in on this area.
Yeah, when you zoom in, it looks much less clean.
What does that look like? What does that look like? Because I know what it looks like to me. It looks like a drain.
It does look pretty metallic red. Red there.
This is like... Is this a death house?
A pile of bodies, yeah.
This looks like bodies stacked up. The whole place is pristine. Except for this little bitty area. That's stained in red.
Now, I can't say for a fact that that's what that is. But it certainly looks like it. That looks extremely 1940s Poland. It does, indeed, doesn't it? I heard they tried to get this image changed very recently. They did. In fact, I'm sure they're still
Wonder
trying
why they're
to.
dragging their feet on getting him back.
Here's a different angle of that same image. It's worth going there to check it out. Well, like, yeah, I just wouldn't want to be the one doing it. But to me, that looks like a pile of bodies, and there's definitely a lot of blood. More than just that. Like,
Are you willing to pay for those facilities to be opened if new ones were going to be built?
I'd do something. We'd help them out. Yeah, we help them. They're great facilities, very strong facilities, and they don't play games. I'd like to go a step further. I mean, I said it to Pam. I don't know what the laws are. We always have to obey the laws, but we also have homegrown criminals.
I disagree entirely, Batgaz, and I think that, like, no, criminals and gang members shouldn't be locked up for extended periods of time. It does nothing for crime. In fact, it makes crime worse. Prisons make crime go up, not down. But at the same time, like, that is not even a prison. That's a death camp.
Push people into subways, that hit elderly ladies on the back of the head with a baseball bat when they're not looking, that are absolute monsters.
I don't think you should. I don't believe in prison as a punishment. I think that that's useless and that it serves only to make you feel better. If you want to fix issues, reform and rehabilitation is how you deal with that. And yeah, some homicides are more justified than others.
I'd like to include them in the group of people to get them out of the country, but
I
you'll
disagree.
have to be looking at the laws on that, Steve. Okay?
That guy's. I disagree because people do things for various reasons. And it is contextual. Some people might have killed somebody deliberately, premeditated. And I might say that that's based, depending on who they killed and why. And I'm against the death penalty, so I don't think that you should ever be sentenced to death. I also don't think that, like, everybody can be rehabilitated. But I don't think that the default basis should be imprisonment. The default basis should be rehabilitation. And even for people like serial killers, psychopaths, CEOs, rehabilitation should still be the first attempt. Incarceration is for those who fail to rehabilitate.
The people wanted to change everything, and they wanted.
Oh yeah, sorry. This was caught on a hot mic on the El Salvadorian stream of this event.
The people wanted to change everything, and they wanted. They love you. They love what you do. I'm not sure supportive. I want them to do, homegrown criminals next. Yeah. I said, homegrowns are next. The homegrowns built. You got to build about 5 more places. Yeah, that's fair. All right. It's not big enough. No, yeah. Come on. So this is a much different office than you're in.
Homegrowns are next. 5 more camps, and they're not big enough. They're talking about us.
The people wanted to change.
5 more.
Homegrown criminals next. Yeah. I said, homegrowns are next. The homegrowns built. You got to build about 5 more places. Yeah, that's fair. All right.
It's not like this is a surprise. To do it by the millions, they're indeed going to need many more. It's not like this is surprising. Then you have Goebbels here just openly lying about the Supreme Court ruling.
I promise you, if he was your neighbor, you would move right away.
So you don't plan to ask for it? But the Supreme Court's asking to...
And what was the ruling in the Supreme Court, Steve? Was it 9-0?
Yes, it was a 9-0.
In our favor.
In our favor, against the district court ruling, saying that no district court has the power to compel the foreign policy function of the United States. As Pam said, the ruling solely stated that if this individual, at El Salvador's sole discretion, was sent back to our country, that we could deport him a second time.
Well,
no version of this legally ends up with him ever living here because he is a citizen of El Salvador. That is the president of El Salvador. Your questions about it, per the court, can only be directed to him.
They're all dangerous. He's probably the one most in charge right now of the administration.
Yes.
And like, he's lying, obviously, but it doesn't necessarily matter. And I think even members of the court were likely aware that this is the way they were going to go about it anyway, because I don't see how you get Justice like Thomas to vote for this if he didn't like already know that, oh, well, like, it doesn't matter. They just want a unanimous vote so that they could say, oh, well, look, well, the courts entirely agreed with us, when they never intended on following like the order, and it didn't actually matter what the order was, as long as that there was that full agreement. It is indeed very difficult to even try to deal with how much they lie every word and a half, which is why it's not worth the time and effort. Just know that Miller is a true believer. He's exceptionally dangerous. He is a demon. and that they are lying. And of course, Biden's a cuck for not arresting these fascists, but like, who cares at this point? If you're like wondering how in the hell, like, can they even make this claim? Like, what did the Supreme Court actually say? Well, this is what the Supreme Court said.
Stephen Miller is now claiming that the Trump administration actually won the case related to Kilmar Abrego Garcia at the Supreme Court. Just listen to this ridiculous clip of Stephen Miller arguing that they won 9-0.
No Supreme Court said exactly what Marco said, that no court has the authority to compel the foreign policy function of the United States. We won a case 9-0, and people like CNN are portraying it as a loss, as usual, because they want foreign terrorists in the country who kidnap women and children. But President Trump, his policy is foreign terrorists that are here illegally get expelled from the country, which, by the way, is...
No, Stephen, you did not win the Supreme Court case 9-0. In fact, the Supreme Court said in no uncertain terms...
This isn't going to help. Ever. Like, fact-checking them is not helpful.
...to facilitate the return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Because your administration admitted on 3 separate occasions that you deported him accidentally. He did nothing wrong. This is a Maryland father of 3 who did nothing wrong. He's not a terrorist by any stretch of the imagination. So for the Trump administration, for Stephen Miller to claim that, oh, well, we actually...
Fact-checking might have worked back in like 2016, maybe. What it's useful for is getting people to understand who are already paying attention just how bad it is, not changing anyone's mind. That's the only use case for this, is to show you just how bad it is.
We won the case. No, you didn't, buddy. No, you didn't. Return Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Stop the madness. Stephen Miller is out.
And like we're at a point now where, I mean, some kind of resistance is the only way out of this.
Is Gitmo still open? Are there any...
I honestly think they thought it would convince people. They did, yeah. But it does, like whether, I don't know who exactly you meant by they, but out of the 3 people that I can think of, whether it's the court thinking this would work, whether it's that guy thinking that video would be convincing, or Miller thinking that his lie was convincing, all 3 of them probably did, in one way, shape, or form, believe that they were being convincing. The fact-checking. Either way, I was going to say that still applies to all of them. No, the person fact-checking absolutely thinks that they were making a difference there. But these are people that haven't come to terms with the fact that the other side isn't doing this because they're wrong. And they just are woefully unaware.
Illegal immigrants who have been taken to Guantanamo Bay today, or has that prison been closed?
No, it's wide open. Gitmo is open. There are a number of foreign terrorist aliens that are being housed at Gitmo, awaiting final removal to another destination. But what I want to be very clear on,
Can you tell me how
Bill,
many?
No, I cannot. That's operationally sensitive information.
Dozens or more?
It's a large number.
He looks so uncomfortable the moment he gets questioned.
Dozens or more. Tell me how many?
No, I cannot. That's operationally sensitive.
That's operationally sensitive.
Dozens or more.
It's a large number. The exact number is operationally sensitive to do with military and
this one's Gitmo.
Considerations relating to the security of those who are there and the security of those who are operating the facility. But I want to be very, very clear about this, Bill. We've been living through a hoax. Nobody was mistakenly sent to El Salvador. He was ordered deported from this country in 2019.
Up is down, left is right, the sky is orange, bananas are Parmesan cheese.
He's an illegal alien. His home nation is El Salvador. That is where he belongs.
And you're next.
You mentioned that you're open to deporting
now don't doom out
aliens, but criminals to El Salvador. Does that include potentially U.S. citizens fully naturalized immigrants?
If they're criminals and if they hit people with baseball bats over their head that happen to be 90 years old, and if
again, says the literal convicted felon. Doesn't matter. He did indeed say this on the campaign trail. He did. Indeed. Multiple times say this on the campaign trail. Ironically, Donald Trump has kept more of his campaign promises than most presidents do.
Could we use it for violent criminals, our own violent criminals?
I call them homegrown criminals.
Yes.
I mean, the
homegrowns.
The ones that grew up and something went wrong and they hit people over the head with a baseball bat. We have, and push people into subways just before the train gets there, like you see happen.
That's the playbook, is by equating being against breaking the law with supporting criminals and terrorists, which is now also breaking the law because,
sometimes.
If you hadn't heard Tom Homan saying it before, he's saying it again, and right now, citizenship is just a sheet of paper. It's, in fact, even less than that, because you could still have the sheet of paper, and they can just make it so none of your shit will actually work, because they can do that behind the scenes without touching the paper.
There are laws on the books that make it a criminal offense to shield or harbor illegal immigrants, like the sanctuary states that you leaders have been doing. Do you think they should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law and possibly put in prison?
Absolutely. And hold tight on that one. Because it's coming. It's coming. I've been clear on that since day one. The sanctuary cities can sit by and watch their communities get ravaged by illegal aliens. They can watch young women get raped and murdered. Trump administration is not going to stand for that. So
there are laws on
these Anne Frank quotes be hitting different now.
Books that make it a criminal offense to shield or harbor illegal immigrants, like the
shield or harbor anyone they're going after. Now, how could they define that?
Sanctuary states that you leaders have been doing. Do you think they should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law?
Well, AOC has been said to have been teaching terrorists how to evade the police for telling immigrants that they have rights. So, whatever they want it to mean. Quote, terrible things are happening outside. Poor, helpless people are being dragged out of their homes. Families are torn apart. Men, women, and children are separated. Children come home from school to find that their parents have disappeared. Diary of Anne Frank, January 13th, 1943.
absolutely. And hold tight on that one.
This administration will not stand for immigrants. Rapists we're fine with, but immigrants, no. Are the people that vandalized Tesla's terrorists, can they be sent to El Salvador without trial? Do they lose citizenship somehow? Yes, and yes. Even if they're right-wingers, it doesn't matter. A terrorist now is the same thing a terrorist meant before. In America, terrorist really just means an enemy of the American right. Before, even the left, maybe like during the Iraq war time, the left kind of gave into that messaging. By the left, I mean the Democrats, really. Because the left doesn't have this concept of terrorist applied to anybody other than people like fucking Tom Homan. Like, the people that do the actual terrorism. Words have meanings, you know? Political violence, in order to stoke fear in the population and to serve their political means. Or rather, just violence, not political violence. Violence to stoke fear in the population to serve political goals and means. That's what terrorism is. They are the terrorists. And to be fair, if you are blowing up Teslas, that would definitionally be terrorism. It's just a fine line between terrorism and freedom fighting. You can ask the IRA about that one. All this on national TV, genuinely confused how everyone is getting up and going to work every day. Are people just too scared to accept the reality that they are in? I mean, I'm scared, so I guess it makes sense. And yes, actually, it is the fact that people are too afraid, and so they try and distance themselves from this feeling because it's uncomfortable. How does that feel? Long like Homo sapien. Like, making that realization. How does it feel? Reflect on that. I'm curious. I use this crazy definition of terrorist, a person who uses terrorism as a way to achieve political aims, wildly. It's applicable to governments. In fact, it's probably more applicable to governments than anyone else, in my personal opinion. I mean, like,
this brand new sound from President Trump, who is sitting down with Rachel Campos Duffy at 4 o'clock Eastern time on the Fox Spanish channel. And he said this on that. Listen.
Could we use it for violent criminals, our own violent criminals?
I call them homegrown criminals.
Yes.
I know, right? It has nothing to do with legality. Terrorism is separate from the law. Aside from it is illegal, but its illegality really does depend on whether the people in charge of the law are in favor of it or not.
The
homegrowns,
the ones that grew up and something went wrong and they hit people over the head with a baseball bat. We have and push people into subways.
Like, you know, the January 6th insurrectionists. Those are not legally terrorists, whereas they are terrorists. But Luigi Mangione is a terrorist when he's not a terrorist. Slavery was once legal, etc. Yeah, the law does not necessarily mean something is right or
Just
moral.
before the train gets there, like you see happening sometimes. We are looking into it and we want to do it. I would love to do that.
Well, Senator Kennedy, you are a smart legal mind. Do you have any problem with that?
No, none. I think the president's right.
You know, right now it is more illegal for you to say death to a country that starts with the letter I than it is more illegal for you to say death to America. Like, I can say death to America. If I said the other one, I could probably get kicked off this platform before I'd even be done with stream today. Fucking skeleton over there. True. Legality is a fluid word. The people in charge make the laws, so they can make anything legal. The wording is either morally right or wrong. Like, what more wording is morally right or wrong? Neither. The law is just a series of threats of violence imposed on the public by members of the ruling class. That's what the law has been for all of human history and all it is now. It's a threat of violence. That's it. It's, if the law harms those in power, then the law will be changed. It exists to control those without power. I feel a lot of things. I always had a certain rage that my own coworkers would vote for my enslavement. I got over that months ago, but some of them, I think they truly just want want their head in the sand, that they hope that some institution or some guardrail will kick in so they can relax. Yeah, that's a really rational and valid way to feel, and you're likely correct on what you see as things that these people are telling themselves as methods of self-soothing. And to be clear, that is what that is. It is self-soothing to hope that somebody else comes and fixes this. That's self-soothing. It is also a way of dealing with your emotions by outsourcing the responsibility for your emotions onto other human beings. Like, you don't need to feel uncomfortable because somebody else will fix it. Whereas you'll never get out of the discomfort unless you don't act. You have to do something to change that. And the idea of somebody else will is you trying to cope. That is you like lying to yourself in an attempt to soothe away from that discomfort. fun fact the Holocaust was legal. True. Yeah, no, you guys are pretty on par here. I mean, like, legality is questionable. Now, if you're in law school right now, I don't know what the fuck they're teaching you.
ABC Boston exclusive.
Here's a lawyer.
Boston resident getting a shocking email from the federal government, an immigration notice saying she had to leave the country immediately, even though she's a U.S. citizen. Michael Rosenfield has the story. You'll only see right here.
I don't know why this is so small, but okay.
ABC Boston.
When Massachusetts resident Nicole Micciarone received this email on Friday telling her to leave the country, she was baffled.
At first I thought it was for a client, but I looked really closely and the only name on the email was mine. So it said that my parole status had been terminated and I should leave the country within 7 days.
But the 40-year-old is a U.S. citizen, born in Newton and raised in Sharon.
Probably, hopefully sent to me in error. But it's a little concerning that these are going out to U.S. citizens.
Micciarone is an immigration attorney working with many clients facing possible deportation issues, so her name and email are on a lot of paperwork.
The language in the email is very threatening, and it looks kind of like a sketchy spam email. It doesn't look like an official government notice.
But it is.
But it is.
And
you are right, of course, long live Homo sapien, that there are people on the right that are pulling away, that are dropping their support, that do still have a little bit of a soul. And I know my positivity helps them cope. At some point, that positivity will run out. I need you to shift how you engage with these people away from helping them cope into understanding that this isn't going to go anywhere. Again, and same to you, Shufa Poofer, one way that you can rely on others is relying on friends for mutual comfort. And yes, that is good. It won't take the problem away. It'll make you happier, but you can't rely on anyone to take your problems away. I also want you to just try and spend some more time feeling discomfort. Stay in that discomfort more.
Statement. A senior Department of Homeland Security official told us Customs and Border Protection is issuing notices terminating parole for individuals who do not have lawful status to remain. And CBP...
Literally a attorney that was born in the country. Does it matter? No, they don't care. Oof, you're about to miss my fucking favorite part, though, Long Live Homo Sapien. I will see you later. If you guys don't stay till the end of stream, I highly recommend going back and watching this one afterward, because we just have a couple links to go, and then I have some stuff planned. And not only do I want to talk about some stuff, I want this to be an active engagement. I want the people that stay for that segment in chat to try to join in the activity as much as possible. We're gonna be talking about a lot of different like concepts that some of you are gonna agree with and some of you are gonna disagree with, and I want there to be that disagreement. In fact, like, I want us to come to a point by the end of this stream where we have all created some form of discomfort for ourselves and sat with it for that time being. Now, in the meantime, I'm going to go pee, but I'm going to leave you guys on with this one first because this is quite important and I've already seen this video and I don't want to, waste your time. So take a look at this. I'll be back in a second. And then we can discuss how to keep yourself safe and sane.
There's a new task force that's been just recently stood up with inside DHS. And what they're doing is they're going through all of the social media of the foreign students in the United States. And there's over 1.5 million who are on foreign student visas at this moment to be able to scrub social media for anyone who might be a U.S. bound traveler or immigrant to see if they might have a terror tie. It was supposed to be specifically screening for any kind of national security threat. But now they're using those same tools to look through and see if they may have posted anything that they might deem anti-Semitic. So as we understand it, this team gets together, they review everything with this software, they then would flag it to USCIS, take it to the State Department. I know this is all very bureaucratic, but then they tell ICE that the visa has been revoked and they go and arrest that person. The reason that bureaucratic process matters is that I'm hearing from sources that previously a lot of this investigative work would have been done in the field, and so that more than 30 ICE field offices and HSI, Homeland Security Investigation field offices, would be able to do the work themselves. If they had a problem with someone in their community, they could do that. The people on the ground making these arrests would know why someone's visa had been revoked, would know why they were making this arrest. Now they're feeling like these are decisions being made in an ivory tower, and the men on the ground who we've seen arresting students may not actually have the answers about why this is being done. And so there's some concern there from the people who are having to execute these arrests that they're not getting all of the information. One more thing I'll say, Willie, is that there's a man now who's the chief of staff of ICE, John Feary. And if you look back at what he wrote for the Center for Immigration Studies before he came into this job, there were dozens of posts, really, that talked about problems with the student exchange visitor program and how he really wanted to look at issues of fraud in that program. And so this seems to be a continuation of really that bugaboo for him to try to focus specifically on foreign students, Willie.
Perfect timing. The actions that they're doing.
There's a new task force
through this essentially make it so that there is no hiding from them. This is absolutely, genuinely, yes, SS shit. SS vibes, that's what they're going for. All law, all ethics, all of it is vibes unless one makes a theological religious argument. A weakness of liberalism is that it doesn't have to tolerate, is a semi-bad faith internal critique of itself. Importing the immigrants that says, I hate America or I hate X, the people, polity or philia can say, nah, fuck that, eat this guy. I'm not sure what you're trying to say there, but that seems to be standard practice in quite a lot of countries, and it is standard practice. But we've allowed it to get here, Kushnada. We've allowed this talk to become normal. We've allowed this to be a thing that we accept. We've allowed them to build a system where the admin is adding migrants, quote unquote, rather just dissidents, to Social Security's death master file to cut them off from financial services, which is effectively tantamount to financial murder, according to a former Social Security Administration commissioner. This is like exactly what Jackie Singh warned about in 2024, and I also talked about the administrative art of persona non grata, how they are using the bureaucracy of the government against us. I mean, like, Nazi Germany was quite bureaucratic themselves. The evilest intellect of such systems lies not in dramatic displays of power, but in the quiet strangulation of ordinary existence through bureaucratic warfare. This isn't theoretical anymore. It's happening right now to thousands, tens of thousands. By placing migrants in a database for the dead, the administration is making the, quote, extraordinarily ordinary and the ordinary impossible. Just as I outlined my analysis of how authoritarian regimes can methodically dismantle normal life through bureaucratic means. Also, they try and do this without the bureaucratic means as well. They just try and make the mundane seem malicious. I mean, here, take a look at Jack Posobiec. Remember what they took from you. The point of this isn't that there's anything particularly glaring in this image. It is a mundane image so that you can find something that you dislike and attach that meaning to the message of this is what they took from you. Whatever that being is, whatever you feel like, I don't know, the amount of fridge magnets. Yeah, whatever you feel like was taken from you. You know, I could do with taking some of their fridge magnets. Targeted for financial death, but we cut off from banking, credit, basic services, making daily life increasingly untenable. Today, when we see any group of society being slowly enmeshed in administrative restrictions, we must recognize these patterns for what they are, the first quiet steps towards making the ordinary impossible. Each small regulation, each minor restriction, each seemingly reasonable requirement forms part of a larger design, thousands of seemingly small, ordinary bureaucratic cuts designed to slowly bleed a democracy dry. Okay. So, what do we do? What do we do now? What can we do? How do we engage? Because as we've kind of outlined, this is the least bad it's going to get. Like, it's only going to get worse from here onward. And it's not that bad right now, all things considered. And it's really fucking bad right now. So, how do we manage? Because it's only going to get worse. How can we maintain our sanity, our stability? How do we fight back? How do we resist? Well, first things first is they want you to feel hopeless. They want you to feel helpless. They want you to feel alone and isolated. They want you to burn out. When you burn out, then you stop resisting. You stop putting up a fight. That's the point. They want you to give up before the fight ever actually occurs. They want you to obey in advance. You can't let them do that, and you do get to decide. You do. Right now, in this moment, this is my space. I'm in control here. I'm in charge. I decide the rules of this space. I decide how this space feels. You right now are in my space, and you're safe here. So you should engage with that, knowing that right now, in this moment, you're safe. Now, you might not be safe overall. You might not feel safe, but you are safe in this space. This space is not a danger, and you will handle yourself accordingly. I want you to take that concept and hold on to it, because that applies to you in your space, in your mind, first and foremost, because your mental energy is being harnessed by them. That's part of their strategy, is to get you to a point where you can't regulate your emotions. Your inability to regulate your emotions is their tool. Every person is a danger to me at this point. How so, Simply Steve? Every person on Earth? Is that true, or is that how you feel? Now, like, your feelings are real, but they are not, however, always true. And being able to accurately analyze your emotions requires being able to look at your beliefs objectively first. And the idea of everyone around you is a danger, first of all, takes some of the responsibility off you. You are not a passive victim. You are part of this. You are a victim, but you're not a passive one. You, like, taking ownership for your own emotions is step fucking one here. And learning the difference between emotional ownership and the exporting of your emotions to others. For example, the way that we speak. I am anxious versus my anxiety versus the anxiety in me. Now, are any of these wrong? No, all three of those are perfectly fine in and of themselves. Sentences. They just mean slightly different things. And any of those three could be applicable right now. That's fine too. It's not about whether or not the meaning of your sentence changes based on that. What you mean by it doesn't need to change, but what you say and how you say it changes how you will feel about it. We are not a danger to you. You're not in danger in this community from members of the community. Now, you might be in danger from others outside the community, but this is not a space in which you are in danger, and the people here are not a threat to you. It is recognizing when and where threats may appear, who these threats are, and who your allies are, who is on your side. And you're not helpless in any case, no matter what. You've never been helpless. You might be powerless in a broader, larger degree, but you are powerful in your own life. You get to decide how you feel. You get to decide how you engage with information. Things that are depressing are depressing, but that doesn't mean that you have to be depressed after engaging with them. Further the community, that's our greatest protection. It genuinely is. Now, like this feeling that you just expressed simply, Steve. Every person is a danger to me at this point. This is a feeling that comes from you. It comes from your perception, from your nervous system, your choice of wording, and the narrative that forms. Your feelings are experiences. They are not your identity. And you can have these things separate. You can feel a certain way without being a certain way. These are complex contrasts of emotional and cognitive states. I can definitely tell you spent some time thinking about this. And that's what I'm trying to like really lay down here, is that we need to become more comfortable being uncomfortable. And I mean, I've kind of planned out like a 6-part series on this of step-by-step different strategies and things to work on one at a time. And today, like my goal for the end of this segment, like the whole overarching plan that I want you to take away from this today, is I want to give you a tool. I want you to walk away from this with a tool of revolutionary optimism, the goal of which is not to pretend that things are okay. They're not okay. It's to stop letting fear dictate how you feel. This is conjecture, but I have been at a point where I wanted no one around me at all, but that's not because of them, it's because of the place I was in. I get it, but you can move past that through taking time, taking actions to heal and to reflect before returning to my peers stronger than before. That's perfectly fine. And in fact, sometimes it's necessary. Sometimes stepping back from a group can be useful, but it is contextual. And right now, that feeling, if you feel like you want to isolate yourself from others, is not just not helpful to you, it's actively harmful. That feeling of, I can't trust anybody and I need to be fully isolated, was put in your head by a corpo PR campaign. They want you to feel this way. The revolution begins in oneself. You have to first seize the means of your emotional production before you can seize the means of actual production. This feeling is mine. It comes from my perception. It comes from my brain. Seize that. Take it. You are in control of your emotions, not the other way around. You are the narrator in your head. Now, external factors, sure, can trigger emotions, feelings, reactions, but they don't create your emotional state. You can decide to change that narrative. And the coping responses that come around with that. What helped me was stepping back to a calm place temporarily and seeking support from others. That's one method. And that is a useful one. There is no right or wrong answer about how to get back to a state of feeling okay with being around others. It is dependent on a lot of different factors, but being able to analyze how you feel is important in being able to make that choice of what's right for you. I say trust no one, treat everyone like they're going to backstab you, can't take chances anymore in Trump's kingdom. And I say that that's exactly how they want you to think, Simply Steve. What you just said is what they want you to think. This is a reaction. This is outsourcing your emotional security, again, instead of taking ownership over it. This person can't be trusted because they might do this. I will never feel safe under this political figure, this political system. If I trust people and tell them something that could hurt me, then they will use it against me. These are you making assumptions and making decisions based on those assumptions by casting others in a role that makes you feel less uncomfortable. And as weird as that might sound, yes, sometimes being less uncomfortable is by increasing your discomfort. It would be more difficult to trust, and therefore it is less uncomfortable to be more uncomfortable. That is a thing that people do. That is a form of mental gymnastics. I can understand that trust is a difficult thing. And I've also been thinking about it a lot lately, Arberlin. And for most of my life, I functioned on a sentiment of just trust and expect bad things to be the outcome of that, but be okay with it. Like, be willing to risk negative consequences for yourself in still fostering trust. And that has worked for me for most of my life, more often than not. Even when I was screwed over, as I had predicted that I would have been beforehand, was still worth doing. TL, if you think that, then you need this more than anyone else in this room does. Trusting people and being social in today's America will get you deported or killed. Will that get you killed quicker or slower than isolated, burnout, grumpy, like angry, rage-filled resentment? Simply Steve. Because I see your point in that, yes, trusting people could get you, well, not deported, but kidnapped and sent to a gulag and killed. But it could also result in you killing yourself because you're depressed, resulting to drinking and alcoholism, drug use, violent crime, being so angry and resentful that you go and try and do something that is bad for you and for others. And obviously, like, there's nothing to do with illegal immigrants, Pusher. Like, the people being kidnapped and thrown to gulags are not illegal immigrants. Most of them have committed no crimes. It doesn't matter anyway. There's no such thing as an illegal person. Honestly, that term needs to be out the window from this point forward. Now, it isn't... I need you to learn to feel uncomfortable. That's what's going to get you killed. The inability to not feel discomfort. That's very untrue. Seems about 187 different countries have said there is. In America, right now, no. Not a single person that has been sent to an El Salvadorian camp was sent there for being an illegal immigrant. I can prove that, because not a single one of them went to court, motherfucker. Undocumented, not illegal. Yeah, there's no such thing as an illegal human being. And like, most of them even have documents, Greg. 75% of the people in El Salvador have no criminal record. But I don't care about that right now. That's not the point. I need you to stay focused. Until they start in on the homegrown citizens who don't 100% agree with Trump, it doesn't matter. Stop arguing. Pay attention. Focus, guys. That's not important right now. Focus. You know what's illegal is you saying that shit in my chat right now. Illegal immigrant is not a thing that I'm okay with you saying. There is no such thing as an illegal person. Now, deal. No, I can't. Sorry, you're gonna have to deal with that discomfort. But you know what I can do? I can provide you with some discomfort and entertainment. Here's something I want you to try. Glass of water. I just poured water on the ground, and then I stand in it with socks on. I put socks on specifically before I did that, so that I could pour water on the ground and then stand in it with my socks. How do I feel? It feels uncomfortable. That's the point. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand, that that's a good thing. Not everything that feels bad is bad for you. Now, first off, just pouring water on the ground, that is a thing that some people might themselves just find so uncomfortable that they can't cope with. Like, let's say maybe you spill some coffee on the ground by accident, and this makes you feel angry at yourself, uncomfortable, not just because of, I don't know, like the inconvenience, but now you've wasted this and that and the other thing. Maybe you were wearing socks and now you have fucking like wet ass socks. It doesn't matter. It gets moldy if it doesn't dry up quickly, and that's fine, Fezzy. That's fine. That's okay. I can clean it. I have everything I need to clean it, and it doesn't matter. I want you to sit with that. Feel that discomfort. Right now, I'm uncomfortable. I'm quitting nicotine. I'm also uncomfortable with that. It doesn't matter. Because that right there, unimportant. The point in it is the practice of doing the thing that is uncomfortable and sitting with it. How many of you would be willing to do that? I honestly would hope that you would. I'm feeling the cat's discomfort. Good, Pezzy. Good. So sit with it. Let it grow. Think about it. Talk about what's making you uncomfortable about it. Those of you who've said that this is making you uncomfortable, why is it making you uncomfortable? What do you feel? Like, reflect on it. I want to know. I'm really curious. And while you're reflecting on it, know that it's okay that we're all a little uncomfortable. You're not doing this alone. This is one of the benefits of a community to practice with, is I'm right here. I'm doing this with you. So is, I'm sure, at least a couple of you. Sensory. Can you elaborate? Gray matter. Is it the sensory of watching a glass of water get spilled on the ground? Is it the thought of wet socks on your feet? Is it possibly that you're afraid of the mold, like Pezzy? Uncomfortability can lead to adaptability. We need the ability to feel uncomfortable to be adaptable. The water is also a metaphor for, like, crossing the ocean into another country. Haha. Embrace the fungi. There will be no fungi. Am I uncomfortable about what you just did? No. What you did affects you and no one else, and intrudes on no one but you. Okay. But that's not necessarily true, Batgaz, because there are several people who are saying that they feel uncomfortable by looking at that, by watching me do this. What if, instead of water, that was Coca-Cola? Did Soccer, please focus on this segment. We're not doing news right now. We're doing something else. Visora hates Franklin. Really? That's how you see that? The sensory memory plus my own weird hatred of my feet. Well, good. Now think about that even more. Feel that uncomfortable feeling. Think about how it might feel to do this yourself. Stand with wet socks to get them real extra wet when they start drying, for example. What about salsa? There's never, you would never have poured salsa on your carpet? That shit would be harder to clean up? I would have, actually. You think that I wouldn't? You think that if... Not salsa, tomato paste. How does that feel? Talk about it. How did that make you feel? It's not difficult to clean. It's not necessarily an issue. In fact, it's that easy. And then you get a towel. And lay the towel on top to soak in the water. Now, how do you feel? Kind of annoying to have wet socks, but oh well. That's valid. This is precisely what my therapist does, but that's the point. This is exposure therapy. And feeling uncomfortable is a skill you need to practice. You think that you can work out suddenly with no practice at all, that you can just start, I don't know, bench pressing, I don't know, a number, X number of average bench press? I've never tried to do that, so I don't have a number. But like, you think that you don't need to work on these and build up the muscle memory in your mind? Of course you do. I suppose it could be liberating to exist out of one's comfort zone. Well, yeah, actually, Greg, I think it's liberating to be able to leave your comfort zone and be able to return to it. I have decades of practice, it gets easier. In fact, yeah, it does. I did not have these skills all that long ago, but the practice is what gets you here. For like the majority of my life, I didn't like looking like at myself on camera. I didn't like talking to a big group of people. Like, public speaking was never my thing. I never enjoyed the idea of making content, but yet I'm here and I'm doing this. Why? Well, because it was a skill, because I practiced, because I had fun doing it, and because I learned to feel uncomfortable, and I learned to continue doing it even when I'm uncomfortable. I don't know how to put it into words, but better than this exercise sort of feels like vaccines or booster shots. Does that make sense? That makes perfect sense, actually. It is almost exactly like a vaccine or a booster shot, if that makes more sense to you than like the working out analogy, because I didn't know like a set of 10 push-ups or some shit. Whatever makes it make sense in your brain doesn't necessarily matter. The point of it is just practice. It's a skill. You are training a muscle. Being uncomfortable is something you need to train yourself on. And by training away from the behaviors that you probably are currently exhibiting, the reactive coping strategies that you might have right now, you can shift those to more productive coping strategies that A, actually produce good outcomes, but B, sometimes are more than just coping. The idea of where your emotions come from, for example, to me, I think both of these are somewhat true. Wow, this graphic got fucked. But perception creates the language that you use to explain an idea, which then leads into the narrative. But that perception, before it gets to that narrative, and even after it's already come out of your mouth, the language has been put out there, how you interpret that will shift that narrative, which then functions to shift identity. And so by shifting the interpretation of input in a way that changes its meaning can make a massive difference. For example, changing how you frame an inconvenience can turn that inconvenience into a blessing. Yesterday, I was really annoyed that I couldn't do stream because I had to go and see the doctor last minute. And because of that, I was pretty upset. But I thought about it. I was like, well, now I have a bit more time to develop some of the ideas that I wanted to talk about on this stream. And then I was less upset about it. That's one quick example of just a minor rhetorical shift that affects nothing and nobody realistically outside of me deciding to. Yes, like trying to stay alive and out of El Salvador because I didn't check that Trump box on my ballot. Okay. So you have to stay alive and out of El Salvador because of other people's decision making. That's true. Now, how you feel about that has nothing to do with you doing the things that you need to do to stay alive. Aside from the fact that how you feel about everything then influences what you're going to do. So how do you see yourself staying alive and out of El Salvador if you're not willing to engage with your feelings of discomfort around the people who you rightfully blame for that being part of your life? How would you deal with the people around you that also have that same fear for their life and have to have that same effort to stay out of El Salvador because of somebody else's decisions? How is your actions influenced by your feelings, Simply Steve? That's what I'm trying to get at, is you have to take responsibility for your actions. That's why I choose not to trust anybody, anyone who could be that person who reports me to Trump, report me to a subversive hotline. And again, this is you putting that on someone else. You are putting your emotional responsibility on someone else. If you don't trust anybody for a reason that you hold outside of what may or may not be their reasoning, that's one thing. But you are saying you don't trust anybody because of hypothetical things that other people might believe. Okay. I don't have that fear because I didn't break the laws of another nation to try and live there without respecting the laws and wishes of another nation. Good for you. I've been to 4 continents and I follow the law as well. But do you think that just because you know what, actually, why am I even engaging with you properly? Come back tomorrow. This isn't the time for this conversation. See, that's me taking responsibility for how I felt instead of putting that onto somebody else. I didn't need them to change their mind. This is my stream. This is my space. They can come back tomorrow and they can talk about this tomorrow. But right now, I wanted to feel and focus on something else. And so I made a decision. You can do that. Now, I could sit here and worry about like, oh, well, this chatter's probably trying to clip me out of context because they're mad because I muted them for a day or blah, 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 8 billion things that I can come up with. Does it matter? No. Does it have anything to do with what they're actually doing now? No. Would that be entirely based on what I'm creating in my own head? Yes. And so I choose to go a different way. You doom scrolling, you being a people pleaser, you saying, I can't fix this, I can't, like, it's just how it is, or waiting for others to make a change. All of these are reactive behaviors that come from emotionally outsourcing your own emotions. Acknowledge the fear, acknowledge that anxiety, acknowledge that grief directly. That vigilance of your emotions will prevent you from burning out. Hypervigilance in life can keep you safe, or it could make you go insane. Vigilance of your emotions is what prevents you from going insane. Again, it is that revolutionary optimism. If the storm is coming, your emotional state will be your bunker. And these people talked about the storm over and over and over again, didn't they? Well, learning how to regulate your emotions is the only defiant act we have left. It's all we can really do. Everything else is so illegal that, I can't talk about it all that openly on this platform. But your fear? Well, they've been exploiting that for decades. Your lack of emotional regulation is how they take advantage of you to propagandize to you, to divide us, to induce despair and fatigue, get you to burn out, to give up. If you can't take ownership of your emotions, you're being reactionary. And I need you to stop being reactionary and to be revolutionary. You can't have one without getting rid of the other. You can't be a reactionary revolutionary. You're just a reactionary. Again, not that long ago, we lived in a time period where a lot of the things that we might want as a collective on the left were impossible. Were seen as impossible in our lifetime. And now, things that were impossible not that long ago are very much possible and regularly happening. Regularly. Now, they're not good things, but they were things that we once thought impossible. And they are now happening. This doesn't feel like we're stuck. This feels liberating. This feels like we now have a greater chance than we have up until, at least in my lifetime, any point prior, to create long-term, large systemic change. The only person's emotions that you have any sort of control over is your own. You can try and affect other people's emotions, but you can never control them. Decide when it's worth the effort, choose your battles, and know what you can change and what you can't. Systems are always changeable. What's up, the Calby? Yeah, I had to learn that not everyone is like me, who handles their emotions like a game of Go because of my life. I do things that to other people seems weird. Same here, but realistically, I feel like most people would relate to that, depending on how they worded it. I have many, many more thoughts about this when I get back home again. Well, good to know, Lanky Sapien. I'd be curious to hear them. But taking responsibility for your emotions, and even for an event, does not even necessarily say that it doesn't quite like blame for a bad outcome. Taking responsibility for yourself, your actions, your emotions, even if there's an outcome that is negative, doesn't necessitate blame. It just means acknowledgement. Are you hinting at people being hedonistic, or do you think people should take the good with the bad? It's difficult to recommend to people to take the good with the bad because people's bad varies so widely. It's not take the good with the bad. It's reframe the bad as much as possible to be useful in good, and when not possible, to learn to cope with it. It's not take the good with the bad and hope that you can even them out. No, life's not fair, and it's not going to be more good than bad for a while. But the only way that we have a shot of making it good broadly is by demanding that it be good. By not giving an inch of that, of I demand that this is a good outcome. I demand that we stop doing this shit. And obviously, you demanding something means nothing. I can demand Domino's deliver pizza to me right now for an hour if I want to. It's not going to happen if I don't do something to make it happen. So you need both. Also, bend that bad to your own will. I dropped my salsa on the floor, but I chose to make more salsa than get upset over it like that. Or I dropped my salsa on the floor, but I was able to use this as an opportunity to do something entirely unrelated to the salsa. Like talk about discomfort. Like your emotions are what you use to make sense of the world around you. They are input and information from your brain telling you this is what's happening. And again, that doesn't always mean it's true, but that information is, regardless of true or not, useful because it comes from something that you are experiencing. And just that alone should tell you that depending on how you analyze what you're experiencing, then the outcome of how this emotion is impacting you can change. Everyone is on edge. How do you find your chill? You find your chill by demanding the chill, by creating the chill, that you find techniques that are helpful in perpetuating chill. There is about to be a steady stream of previously apathetic people who will wake up and realize that their old world is gone. If they perceive a collective of adaptive people who can live outside the old world, they will gravitate towards that. They too will find themselves the revolution within themselves. I agree. Unless you have an emotional disorder where you should get medical help to deal with that disorder. Yeah, but even in those cases, your emotions are still a tool. They might not always be a helpful tool, but they are still a tool. And yes, like if you have mental health issues, get some help for that. But let's say you're unhappy with yourself. Let's say you have really bad self-esteem. Let's say you don't have any direct diagnoses for like depression or anxiety, but you're unhappy with yourself. And that's on you to change because you have to do something for that to change. Now, if you are unhappy with yourself and you don't act on it, then you're never going to change, right? Like you need to actually do the thing to fix the problem. You can't change discomfort if you don't try. And that discomfort is everything now. And so to change the discomfort of anything, we have to be able to first engage with the discomfort of any of these things. Right now, we don't really have many choices. We have lots and lots of opinions, but not much in the way of choices. This also being one of them. This is a choice you get to make. Are you going to do the hard thing? Are you going to coddle yourself, or are you going to train yourself? Are you going to try and stretch the systems of your mental reasoning that structure whether or not something feels worth doing to you? Or are you not? Are you going to ignore what is a danger to you because it feels unlikely to happen? Or are you going to analyze how likely that actually might be in detail and not just push it off to the side? I got diagnosed with depression, but I think it's the collective of everything in life changing that improved that ultimately. Philosophy also helps. Well, yeah, like, sure, there's definitely chemical imbalance depression, but I feel like for a lot of people, especially in today's society, there is a lot of external and internal factors making that harder. I need to level up. Someone once told me to get a tattoo to remind me to center myself. I don't think you need to do any particular thing to do. Like, a new phrase that I've picked up is I run a real loose ship here. And I really like that because you don't need to enforce a strict set of self-rules. You just need to put in the effort. You just need to want to try. A lot of Americans go to Latin America to fix their mental health. It's true. That's true. And like, yeah, America is a continent, not a country. Brazil, oh death. I'm like, you're coming in here imagining that like we're talking about something else, but yeah, no, you're right. And like whatever you want to, I'm not going to touch on your medication or whether you do drugs or any of that. I don't really care. Honestly, though, I would avoid tattoos for now. But for mental health, with a purpose and a goal is what I'm talking about here. Is the purpose and the goal is your continued survival and your ability to feel joy, comfort, and happiness. All of that depends on your ability to first feel uncomfortable. Now, also, if you're someone who has like depression or anxiety, maybe it might help you more to think about like everything negative that you say about yourself is something that the fascists say about you. And be aware that negatively talking to yourself is going to make you feel worse. Like, your self-talk does shape your own internal emotional state. There's also the worry of coming off as crazy for wanting to insistently, which is a bigger problem when it's family you're coming off that way too. That's a real, like, valid worry to have. In fact, I reckon I feel that pretty consistently. You do have to be charismatic, and charisma does help. But you know what? I think Shardspork, you might be onto something. It's not about warning too incessantly. If they're not responding to your warnings, then you need to make them feel different. And so try and warn them a different way. Try and make them uncomfortable first. I don't know. Try and make them comfortable first. But at the same time, try and maybe not focus on them and just speak openly about you. Talk about how you feel and what you're experiencing. And if they try and take that and put it onto themselves, you can say, actually, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about me right now. If you want to talk about how you feel, I'd be more than happy to listen to you. But right now, I'm just talking about me. I wasn't talking about you. And that could be a way to start a conversation. Their discomfort, just like yours, is feedback that you can learn from. I have GAD from CPTSD, and I used to massively negative self-talk constantly. I could get, if I could get through it, anyone can. It's true. Your self-talk will be like, if you have negative self-talk, just switching that to radical positivity alone will be such a shift to your mental health. And by radical positivity, I mean, it will be okay. You don't have a choice. No matter what, whether you want to or not, you will feel joy again. Something good will happen to you. You don't get to decide whether it will or it won't. These are things that you could say to yourself when you're feeling maybe like you're doom spiraling. But sometimes you should just let the pain sit with you. Let it ache. Feel it. Take a deep breath. Feel it again. Like, again, not everything that feels bad is bad for you. I didn't do radical positivity. I did general positivity. I did radical compassion towards myself, which helped me a lot. Whatever works for you. Like, I do a little bit of all of the above for myself. Also, to me, like, I would probably conflate radical positivity with gentle positivity, just because, like, being nice to yourself is kind of a radical idea now. Welcome back, Long Leg Homo Sapien. I'm very curious to hear your thoughts. But really, like, that's all I have here, is that you have to decide. You are the narrator. There'll be something that works out for each person. Some of the hard work is finding out which techniques work for you. It's true. My self-talk is this old German dude in my head saying everything is a phantasm and I should be above ideas. Then I just get real silly with it and annoy politicians over email or phone. Okay. That's better than you being mean to yourself. Beans again? No, actually, Cadurus. Today, it's discomfort. Today, it's put some socks on, dump some water on the ground, then go stand on it. On the one hand, I feel super activated because I know I have fighter energy and networks and other things I can leverage for myself. I just fear for vulnerable people. True. Same. I am also afraid for vulnerable people. Hence, this is what I feel like I can do for those who are vulnerable. This is the most defiant act that you can make in this system, is learning to feel comfortable. I said this before, but, you know, what revolutionary optimism to me, it's not naive hope. It's the act of demanding a better society and acting like a better world is possible, including to yourself. If they want you to feel hopeless, then respond with unconditional, angry, fierce, strong hope. But the liberation sensation is nice. I have coworkers who are still concerned about their perceived work performance, and they're shocked at how much I just don't give a fuck about such minor shit anymore. Nice in a weird way, but you know what I mean? Like, no, but that's the thing, is that's exactly the point. You get to decide what's important to you. And no, like, that shit ain't it. If they want you to be afraid, then respond with the opposite. Or do what they say. You get to choose. You all get to make this choice. None of this, like, nothing is happening to you that you don't get some say in how you respond to it. Right now. In this moment. It's like the facade of all the fake things that we believe to be important has fallen apart. The ruse of capitalism is gone. And that's what I mean. That it does feel liberating. And if we can just capitalize on this opportunity, I think we can make real, lasting, positive change. But to be able to do this, we must first move from reactionary to revolutionary. And so, like, what have you taken back today from fear? What have you, all of you who want to participate, please do in chat. What's something that you today are taking back from fear? Capitalize on the downfall of capitalism. Literally, yeah. It could be something small, it could be something big, it doesn't even have to be today. But think of something. What you want to reclaim from the fear. I can't fix the situation that has created this fear, but I can fix how I feel about it. Being forced to move. You're not going to be afraid of that anymore. Good for you. I'm proud of you. That's hard. That's impressive. It's brave. You're taking back your self-confidence. Goddamn right. I'm glad. That's amazing. 10 out of 10. I fear nothing besides the ocean and the spiders. Well, then what are you going to do about that, Captain Buggy? Are you going to engage with the ocean? Maybe some spiders? Inadequacy. You don't need to fear inadequacy. Any of you. None of you do. Not a single one of you are inadequate. Because each and every one of you care. The fact that you stayed this long and listened to me just like yap for the last hour on this shows that you care. And caring alone puts you above inadequate. Not afraid to join organizations, not afraid to be unapologetically pro-human. Based. You gotta pull a Ron Weasley and confront those spiders. True. I held a pet tarantula to help fight my fear. Jeez. That's something I gotta do. Spiders are terrifying to me. I can't think of anything from today, but I can think of many things from my life in the last 5. Think of something that you want going forward. Just something going forward, depraved ambiance. There's plenty of things we could all think back from the past, but to really, like, engage with it. Something you want to take back from fear. Well, by coming off as crazy, it's like the simple warning of martial law getting enforced, or due process being taken away, or Ken Paxton making Gestapo list of trans people, the terror of the concern of being brought up before any of that stuff happens. It's so easy. You don't use the internet to say, oh, they would be talking about that everywhere, and I think you're spending a bit too much time on the computer, buddy. It's like some tinfoil hat shit. So you're gonna stop giving a shit about that reaction, Ox? Is that what I'm getting? Because I stand that mentality. You be the Alex Jones in yourself, but for good. There was a part of me that wanted to stay kind of convert, but in reality, these fucks will send you to the gulag over your skin color, no matter how much you play centrist for them to appease their feelings. Honestly, they'll do it for any reason. Just say it with your chest. Be you. Stop being afraid to be you. Because, yeah, they'll send you to the gulag, whether you're you or not you. Might as well go there as yourself. I was depressed earlier about the state of things to the point it was hard to focus on work. I took the time to think about those I love and who I believe are good, and gave myself the inspiration to fight the sadness and keep moving for myself and for them. Thanks, Shufa-Poofer. I'm proud of you. That's really hard. And you did it. You did that. And you can do it again. All of you can do it again. In fact, I'm watching you do it right now. So if you think that you can't do it, that you can't sit in discomfort until it changes, yeah, you can. You're doing it right now. You've been doing it your whole life. Fear and isolation, and how to avoid fear and isolation, rather, and how to make the choice of, I want better for myself and my life. I don't want to live this way, is a valid choice and is a real choice. And even if you do get sent to the gulag, your life isn't over until you give up. No, it's not. Yeah. I give a shit when it comes from my parents. You're allowed to care, Oxpecker. Caring is not the issue. It's whether or not you are taking the power for how you feel from them. You get to decide how you feel. You can't decide how they feel. You can't change what they believe, but you can control how you feel about it. I suppose recognizing the source of fear is the best way to overcome it. If an autocracy is the source of one's fear, then recognizing and engaging with its power base is the way to truly fight the fear. Dedicate yourself to the mission of what you view revolution to be. The only way is to adapt and exert will. Well, like, it's not even just autocracy. To me, the fear comes from capitalism. That it is a way that the system exploits you, abuses you, and enslaves you is through your fear. It's always been this way from a historical viewpoint when I'm thinking about it. Now, you might not agree to that, and that's fine. But as long as you are recognizing the source, engaging with it in a complete manner, like you are not skipping over the bits that are hard or are uncomfortable, then you are making a decision that is at the very least based on reality. And that's all we can really do at this point. All you can do is decide whether you want to be sad or not now about this shit, right? Like I can sit here and I can think about being sent to the gulag. I can think about all of you being sent to gulags, and I could cry for hours and hours and hours. Or I could be brave. And the only time you can be brave is when you're afraid. And so be brave. Choose courage. Choose joy. Choose love over fear, over resentment, over anger, over despair. This is not a new revolutionary idea. Martin Luther King was saying this shit back in the day. There's Syrians who never expected to see the sun again, and then one day got to see the sun again. Yeah. There's people who were locked up for 15 years and had never thought that... There were people that got freed when Assad fell that thought Saddam Hussein was freeing them. It's okay to feel fear, but bravery is to act in the face of fear. Anyway, yeah. My brother acknowledges it, but still puts it out of his mind because he knows he's painfully out of the loop and catching up on everything. He's a bit of a Jerry Smith from R&M. I'm sorry, that's difficult. Genuinely, I struggle to relate to regular people now that can't see how much the world has changed in the last just 3 months alone. I struggle to relate. But I know that I don't get to have any power over how they feel, what they choose to believe. And so I can acknowledge that. I can try and help them. And I can either try and succeed or try and fail. But either or, I get to make the choice to try, and then I get to make the choice of how it feels afterward. The revolution isn't starting. It's gaining momentum. We are the revolution. We are. We are. That quicksand of capitalism and the fear that it's put in your mind is their weapon, though, Ox. That's the capitalist tool to control you, to exploit you, to enslave you. That fear of the quicksand, the fear of being branded crazy, a revolutionary, Alex Jones. That corpo PR put that in your head. You get to decide if that's true or not. This feeling is real, but it's not in charge. This body is mine. This mind is mine. This calm is mine. I don't belong to the state. I don't belong to an algorithm. I belong to me. Tell yourself that. Like, genuinely, like if reminding yourself like a mantra is useful, then do it. There's nothing wrong with that. You are the unique. Yeah. Crazy that we could lose democracy because billionaires don't want to pay taxes? That's not why. That's not why. That's an easy explanation as to why. Pre-breakfast banana. It's because they don't want you to have it, not because they don't want to pay taxes. It's because they think that they are better than you. That's the reality that we need to acknowledge. It's not about money. Money's a part of it, but it's just because they think that they deserve it, that they are above you, that they are doing what they're doing. It's not like the rich people have wanted to not pay taxes for all of human history. But every time we start putting people in death camps, it's because people think that they're better than other people. We have always been the revolution. Their only weapon is suppression. Our weapons are legion. It's true. It's true, and it's always been true. They will never convince me that there are not our lights, because there are four. What are you talking about? 4 lights? It's money insofar as money is a proxy for power over others. True, yeah, exactly. We're loosening democracy because democracy puts the people above capital, and they believe that capital should control us. Literally, that they believe in protecting private property over people. They think that your like object property, that this is worth more than a human being's life if they are trying to steal it. There are people who believe this. That's what they believe, is that their ownership of either capital, goods, labor, people, commodities, their property is more important than the lives of humans. Capitalists have a mental illness that doesn't let them act like humans. Ever got rich in an MMO and play a lot? You likely help other people out, give gold and materials away. Rich people don't do that with capital. They hoard it. This is true. It is true. And how you engage with these people needs to keep that at the forefront. Yet that is a difficult thing to accept. That you are not a person to these people. That the people that half of the world right now, whether by choice or by like propaganda, think are mega geniuses, are actually just mentally ill losers, is a difficult thing to come to terms with and accept as reality. Expressing the fear doesn't mean I'm doing nothing about it. It just, I just gotta anime monologue my anxieties into chat sometimes. There's nothing, actually, Oxpecker, expressing the fear is doing something about it. Anime monologuing your anxieties into chat is radically doing something about it. It is resisting your fear. It is a defiant act. I'm like that. You should be doing that. You're doing exactly what like I at least wanted you to be doing. We are in a time of robots denying people healthcare that they paid for. Yeah. Hey, now that Yeti water bottle is probably worth more than Elon Musk. He's only technically a human. True. And I didn't even pay for this. This was a gift. Imagine how these people view gifts. If you meet a billionaire face to face, they'll treat you more like a human though, because they're separate. Like, yeah, no, of course, because like we know how psychopaths act in person versus like how they actually think about people behind the scenes. But I need you to not worry about how they think and feel right now. I don't care about how they think and feel. How do you think and feel? Like, talk to me about something that is making you uncomfortable. Anything. Any one of you. Give me a discomfort that you are feeling now. Right now. I told the billionaire I met he shouldn't have existed, and his wife finessed the fuck out of me into a civil convo, so I guess I failed. Did you? Can you think of like what would be the opposite of failing? I'm not sure what your goal was there. The thing is, like, they're gonna be the way that they are. Who cares? Sometimes I freak out if I'm a line too long? Or like online too long? Is that what you're trying to say? Why? Like, analyze something. I want you guys to engage in some critical analysis in a line with too many people. That's a good one. Because I've had that too, where let's say you're up in line at the store and you go to pay and you're like digging in for your purse and you're looking for like your card, and then there's like the reader has an issue and there's people behind you. It's an uncomfortable feeling, right? Put yourself in that position mentally. Like, envision yourself standing in line with people waiting behind you for you to finish. And hold that thought until it either no longer feels uncomfortable or like a minute or two has passed. Sit with it. In fact, I'm going to do it. We'll all do it together. So we're going to, like, whether you're doing it yourself or engaging, I don't care. I'm going to sit with it. And you're going to sit with it with me. And, like, really put that image in your head. The more effort you put into developing that image, the more the discomfort feels real. And I want it to feel real. I want it to ache. Like, feel it as if it's real. It's uncomfortable. And then take a deep breath and then let it go. And it's out. That's it. Like, that's all you had to do. And now that is a thing that you chose to experience and is now gone. Like, that discomfort is an option because you can develop it outside of the situation, which means that when you're in the situation, you can deconstruct it just as easily. If you can make yourself feel like you're standing in line with people waiting for you at the store when you're not in line with people waiting for you at the store, then when you are in line with people waiting for you at the store, you can make yourself feel differently. Does that make sense? Like, and that is the only way that you will ever really be able to make a change to how you will react in a stressful or uncomfortable situation, is by practicing before you're ever in that situation. You know what this segment reminds me of? Those Yes Theory guys on YouTube who always go about seeking discomfort and then do awkward things like talk to strangers in public and to ask if, you know, they want to hang out. I mean, it's the same idea. It's exposure therapy to discomfort. Even though I'm playing games right now, trust me, this exercise is working for me. I'm glad. And you're stronger now than you were before this exercise. I can see that. And I want you to see it too. It's how this works. You just worked out. And now you're a little bit better at working out. We need to stop rewarding psychopathy and making that behavior socially unacceptable again. Make psychopaths self-regulate again. Stop letting them waste your time. And it's all mental. It's my brain. I can try to feel whatever I want to. And sometimes you might not succeed. See, that's the thing, is you might not succeed in making yourself feel better. And that's okay too. And I mean, we're not going to get into this one today, but not all of your feelings are valid either. That's really this first segment that I had in mind for the day. If you guys enjoyed this, let me know, because I'd happily do this more often. Today, really, I just wanted to talk about taking ownership over your emotions versus what it actually is to put it on other people. there is so many things that relate to your emotions that you should have been taught as a child. That we should be going to school and learning this shit, but we don't. And too many of us have spent too long believing in lies that we were told instead of being taught how to do this. The thought of arranging a destination to just run off to and wing it for my own safety feels like dashing through the jellyfish field and finding Nemo. I don't remember what that looks like. There really should be emotional regulation lessons in schools. I agree. And I don't know. Best I can do is teach you how to do it so that you can teach other people how to do it. Hey, thank you for the sub as well. Cosmopolitics, 4 months. Goddamn. What did you do today to reclaim your fear, Cosmopolitics? I was just about to wrap up, but now I want to hear from you. What did you do today to reclaim some of your fear? My CPTSD comes from having a textbook narcissist for a mother. She could not parent. She couldn't emotionally regulate. She literally had me so she would have a little servant. Okay, that's valid. And, I mean, the fact that you have CPTSD from that is valid. Her parenting is not what's valid. I slept and took my meds. Valid. Based. But were you, like, were you, like, struggling to sleep because of fear? I'm sorry, like, I can't, like, I couldn't tell whether you were not, you were here or not for the last segment that I just did. And so I just asked, assuming that you were. We're talking about reclaiming, well, shit, if it's nightmares, and you not only slept and took your meds, had to exercise those fears, that's fucking awesome. Like, that's bravery. That's the only time you can really be brave, is when you're afraid. But nightmares is a physical thing that you're experiencing, right? That's actually a great example. This is a better example than most that I've given, because this is something that you can't necessarily control. You don't get to decide what you dream, right, guys? Yes, but you can decide how you engage with that. And, like, you can do that. Hell, you can do so successfully. Now, you might not do so successfully every time, as I'm sure both of you who have nightmares could attest to. I used to have a lot of nightmares, and now I don't. I don't have, like, a reason for that, but, like, nightmares suck. They're fucking bad, right? But if you are at a point where you are afraid to sleep because you're having nightmares, and you can make the choice to sleep, that is you defiantly saying, no, fuck that. I don't want these nightmares. I want better sleep, and demanding it. And revolutionary optimism is going to sleep, knowing that you have regular nightmares, saying, I demand better sleep, and I don't want the fucking nightmares. That is that. Going to sleep is an act of bravery for me. I believe you. Yeah, no, I believe you. And so if you can do that, then you can do this with any other thing. You can do this in any fashion. This applies to every aspect of your life and every aspect of everyone else's life. You're never, ever, 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 ever a passive victim of your emotions. You are always an active participant. And so, keep that in mind. Now, I will throw a poll on Discord to see how you guys felt about this, and whether or not, like, we'll see how many of you liked it. I'm curious. I do hope most of you enjoyed yourselves. But whether or not it was useful is another thing that I'm looking for. And from the reactions I've seen from those who stayed, which, by the way, each and every one of you who stayed and didn't run from the discomfort, proud of you. And that was based, like, this was not an easy thing to get through. So that matters. Good. I'm glad that this is the consensus, because the next one I'm going to do is probably going to be on Friday. I'm thinking doing like a weekly therapy thing like this. It is strange. It does feel strange in general. Accepting my mortality sense of it, that too. It is accepting the things that are beyond our control and what is within it. Not trying to, like, die, of course not, yeah. But, like, accepting that you will one day die, and that there's nothing realistically that you can do that will prevent that forever. Not to say that you shouldn't try, you should, of course. I want you to be safe, I want all of you to be safe. But thinking about dying is something that a lot of people tend to, you know, not think about. This was good. Can chat get a treat for being uncomfortable? Maybe Contra? Possibly. Possibly. Now, I did have some ideas of, not necessarily Contra, but a treat. Mental health praxis with Visora Fridays on Twitch and YouTube genuinely might be a thing. I don't know whether it will be like Fridays. I don't know if I'll want to do it more often. Sometimes I might just like go off on a tangent, as you know I do, but I needed some of this at least to be out in the open, considering this is gonna be a reoccurring issue. All right. Fuck it, let's do Contra. The tangents are my favorite parts. They're my favorite parts too. Let me really quickly make sure that my floor isn't gonna mold, and then I will find us a Contra video. Thank you for the bits. Oh, fair. There's no like rush. I haven't put a poll up or anything yet. Like I'll do it when I'm done with stream. I am gonna need to like take a minute to like stretch and gather my thoughts before we jump into the Contra video and pee, but I was thinking we can watch this one. I've been wanting to watch this one on stream for a little while now, so this will be fun. It's also not a super long one. This is interesting timing because I wrote a 4-page journal entry just 2 days ago about my emotions, fears, concerns, anxieties of dying. Writing it down definitely helped me get it out of my system for now. That's awesome. And acknowledging fears does tend to make them less scary, as unintuitive as they might sound. Of like, you know, when you think about something that's scary, you would initially think that it would make it feel scarier. But the more I think about things that are worrying, scary, terrifying even, the less they tend to bother me in general. All right, I'll be back in like a minute and a half. Wait. Some people are so fucking dumb. Oh my goodness. I don't know if I told you guys, but someone was using my debit card without my knowledge and was buying themselves lunch with it every now and again. Which, ironically enough, if they weren't stealing from me, I would have been fine with. But I had to put like my card on a fraud hold, and I just checked my phone, and someone tried to use it. So, rip them. Are your lungs okay? You said you were having to check that yesterday. My lungs are, I got a new like inhaler with some steroids in it, and I got an order for a CT that I still have to go and get done. But aside from that, I'm fine for now. Better than I was earlier in the week. The coughing fit that I was having was not fun at all. Alright, let's jump to ContraPoints. Oh, and while we're doing this, if you guys like have any ideas that you come up with of like topics relating to what we kind of just talked about, like discomfort, mental health, even exposure therapy techniques that we could use, things to do on stream that might make some of us feel uncomfortable and sit with it together as a group, that would be really fun. Even just like hold an ice cube in your hand for 5 minutes or something was a thought that I had. So we can give that one a go next time. All right. So this is shame. Big feeling that causes quite a lot of people to pretend that things are not the way that they actually are, in fact.
All right, children. It's a new decade. It's time to face the facts. How do I put this delicately? Your humble hostess is a total les. Shame. You're probably worried this is a coming out video, and I'm sorry to tell you that it is, but
I also haven't watched this video in like ever. This video is like 5 years old. I like using fidget cubes, fidget spinner. This one, cat piss got me for Christmas. Little fidget keyboard.
oh, it's so much worse than just that. You know, 1, coming out may be regarded as a misfortune. 2, looks like carelessness. And 3, well, at that point, you're just doing it for attention. And I do love attention. I want to be very clear about
Damn it!
that.
Left my water bottle. Sorry. Ooh, and I found more shit that I need to clean. Okay. Sorry, I had to get the, like, cleaner thing at least soaking into the carpet.
But I also happen to be gay. Some gay people love attention. It's been known to happen.
I'm also
so there
very
comes
gay,
a time
and
in
I
a woman's
definitely love
life
attention.
when you have to take a step back, look yourself in the mirror, and admit this is some high-key lesbicious behavior. And I'm gonna talk you through how I got to that point. So, story time, I fell in love with my best friend. Story time, telling my boyfriend I'm a lesbian. Story time, my parents walked in on my Taco Bell mukbang, exposed, graphic, the tea is piping hot. For a long time on this channel, the official story has been that I'm bi. I'm a super fucking bi, but I haven't dated women since I transitioned. And for a while there, I got pretty deep into the straight lifestyle. This really started in 2018. By that summer,
I also say I'm bi when I really mean I like women a lot and some men a little. When it comes to like sexual preference.
I had privately convinced myself that I was a fully heterosexual woman. And we're gonna circle back to how I reached that conclusion, but I'm starting in the middle of things. I'm like an epic poet. Hail Muse. Hey, how are you, Gorge? So at the beginning of 2018, I became close friends, I'd even say best friends, with a woman whom I'll call Joanne. light of my life. Can we get some melodramatic music, please? Yeah, here we go. You're gonna
Mostly.
want to
I
pour
don't-
yourself a glass
not
of something
just
nice. I want you to fully
tolerate, but-
enjoy my pain.
Mostly.
So my friendship with Joanne got very intense very fast. It was that kind of friendship where you develop your own private language of references and in-jokes, and you drive everyone around you crazy with your unintelligible banter. We'd call each other pretty much every day, and we'd talk for hours. And I don't think I've ever called her and not been laughing or smiling in the first 20 seconds, which is very unusual for me, because I am a weird, and I don't get along that well with that many people. One reason we got so emotionally
what was that
close
last
is
one?
we're both trans.
Oh,
And there's a
come on.
well with that many people. One
Still
reason we got
craves
so
attention.
emotionally close
Fair.
is we're both trans. And there's a kind of intuitive understanding and a sense of humor that I can share with another trans woman that I can't really have with anyone else. Oh, and by the way, Joanne also happens to be just angelically beautiful, which I did notice every time I looked at her. And from the beginning of this relationship, it wasn't sexual, but it wasn't exactly platonic either. We'd get drunk and make out. We'd sleep in the same bed and cuddle. Straight girls do that, right? Gal pals.
Totally.
I remember one of the first times I hung out with Joanne, we got our nails done together, and that night we were bar hopping, and she took my pretty hand and her pretty hand, and we walked down the street together holding hands. This is garbage, and I want to die. I hope you all know that I'm in agony. Later, we were at a bar table with friends, and every time one of us needed a drink, we'd run off to the bar, and she'd secretly kiss me. This is still one of the most magical gay things that's ever happened to me. Joanne had a boyfriend at the time, but he didn't care. A lot of men
Valid.
think girls kissing is hot, but they don't take it seriously. They don't think it could ever mean anything or lead to a real relationship. Gal pals. Just kill me. Take me out behind the shed, put me down humanely, and just buy a new YouTuber before
Me
the kids
sitting
get
here
home.
watching, thinking this of like, man, it really is wild how love is one of the few emotions that is like both so incredibly painful that people will go to any length possible to avoid the pain, and also so pleasurable that people will go to any length possible to obtain.
And they won't notice. So this very intimate friendship went on for about a year without me acknowledging
know.
to Joanne or to myself that I was falling in love. So not only
Do
was
you
I in
feel
denial
bi?
about being in love with her, but at the same time, I had basically convinced myself that I only wanted to date men. So how could I possibly think that? Well, the short answer is shame. Why is no one talking about the shame? I was so ashamed of my attraction to women. There were days I thought the shame was gonna crush me to death. Oh, I wanted to be straight so bad, and let no one say I didn't make a strong attempt. There should honestly be a statue of me sucking dick in the town square with the inscription, "Here knelt Natalie Wynn, attempted heterosexual." I'm a Bronze Star lesbian. Well, if we're really being honest, I don't think I get a star. Oh, I was desperate to be straight. I tried prayer, I tried electric shocks, all the classics, all the hits. You know, the idea is if you shock yourself every time you think about women, you start to associate the two in your head. So now I'm a lesbian and I enjoy electric shocks.
I was gonna say, yeah, no, I feel like that's probably what's more likely to happen there.
This is supposed to hurt, but I just feel like I'm on a road trip with Kate Blanchett. So at some point, the shame was just too much for me, and it literally broke my brain. I no longer wanted to be straight. I simply deluded myself into thinking I was straight. Maybe a little bi. A little bit. By that time, I started dating men, and I got into a serious, long-term relationship with a man. And at first, I explained away my feelings for Joanne by telling myself, female friendships are
Was
just—
that a sex toy or a toothbrush? It was a sex toy. And the two don't necessarily mean they're not like the same thing, but you shouldn't use your toothbrush for that. Just to say. That's interesting, Greg. I will look into that actually. That sounds like a cool ass movie. Now, the extreme trust building exercises though is definitely like part of how cults operate. That's like it's a QAnon thing and all of it. It's pretty common.
just really intense. That's probably why I feel so strongly.
No, actually, Captain Buggy, I want you to choose to not make the thought that feels more comfortable and actively choose the thought that feels uncomfortable. Try again.
Everyone thinks women are beautiful, so it's only natural I'd notice that. And, you know, spend a lot of time thinking about it. So this nonsense went on until the beginning of last year, and then two things happened. First, Joanne started dating a
I wasn't kidding. Try again.
lesbian. Fuck my drag, right? I think before that, I always knew she was bi, but some combination.
Much better. Just acknowledge reality. And I know that you're not like, that was me making a point when you were making a joke. I'm aware that you were making a joke.
Of self-interested
I'm just
denial
that
and biphobia
insufferable,
allowed me to
really.
write off my initial crush on her as I just have a thing for my straight best friend. Like, who doesn't? But that's a very self-serving narrative because it quarantines your feelings inside the safety of unattainable fantasy, and it wards off the pain of potential rejection. Because that way, it's not really me she's rejecting, it's just, she's just not that into women. But once she started dating
I left my ex because she wanted to kiss girls. She didn't leave me. But yeah, no. I suppose that your girlfriend kissing another woman could indeed be a threat, but you kissing another woman could indeed be a threat to your girlfriend. I feel like realistically at that point, when we're talking about relationships, it should be much more of not just consent, but critical analysis of your feelings type thing. Lots of people make the choice to deal with something that they are not comfortable with for far longer than they otherwise would. It's pretty common, actually, and it is a real problem. Especially if you're a toxic BF like I was. Well, I mean, yeah, that's a skill issue then, but like, hey, you're doing better now at the very least. You gotta get better or us lesbians will snatch your girl.
women. I couldn't tell myself that anymore, and the jealousy hit me so hard, I couldn't ignore it. Second, around the same time, Joanne decided to visit me for a few weeks. It was a long-distance friendship, and about halfway through that visit, I cracked. One morning, I woke up next to her, gal pals, and I looked at her pretty fucking face, and I had the thought, I want to wake up next to you every day of my life. And that is a pretty alarming thought for a petite heterosexual bio girl to have about her gal pal. Oh, never in my life have I fallen so deeply in love with someone. Like, what the fuck is this? What am I feeling? I was experiencing an intensity of emotion that has no right to exist outside of 19th century Italian opera.
Greg, I have no idea of my orientation from, like, most days, all right? All I know is right now I'm facing east.
So I confessed my feelings to Joanne, and love confession gone wrong, devastating. She did not reciprocate my feelings. Nurse, my pain is at a 10. I need more pills. Needless to say, my heart was shattered. I cried a sea of tears, blah, blah, blah. I'm sure we all know how that goes. And here's the thing. If we'd taken a 3-month friendship break right then and there, I might have recovered. But we couldn't keep away from each other. She wasn't in love with me, but she must have been in something with me, because the truth is, we were never just gal pals. And I was beyond reason. Like, I probably would have
Wait,
started
no,
one of
I
those...
can attest that sometimes it's really fucking hard to tell. Sometimes it is really hard to tell whether you're like, are we really good friends? Are we gonna bone? Are we in love? What do we got going on here? Like, deal the deck? Come on, I need to find out. I just knew you were fruity as fuck. Well, yeah. I feel like I give off fruity as fuck, at the very least. It's hard to tell. It is hard to tell.
Lesbian couple joint Instagram accounts. That's how tragic this got. Those are great,
not
by the
hard
way.
to
Pay
tell.
no attention to bitter queens. So for the rest of
If you're
2019,
getting there,
Joanne
you
and I
can't
kept
tell.
talking, kept
That's
visiting each
another
other,
thing.
and I just repeated this heartbreak again and again and again. Now, if she had reciprocated my feelings, I probably would have come out as gay last year, because the heat of a romantic relationship has a way of evaporating shame. but rejection and heartbreak are shameful in themselves and only made the situation worse. So I spent most of 2019 going in and out of denial until finally, last October, I got super fucking canceled on Twitter as discussed in my last video. Link in the description, subscribe. And at the same time, Joanne realized that she was gonna have to be the one to enforce a friendship break. Otherwise, I was never gonna get over her. So there was this combination of things, being politically canceled by Twitter, being romantically canceled by Joanne, and also losing her as my closest friend, which sent me into this catatonic, rock bottom kind of depression. And of course, depression is a terrible thing, but I think it can also serve a purpose, because depression brings your life to a standstill. And in the quiet of that standstill, you sometimes feel outside yourself. And with that comes a new perspective. So last December, when I was lying around drinking White Claw all day and binge watching Orange is the Bluest L Word, I actually didn't feel so much shame anymore. And that gave me a new kind of clarity. I looked back on the last couple years and saw that I'd been avoiding the obvious. So that's what it took for me to finally face the fact that I am a gay, not clickbait.
So what she just said is it took an immense amount of suffering for her to critically analyze her beliefs and her emotions. You guys get that, right? And that it would have been much easier to just sit with the thought of whether or not you might, be gay, and could have avoided all of this pain and suffering in discovering that. But also that the pain and suffering that she did suffer, she learned from and produced like a 45-minute YouTube video from. So, I mean, all of this really does tie in. And I didn't really I wasn't going to go into shame today originally, but that is one of the biggest reasons why we don't acknowledge how we feel about things and why we tend to run away from discomfort. It's usually shame or guilt that we're running from more than pretty much anything else. Fear is also obviously the one that we mainly focused on, but shame and guilt are the other two big ones. And yeah, don't suffer, just be gay. It's true. True.
Adam's a great guy and all, but
true, Sharks.
I want Lilith. Shane. This floral fantasy is a little less Mother of Mankind and a little more Coachella 2015. Well, that's my Eden. Candy flipping. I love it. Okay,
valid.
Let's circle back and talk about how a wholesome homo like me wound up in the clutches of the straight agenda. It starts with denial, and there's two sides to gay denial. First, there was a period where I repressed or explained away my attraction to women. Female friendships are just really intense. Straight girls have girl crushes too. And second, I experienced and acted on what I genuinely thought was sexual and romantic attraction to men. And to be honest, I'm still kind of struggling to make sense of all this. Maybe I'm not quite ready to make this video, but I'm afraid that if I don't, the shame will overpower me again and I'll slide back into denial. So, while I'm still thinking semi-clearly...
You guys really are distracted? You can't enjoy some flowery titties and some theoretical pondering at the same time? Am I on another level?
Let me talk you through the struggle.
Maybe
because,
I could
like most queer people,
use some candy
I find
flipping.
nothing more fascinating than an in-depth analysis of my own personality. She's a Libra. So in 2017, I started taking feminizing hormones. And most people are aware of the more obvious effects of that, like it makes you grow breasts, at least in theory.
That's how you know that you are reading too much and need to watch some porn, Captain Buggy. Most people watch too much porn and should read a book. You have the opposite problem.
And we'll see if that does anything. But the lesser known thing is it has some pretty major effects on your mood and your sexuality. The first few months I was on hormones, I actually wondered if I was now asexual because the libido I had known before was just gone. But I'm very much not asexual. It just took me a while to adjust to an endocrinological.
I didn't even notice the titties. My parents really fucked up the birds and the bees chat, so I was thinking of pollen. Oh my goodness. Poor Dylan. Do you need the birds and the bees chat? I'll be your mother if you need a hand with that one. I can give you the talk. I didn't even know my state banned porn until relatively recently. To be fair, most people probably don't either. I don't think it really matters. Tits are where women store their pollen.
Female sex drive. One of the differences for me is it's not as obvious now whomst I'm attracted to.
I'm new, so pretend I was just born. It's similar? Nah. That just makes me want to put you front and center and make you the center of attention right now.
Just looking at an attractive person, well, let's put it this way. It sparks my interest.
Yeah, you need to read a book.
But it doesn't light my fire. It's not the instant inferno that is testosterone-fueled lust. It's a slow burn that has to be built up. Some people call this demisexual, which is a term I'm ambivalent about, but I think the concept it describes applies to me. Like, I form little crushes on people based
You're all fucking bottoms, aren't you? Every last one of you. And no, like, Shards, that's fair as fuck. I would imagine going through, like, puberty as an adult would be weird, right? Like, we all go through puberty at least once, for most of us. Most people go through puberty when they're in high school. Going through puberty once you're an adult would be fucking wild. I'm a switch. There's no such thing. Switches are just tops for bottoms.
On watching their YouTube videos or whatever, but I don't feel intense sexual attraction to anyone until I've gotten close to them as a friend. So I have a hard time getting too excited about casual dating, you know? Can't I just find a new best friend, fall insanely in love with her, and then get gay married? I know that's not how it works. I have to play the field. I also think it's a reason.
You gonna do something about that, Shufa Poofer?
I don't really like porn that much because sex without context is just mechanics to me. It's boring. The buildup of desire, that's the interesting part, and the struggle between desire and shame.
Go on.
I shouldn't, but I want to. That's how you build a plotline, kids. I'm also guessing this kind of slow burn sexuality is more common in women than men. And I wonder if that's a reason why gay men tend to know they're gay at an earlier age than gay women. When you have teenage boy testosterone levels, it's harder to be agnostic or mistaken about who you're attracted to. Whereas, there's a lot of gay women who don't realize they're gay until they're in their 30s or even later. And thank God for them. They make me feel less bad about my wasted youth. So it's hard for me to use visual sexual interest as a guide to my sexuality, because I do feel aesthetic attraction towards beautiful people of any gender, and that can be pretty intense in its own right. I guess the difference for me is looking at a beautiful woman is more emotionally captivating to me than looking at a beautiful man, which can be moving in its own way, but it's more like the way I'm moved by, I don't know,
art.
The Parthenon. You know, it's sturdy, symmetrical, has impressive columns. That's not to say it's totally asexual. I mean, I'd fuck the Parthenon. I'd fuck it so hard. I admit I do have some kind of erotic fascination with masculinity, and maybe that stems from my pre-transition sense of having failed at masculinity, so I'm mesmerized by the real thing. There's something about the contrast between me and a man.
I was like, what does it mean that I'm like, wait, hold on, because like I can see kind of like not to say that I'm sexually attracted to the Parthenon, but I was like, I can see an appeal of the sexual variety to like a beautiful building. And I was like, oh, that's just autism. Never mind.
Masculine man that's sexually intriguing to me. Like, I've sometimes pleasantly gasped at the feeling of hairy, muscly arms enfolding my smooth, fragile body. Or maybe it's more Freudian, the masculine man as daddy, the archetypal father, the symbolic power of the phallus. Penetration is the ultimate expression of desire and possession. There's a lot of sexual connotations to
Get your
manhood,
fucking
and I
mushrooms
think that's
outta
why
here.
I can look at a sexy man and create plausible fantasies in my head where I'd absolutely enjoy letting him do things to me. And I can find things I like about male bodies, like they're very warm. I love it when you get under the covers with a man and he warms you up. But that's when the lesbian voice comes into my head and she says, but are you attracted to men? Or do you just like being warm? My attraction
It's
to women
not the attraction to the thing. It's the attraction to the beauty of the thing.
is very different. I look at a beautiful woman and it's just like, oh no.
I don't want to fuck the Parthenon. I want to fuck the idea of the Parthenon.
You're gorgeous, you're beautiful. This is going to destroy me. You know, it can actually be painful how beautiful a woman is. I've never
It's
once
true.
been in pain over male beauty, but around Joanne, once I was open about my feelings and things got bad, there'd be moments I'd have to just look away from her and be like, don't even enter my line of sight right now. You're too beautiful, I can't stand it. There's a kind of sick masochism in wanting someone who doesn't want you back. It's insatiable, like an addiction. And on the flip side, there's an intense erotic thrill in being desired. I think that's what got me interested in men in the first place. It's that they're interested in me. And that's pretty interesting. I've felt
I've never wished the word mushroom was a Fed post more.
desired by men.
You know what?
in
It
way
is
I've
a
never-
Fed post. It is a Fed post. You're Fed posting, Captain Buggy. That is a threat.
Never truly felt desired by women. You know, a man will glower at you with that agitated, carnivorous desperation. Fuck me up, king. God, that's hot. That's me every time. But notice how excitement at the attention, the flattery of being desired, is not the same thing as attraction to men. You know, there's a difference between I want you and I like that you want me. But for a long time, I confused one for the other. And one reason I was able to
So many people do that all the fucking time, and these two things are not only incredibly different, but not even remotely related.
I like that you win. You know, there's a difference between I want you and I like that you want me. But for a long time, I confused
Not even
one for the
remotely related.
other. And one reason I was able to do that is that the normative sexual role for women is to be pursued, possessed, desired, seduced, dominated by men. It's all very passive. And in most of the sexual encounters I've had with men, I've taken a very submissive role. Sometimes I just submit to the glower and let him do things to me. And I do think that the thrill of being desired is a valid thing to want. I like that feeling myself, and I do genuinely enjoy taking on a more submissive role sometimes, but you have to go about it thoughtfully, because if you don't, sexual submission can be a way to avoid confronting what your desires actually are. It's freedom from freedom. And if you're ashamed of your sexual orientation and ashamed of your transsexual body and ashamed of having any sexual feelings at all because of stigma about trans women being fetishists,
I forgot
then
what half this
relinquishing
video was about.
responsibility for your own desires by letting someone else take control can be the only way you can enjoy sex at all. And for a while, it was almost the only way I could enjoy it. And I was able to convince myself that was normal because the sexual situation of a lot of cis straight women isn't really that much more liberated. Like, I read 50 Shades of Grey years ago and totally identified with the fantasy. And later, I thought that was evidence I had normative female desires. Never mind that I was identifying with the midlife crisis fantasies of a repressed English housewife longing to be brutalized by a capitalist tyrant. I mean, not to shame women who genuinely do enjoy a healthier version of that fantasy. I think a lot of women...
Dylan, there is literally always several when I'm streaming because I can't keep one topic straight. That's the fun of it. You gotta juggle a little bit.
Pointlessly suffer under a kind of feminist guilt about that. But what makes me different is that for me,
Now I'm thinking about
submission
juggling
to
titties.
a man was simply the only way I could enjoy sex without shame. And that's a lot of what I did for a couple years, even though my real sexual attraction is to women.
I would
Whereas,
argue that there are tons tons of cis women who also only sleep with men because they're too ashamed to try and like consider the possibility that they might actually be gay. It's hard to juggle more than 2 at a time. It is, but you can try harder. 3 titties is the bare minimum of it being juggling. Anything less than that, you're just playing with 2 titties. You're not juggling.
Even in the most patriarchal situation, straight women are ultimately attracted to men and sexually aroused by male bodies. Or are they? Gay men certainly are, and gay women are just rhapsodic about women. But a lot of straight women are just kind of meh about male bodies and men in general, which, what is that about? I just do not understand straight women. I don't think I ever will, and that's okay. I'm just gonna accept my bewilderment and move on with my lesbian life. Now, what I've been giving you so far is a retrospective analysis, an autopsy of my romantic failings of the last 2 years. But you have to understand that when I was living through this, I experienced it.
Or that girl from that movie with the orange hair girl. That's incredibly specific. Straight women are weird, they also confuse me. The thing is, like, I can understand.
About.
Here.
Actually aroused by male bodies. Or are they? Gay men certainly are, and gay women are just rhapsodic about women. But a lot of straight women are just kind of meh about male bodies and...
The reason for that is because both gay men and both straight and gay women spend a lot more time and effort on caring for their bodies than straight men do. Like, cis straight men don't spend nearly as much time on personal care or hygiene, and so don't give off that, like, artistic glow. Yeah, when a straight man actually does body care, it shows. At least in my experience, yeah. Like, it is not even like a statement on laziness either. It's just that they don't know that they're supposed to, for a lot of them. Like, a lot of dudes in general don't know shit about body care. I, like, one of, like, my old partners had a brother who has a friend who had literally never used shampoo because he thought that conditioner was enough. Like, first of all, if you're not shampooing your hair, you don't need to condition your hair. Because just that is wild to me. We're just adapted to so many social situations where we just get away with not knowing it. I mean, that's valid. And to be fair, that is most people in most social situations, barring, like, a few specific contexts. Well, like, you should work on that, Greg. You don't need to be. You don't need to use shampoo regularly, by the way. You can not shampoo your hair regularly. You just shouldn't condition your hair. See, what shampoo does is it gets the oil off of your hair. The like body oil that you produced. What conditioner does is it puts oil on your hair to replace the oil that you just took out of your hair. And so if you're just, yeah, I sacrificed my personal hygiene time for the cause. Yeah, look, sorry. I feel like whatever you're doing for the cause is not critical to the point where brushing your teeth, maybe like shaving, taking a shower, like, Marx was a stinky boy, but Marx would not have been less Marx if he took 10 extra minutes per day trying to not be stinky to the best of his ability. Also, yeah, the 13-in-1 things, like, you don't need to use those. I'm sure that they're probably bad. But if that will get you to actually wash yourself over not at all as the alternative, I would prefer that. Yes, he would. If Marx wasn't a stinky drunk, he wouldn't have been as cool. Who said he didn't have to be a drunk? I just said stinky. No one's talking about no one's here was talking about alcohol. It's just, he could be a nice smelling drunk. He'd still be cool. In fact, probably be more cool if he was less drunk. Alcohol is not required for young Hegelians. I disagree.
Men in general, which, what is that about? I just do not understand straight women. I don't think I ever will, and that's okay. I'm just gonna accept my bewilderment and move on with my lesbian life. Now, what I've been giving you so far is a retrospective analysis, an autopsy of my romantic failings of the last 2 years. But you have to understand that when I was living through this, I experienced it very differently, because I didn't have these insights. So I wasn't thinking, oh, I'm not really attracted to men, but I enjoy the thrill of being desired by them, so I'm gonna pursue that to distract myself from how ashamed I am of my attraction to women. No. Subconsciously, I put my attraction to women on mute, at least until Joanne ruined my life. And I genuinely thought I was attracted to men, which was a lot more than just a frivolous sexual fantasy.
It turns out when you repress parts of your identity because it's uncomfortable to think and feel, that turns into a problem later in your life.
Boyfriend for 1.5 years, who I had very genuine feelings for. Plot twist, story time. So my ex-boyfriend, let's call him Chad.
It's wild, isn't it, Latina
like,
Americano?
Full Giga Chad fantasy. You know, he was very masculine, taller than me, objectively attractive, very charming. Straight women used to tell me all the time they were jealous of me for being with him, and obviously I loved that. To me, Chad represented almost an ideal of manhood, a sort of archetypal romantic lead who swept me off my feet and fulfilled my sick fantasies of being a heterosexual woman. Now, you probably think I'm gonna say that he was just an abstract fantasy.
You know, clean doesn't necessitate bourgeois, right? But Charles Marquis is excellent. Big fan. I used to be ultra into my appearance in my 20s. 3 different shampoos, manscaping, tea tree oils, facial creams, colognes. 15 years later, I just can't be bothered. Maybe try like a reasonable middle ground rather than one extreme to the other. I feel like that might make it both easier to maintain momentum on and more functional. And also, yeah, Luigi wouldn't have been so loved if he wasn't hot. But also, like, he stays hot because he's loved. That's the other part of it. Because he still looks hot. Because he is well groomed in prison. Because he's so loved that he can be.
To me, but that once it came to actually dating, I realized I didn't like it. But honestly, it's more complicated than that. Like, at the beginning, I was the one who pursued him.
I will spray you two with a spray bottle. Like, bad. Psst. Take a shower. I mean it. Take a fucking shower. Brush your teeth. Personal hygiene, motherfuckers. You want to be the worst smelling dude at the camp? Really? You want the place to stink every time you walk in and not because of the rest of the camp? Like, you want to be there and feeling like that? No. I want to walk into the camps fresh as a daisy, and I want to walk out fresh as a fucking daisy.
I still think of him as the one genuine boy crush of my life. When we started dating,
Mao didn't shower because Mao couldn't shower fighting a war. Are you fighting a war? Where's your gun? Where's the battle?
I had a boyfriend before, and he'd never been with a trans woman before. And we had this, like, adorably heterosexual energy together, like holding hands in the park. It was cute. This would be a better lesbian story if Chad was a
If
cad,
you're
but he
marching
wasn't.
off to battle, fine, I'll excuse you not smelling like you took a shower. I'll excuse the body lice. But sorry, there ain't no battle. In COD, you don't understand. In a COD, like in a fish, even. You know, I don't have to pretend like I don't want every country in the world to invade America. You're not allowed to say that, but I am.
He was great. He took very good care of me. He was never ashamed to be seen with me or of his friends and family knowing he was dating me, which, if you're a trans woman, that's a huge deal. He was a lot less ashamed of me than I am of myself. And when I was with him, I wasn't ashamed. And that meant a lot. So I really wanted this to work. Like, if I was gonna be with a man, he was the one. And for a year or so, I thought it was working. I enjoyed the time we spent together. I missed him when he was gone. I told him I loved him, and I meant it. But what happened is, by the end of the first year, the initial
It's not. Yeah.
excitement had died down.
God
And
damn.
while Chad was ready to keep escalating the relationship, I was realizing that something was very seriously emotionally wrong on my end. There was something missing. And when I realized I was in love with Joanne,
Oopsie.
I was like, there's that missing feeling. And I started to understand what my problem was. Then, last fall, I posted to Instagram an aloof picture of me with the caption, "Do I actually like men? Or do I just like attention?" And I didn't mean anything serious by that. I was just joking around. You know, you can post something like that and a bunch of straight women will respond like, "Yeah, fuck men."
That's true. But also it's not just straight women. And that's a problem that we need to stop. But also, fuck that guy. And fuck that guy, too, Shard.
What is their damage? Well, they're stuck dating men. That's their damage. But a few people left comments saying, "Oh, are you making a video about comp het? You should make a video about comp het." And I was like, what the fuck is comp het? So I Googled it and I learned that comp het is short for compulsory heterosexuality. Basically, it's the idea that heterosexuality is socially required of women. And it's so bound up with the conventional idea of what it even means to be a woman that gay women often mistakenly believe for years that they're attracted to men. And this Google search led me to a Reddit post called the Am I a Lesbian Master Doc? And I'm reading through this post like, oh no, this sounds terribly familiar. Quote, "Compulsory heterosexuality is the voice in my
Nobody posts joking shit without there being some seriousness to it? No, of course not. Like, ever.
head that says I must really be het even when I'm in love with a woman. Quote, you have every reason to be happy in your relationship with a man, but you just aren't. Everything is going really well, but something is missing and you can't figure out what. So next thing you know, I'm doing tequila shots at 3 a.m. and taking Am I a Lesbian internet quizzes that were clearly designed for 13-year-olds. And I am fully a 31-year-old
Been there, but I wasn't 31.
transsexual taking this quiz like, it's true, Samantha was right, I am a total les. All the cis gay people watching this video probably want to kill me right now because y'all figured this shit out in high school and I'm sitting here in my 30s like, I just can't.
There is no age that you have to figure out your sexuality. Also, you do know that, like, you don't have one set sexuality. Like, that shit changes from time to time. Now, you might be all the way over here in Straightville today. That don't mean you can't be all the way on the other end at some other point in time. You can not predict this. You can't decide where you want to go. But yeah, no, you can get dragged all around that. I've been straight, gay, bi, back and forth, upside down, side to side. Like, yeah. Everybody exists on this spectrum. Some people move a bit more than others. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with it because it is a deeply personal thing. The same exists with gender, in my opinion, by the way. They're both a spectrum, and they both can move. You should talk to more trans women sometimes. We have some crazy stories. Yeah, well, every time I have had a conversation with one, they are all very quiet and anxious. So, you know, any one of the ones in this chat or watching this video who might want to come on and have a chat with me, feel free. I'm happy to have any of you on for like any reason, by the way, as long as it sounds interesting. Welcome, welcome, Raiders. Hello. What's up, non-fun? Like, I don't need any specific criteria. Like, if someone wants to come on chat and chat with me, let me know. Like, as long as you have something to talk about that sounds interesting, I'd be down in general. I won't talk about it sometime. Fuck yeah. Shard, I would have you on in a second.
Can I be a melodramatic baby gay for 30
You're already
minutes of my
basically
lifetime,
half the
please?
stream.
Is that all right with you, the gays? So to be honest, I still experience
At least when you're on, I do
thoughts
go
and
back and
fantasies.
forth a lot.
Like for a long time, I've had what seemed to be romantic fantasies about marrying a man. But after a lot of introspection, I've realized that this is not really a fantasy of private happiness and fulfillment. It's a fantasy of social prestige and acceptance. Like, can you imagine if I got married to a tall, handsome man at an opulent wedding with lots of photographers posting to Instagram?
What? You're half the stream when you're on because you and I go back and forth in chat. That wasn't like an insult. That was a compliment. I didn't mean to. Ouch. Sorry.
I'd be queen of the trannies. I'd be super heckin' valid, uwu. But I don't actually want to
You
be
are
married.
super heckin' valid,
I want to get
uwu.
married.
And so are all of you. You're all super heckin' valid. And let me just add in real quickly that a relationship is, in my personal point of view, like DLC. It's not, you can have a total, complete, happy and fulfilled life without getting married or having a partner. You can't. The DLC does make the game more fun, but it is possible. Welcome, welcome, Raiders. Is my chat just like a second out of sync? Because I could have sworn the Raiders came in a minute ago. It doesn't matter. Welcome, Raiders. We're just talking about shame at this point. I spent a lot of today talking about uncomfortable feelings and learning to be comfortable while feeling them. The DLC carries risk of emotional trauma, but it is indeed fun. I mean, so does the main quest, Long Like Homo Sapien. That's what like the point of life is emotions, both the good and the bad. The emotional trauma you get is you had a bad roll. Sorry, that's how the game goes. But let's say you're doing well in the main story plot and you want to touch into the DLC side quests. That's fine. But you don't need a relationship or the DLC for the game to be complete, for you to have a fun time.
I want to have a wedding. Basically, I want to wear a wedding dress. I want attention, okay? Please.
Contra mentioned fantasizing a traditional hetero marriage with a man, and part of me is boiling with hot takes on marriage right now. Well, I'm gonna want you to hold on to those because they don't matter, and it like she's not said anything wrong, and you're not wrong for your takes either. That's the thing. It doesn't matter because that's a personal choice. Neither of you are wrong.
Pay attention to me.
But
so
Cadiris,
totally
you are wrong.
deconstruct
She
the
does not
fantasy,
look like
but
Christine Ohm.
It's still really
You're
hard
wrong.
for me to let it go. I cling to the reassuring conformity of heterosexuality because there's a level of gender instability and deviancy that's inherent to homosexuality. And until recently, I wasn't secure enough in my gender to handle that. lesbianism is a very advanced form of womanhood, and I think I needed to go through the more 101 straight girl experience before attempting anything as difficult as that. I still have a hard time imagining a happy future for myself as a woman partnered to a woman. And I think that's partly because good lesbian representation in media is so sparse. The best we have is a Showtime melodrama from 15 years ago, which I do like, and I like the new one too. But after that, the runner-up is, I mean, maybe not the lesbian representation we need. It's a YouTube show about two drag queens whom we ship. Well, I don't ship them because I have a fully lesbian parasocial internet crush on Katya Zamolotchkova. Don't laugh at me. She's smart, she's funny, she's beautiful. That's everything I'm looking for in a woman. Sure, some haters and losers will probably try to convince me that Katya is in fact a homosexual man posing as a woman, but you know what? This is a super fucking vulnerable moment in my life,
I have no idea
and
what
I
the
don't
fuck this
need
is,
this
so.
right now. I need to be touched by a real woman. I'm losing my goddamn mind. It's so deeply embedded in our
Again,
culture
it's
that
wild that love is the only emotion that can feel both so good that it can drive you crazy and hurt so much that it could drive you crazy.
man is the end goal
Well,
of womanhood.
and
it's not
lust,
just Disney
but,
movies. Like
lust is
it's
just
the Bible,
incomplete.
it's Greek mythology, German fairy tales, Victorian novels. The whole weight of cultural history is telling you that what it means to succeed
Lust
as a
won't
woman is to
make
marry
you
a
lose your
man.
mind.
And if you're already super dysphoric and insecure about your gender, then to reject that possibility, it hurts. It hurts so bad. But whenever I think about having a long-term partner, you know, not the wedding day, but the 1000th morning waking up together, I can only imagine her being a woman. My
Oh, yeah,
brain
probably.
wants a good man to take care of me.
Like that and a lot of resentment and jealousy along like Homo sapien. But yeah, no, definitely they are terrified of the feeling of pain, especially from love. But it is more than just that. Feeling really full of good food, though. Feeling really full of good food and happiness and love are kind of like, it's insanity to me that we have these things, these ideas, like you just saying feeling really full of good food. And I wasn't even like reading above, so I didn't see the context before. But like, we're talking about love and food and sex and emotions. And on the other side, they're like, it fucking hurts. Get it away from me. And I can't relate because like, give me more of this shit. The insanity of it is kind of fun. It's kind of the point.
But my heart wants a high-maintenance diva to ruin my life. And once I knew
Not
that
minding,
for sure,
it's just giving me an idea.
I thought it would be wrong to stay with Chad. And this man was like my hinge. He was holding me together. But last December, I broke up with him because I'm a lesbian.
Good
which
for you.
at least is a good reason. I'm having a hard time, you guys. Leave your pity in the comments.
Nah,
and I'm
good
starting
for
to
you.
regret eating this
Face.
fruit too. I feel like shit. I think it's the loss of my immortal soul weighing on me. I could really use a couple Advil and a vodka tonic. I think I might throw some clothes on too. Where's that snake? I already missed my heterosexual nails. I know these are too long to be gay, but baby steps, okay? This is hard for me. Getting my acrylics removed? Traumatizing. I feel like I'm detransitioning. One of these days I will do the lesbian manicure with acrylics on 8 fingers. I just have to find the courage to walk into a salon and say, "Hi, I'm a homosexual, please. I want 2 short nails so I can fuck pussy."
My ex did this, and I remember her mother asking her, like, why do you have 2 of your nails shorter than the other? Her being like, you sure you want to ask that question? And like mom being smart enough to be like, yeah, no, never mind. I'm a homosexual,
Shame.
please.
Let's talk about the shame. Before I was transgendered, I really only dated women, though 2 of those women later turned out to be trans, so I guess we had some way of finding each other. An attraction to women was never really a problem for me before the transgendering because I was raised in an alternative lifestyle where Men are supposed to be attracted to women. Crazy, I know. Not that I'm a newcomer to shame because, oh, sweaty? I was doing plenty of things that men are not supposed to do. And before I transitioned, my shame was centered around my being, at the time, a gender non-conforming man, which in my early YouTube videos I dealt with by caricaturing myself and basically leaning into the public humiliation. One of my classic techniques.
I was gonna say,
Now-
my shame just comes from being an idiot. Like, not in any way related to factors outside of my control.
My shame is centered around my failure to be a socially acceptable woman, and the most glaring aspects of that failure are my male past, my sexual orientation, and the severed human heads in my refrigerator. Yeah, killing all those people was not my most feminine moment, but I was having a bad skin day. What was I supposed to do? So there's two problems that kind of multiply together. One, I'm ashamed of being trans. Two, I'm ashamed of being a lesbian. And whatever 1 times 2 is, I'm really ashamed of being a trans lesbian. Ugh. And it's difficult and risky for me to admit
Why
these
there's
feelings.
this? Actually, never mind.
It's
I don't know why the idea.
Visible queer people are supposed to perform pride.
I
Why
love
is-
when I get a question and then I figure out the answer to the question before I even phrase the
No, I'm
question.
talking about the shame because we are ashamed of the shame, but we shouldn't be. The shame is a natural result of shaming. I grew up in a media era when trans women were usually represented as vomit-inducing monstrosities who deserve the violence they bring upon themselves by existing. And I started my transition in the first year of the Trump administration, when there's been constant vilification of trans people in the press, invading women's bathrooms, forcing our insanity on children, destroying Western civilization with our authoritarian pronouns. It's hard to express just the daily humiliation
God, it really
of being a
has been like a decade since the first Trump administration started. Me just projecting how I think I will be perceived and then acting awkward to the person because I now proven it to myself. Meanwhile, they just had indigestion and weren't aware of me. Literally, yes. And again, that's taking control, like ownership of your emotions there. That's what skill you need to learn to avoid that is no, actually. What I am thinking in my head is not what other people are feeling and thinking. Unless they're saying that, and unless they're, you know, somehow you have some insight into that. No, I promise you, the inner thoughts of any particular human in public likely don't contain you in them at any given point in time. And this applies to pretty much everybody, unless, like, I don't know, you have at least 10 million followers on Instagram. On Instagram. 10 million followers don't count on, like, TikTok. Instagram. The right-wing online media grift was genuinely a solid decade in the making. I mean, more than that, really, but I started my transition right before January 6th. Good for you for really timing your existence to be just perfectly in line with its direct opposite of fascism. Because your existence is like an act of defiant freedom. You're choosing to change the basely understood reality that you existed in. That's a freedom. That's being trans is woke. There's a reason for that. In fact, that's why Nietzsche's woke. Like, we heard it from Abigail Thorne. But by doing so, like, right at that time, just makes it quite funny to me in that, like, it's a big fuck you to those people. And I think that's based. Like, whether or not it was intended, even in hindsight, you can look back on that and be like, you know what? Yeah, fuck you to these people. And just existing in spite of is fucking based. In every case, no matter what group this is about, what time period, existence despite of a concerted effort against the existence is always impressive, courageous, and worthwhile. Being trans is fucking brave. I respect it. Being trans openly out on the internet and talking about politics is brave as fuck, and I respect that.
Trans women under these conditions. And then there's the little jabs people throw at you, like my laser technician recently told me, you must be very courageous to transition because that is not socially acceptable. And then she went back to blasting laser beams into my asshole. And then there's the internet where, you know, I used to spend most of my life before the sadness took over. And I'm sure we all know that people on the internet are a wretched, wretched horde of bigoted attack helicopters. The whole point of this channel is I try to talk sense to these people. I talk to the TERFs and the conservatives, and I try to empathize with their point of view and provide a rational response. But a side effect of all that research is I've acquired a burgeoning vocabulary of self-loathing. It's seeped into my brain and become a part of me. And this lifelong buildup of shame has become a wound at the heart of my existence. And all I can really do about it is compensate.
All shame does, by the way. In general, shame will just build up into this wound in your soul, in like the base of your entire being, and fester for years and years and years if not addressed. That's what shame does. That is like, that's the brain rot from your parents' generation. Like that shit has been the brain rot of humanity for all of our existence until we invented newer, rottier brain rot. But goddamn, that is based and incredibly brave, Shard. You really are, like, sometimes quite inspiring in that you're just not afraid to be you, as most people should be. The only people who should feel ashamed are the people who currently have none of it. Shame sounds a lot like engineering. I wouldn't be surprised.
By wearing fancy clothes. I may be trash, but I am majestic trash. I am resplendent trash. I am couture trash. And
sorry, hold on, I got like 12 minutes left. I'll be back in a minute. I have to. I drank so much fucking water today. Guys want to know something fucked? Is I have a goddamn nicotine patch on that I have to tape onto my arm because it just ain't sticky enough. And I don't even know if it's working. Ugh. It's always a chair stream. The chair is my co-streamer. I pay it wages for a reason.
I just bought a mid-century, gold-trimmed Venetian blown glass decanter, which helps me forget the shame and self-loathing that plagues my every moment. Now, I'm guessing that a lot of people will be confused about why I'm so ashamed of being gay when I've already come out as trans, which seems like a bigger deal. To paraphrase what some people have told me, you're already a transgendered, and a freak's a freak, so who cares what kind of freak? Well, first of all,
it was there before.
I would like to propose a sociological theory, Tiffany's Law. All freaks have a deep psychological need to feel superior to a different type of freak. And trans lesbians are pretty close to the bottom of that pecking order. Who's even left for me to feel superior to? The goddamn Belgians? Fuck this waffle. Second, coming out as trans wasn't as hard for me because I did it incrementally over like 8 years. At first I was like, well, I'm just a man who wears makeup
Hot
sometimes.
take, I like waffles more than pancakes, but pancakes are better than waffles.
Then I was like, actually, it's not just clothes and makeup. I'm actually pretty gender non-conforming in a lot of ways. And then I realized I'm not a man at all, and I identified as non-binary. Then I started taking hormones. In 2 months on HRT, I woke up one day and said, it's fine, I am literally a woman. So by the time I actually came out as a trans woman, that was actually a step up in terms of social acceptability from where I was before. When I was a genderqueer genderfuck, I felt like I didn't fit in anywhere. Whereas when I started transitioning to female, even though at first I had a lot of the same problems, there was at least...
Actually, I do take it back because you're right, Long Like Homo Sapien. Waffles are better, it's just rare to find waffles that are actually done well.
A goal in mind, some possible future where I could lead a normal-ish life as a woman. So the moment I started identifying as a woman was the moment the compet voice entered my head. Sure, I've never been very attracted to men before, but maybe I'm attracted to them now. I'm a woman, right? I've always
waffles more... I'm sorry, we're gonna finish the video. I'm not getting sidetracked on waffles right now.
been a little bi-curious, and there was that time I kissed a boy when I was drunk. Maybe I can make this work. Let's choose some boys to be attracted to and get started on this. Of course, I wasn't as self-aware as that. My way of explaining it to myself was, I guess hormones just magically changed my sexual orientation to the socially acceptable one. That's super freaking crazy. Shut up, you goddamn lesbo. God, there's so much pressure on trans women to be extremely gender conforming, and even more so if you're a representative of the community. You feel like you have to be a Stepford wife or else cis people are gonna throw us all in camps. And early in my transition, I kind of worshipped...
Well, that aged well. 4 years later. 5 years later.
Straight trans women. Like, I looked up to them and I wanted to be just like them. Now back then there were a handful of trans lesbians on YouTube trying to make the case to the masses that being a trans lesbian is a legitimate thing. But in 2017, sweaty, the masses were not having it. I watched those women get eaten alive. And as a result of my witnessing that at a super fucking vulnerable moment for me, I internalized the message that a trans lesbian is just not an okay thing to be if you want to be tolerated or respected by anybody other than a handful of communists. So I began my transition.
I can't believe you guys. Traitors over breakfast? Who knew that we needed this ability to feel uncomfortable long before today? I should have been talking about this for weeks. For weeks, I tell you. Now I'm gonna have to go to the store and buy some fucking waffles and eat them on stream. Viva les crepes. I agree.
With essentially no role model of a widely respected and admired trans lesbian. And it doesn't help that most forms of transphobia are harsher on gay trans women than they are on straight trans women. Like, take this trope that trans women are men who transition to creep on women in bathrooms. In response to that, it feels really good to be able to say, I'm not even attracted to women, I'm just a petite heterosexual
We must seize the means of breakfast production.
Oh girl,
This video made me feel okay about coming out as trans because I'm a trans lesbian. Fun fact. Goddamn. Good for you, Erica. Are you actually, like, just now coming out? Because that'd be fucking insane. And by insane, I mean, like, that this video did that. But the fact that, like, it could have in the past, you need good representation for good ideas. No shit. Like, you would have thought, having positive engagement on important topics could lead to positive change, both personal and broadly. I mean, many years ago. Still, same thing. That tracks. That makes sense. I could see this doing that. Waffles are bourgeois. You counter-revolutionaries. Out of here. Defenestration. Side note, gender neutral bathrooms are actually based as fuck. If you've never been to a place that uses them properly, you'll never want to go back. Yeah, I don't understand why they're not all like that. Like, I don't even understand why they're not all like that from the misogynist standpoint.
Surely not some kind of 6-foot monster who likes women. Shame. Shame. It does make me feel like a monster sometimes, like a mutant that has no place in society.
I can understand why they're not all gender neutral from the misandrist perspective, but not the misogynist perspective.
This shame has actually made it more difficult for me to accept that I'm a gay woman than it was for me to come out as trans in the first place. It's like I made a kind of subconscious bargain where I traded my sexual orientation for my gender identity. So I finally transitioned, only to spend the next couple years living with a different kind of denial. And that denial got pretty deep and pretty dark. This is painful and incriminating to admit, but not all of my shame came from external bigotry. Some of it came from my own judgment and disgust toward things I saw trans lesbians doing, like this anime catgirl shit, which clearly gets under my skin, and not just because these people have been harassing me for 3 years. Like, you see it all over trans Twitter and Reddit, this queasy combination of the hypersexual and the infantile. I'm a heckin' catgirl lesbian cum slut. Meow meow, girl dick, nya nya. Here's the 97th picture of my own legs and thigh-high stripy socks, ooh. What is that about? Is this how women act? Cis people are gonna see this. They're not gonna let us into women's spaces if we act like that. Now, I'm not...
Dylan, you still wouldn't have had to. You think that, like, if that was the reason, that men wouldn't just cut the line?
Proud of having these judgmental feelings, but I confess to periodically sinking into these morbid, guilty binges of cringing at embarrassing trans lesbians. And if I was a different type of YouTuber, I could have turned this into content. At my worst, I would sit there telling another trans person, why are trans lesbians so cringy? They're making things harder for the rest of—
I need you all to get right with cringe, by the way. Lean into it. Cringe is not a bad thing. We desperately need to make cringe an idea that is more normal to— yeah, cringe is good. The only time cringe is bad is when people who have no concept of it don't know when they're being cringe. It's so hard. That's the point. No other. That's been the whole point of this stream. It's a hard thing to think about, so think about it. Get comfortable with discomfort. 808 Bear, first time here. You came up in my suggestions, so I thought I would drop by. Welcome, welcome, 808 Bear. We've been spending most of this stream just talking about discomfort and the fact that we control our emotions and we are not passive victims of them. Now, you might not be able to control all of your emotions or the context around them, why you might feel a certain way, but you do get to decide if you're going to try. And by trying to do the hard thing, you get better at it. Cringe is key. Learn to do the hard thing. Because running away from cringe is half of how we got here. Right-wing cringe is just bigotry. That's true. I'm like, when I say when the right does cringe, it's not that they're bigotry. That's not cringe. That's just bigotry. Their cringe is when they think they're being smart, but they're being cringe. Cringe for us is people having a good time and enjoying their life in a way that feels weird. And I need that idea to die.
Of us girls. And that's the real darkness, isn't it? Not even having the decency to openly despise yourself like an honest American. No, just sitting there in absurd denial of who you are as a person, disparaging your own repressed identity to anyone who will listen. And I'm ashamed of that too. I'm ashamed I sunk that low. But all you can do is try to get better. And I'm trying to get better. I've broken free of the denial, and now I have to break free of the shame. Because shame is literally ruining my life. I told Joanne I was working on a video about shame, and she said I might want to mention that one of the reasons she didn't want to be with me is she'd be ashamed to date another trans woman. She said she feels like relationships between trans women are freakish behavior on the outskirts of society with no attempt to integrate. These are very painful words to hear from the woman you're in love with. But I understand why she feels that way.
That would
Joanne
hurt.
gets valid.
I could see that fucking hurting. Shards, if you are curious as to why I think Kanye's funny, but like not him funny in like he's funny, but his existence makes me laugh, is that there's a fairly high chance that South Park making fun of Kanye West was one of the precipitating factors to him losing his mind. And that it still bothers him to this day that people make jokes about fish sticks, and I think that's funny.
Validation from dating cis men or cis women, but I can't be the hinge that connects her to mainstream society. And it's maddening to me that she feels that way, because I would have chosen her over every cis woman in the world, but I'm just another worthless freak without the authority of society behind me. So my love doesn't count. Shame. It poisons the soul. You know, who you love, just like what gender you are, is such a basic part of your humanity. And shame about that cuts to the core of your being. It's not, I'm ashamed of what I did. It's not, I'm ashamed of how I feel. It's, I'm ashamed of who and what I am. And living in that...
Telling you, if you want him to stop being a Nazi, you got to take away his money, give him a lot of lithium, and that'll be it. Just take away his microphone, put him on lithium, and that's it. Put me in a room with Kanye for 2 weeks, give me double a regular dose of lithium, and a copy of Capital. I can leave that room with Comrade Yi. He will redistribute his own wealth. The man doesn't have beliefs that are based in his own beliefs, because all of his beliefs are gone. That's what, like, that's kind of what happens before you become the Nazi, is the death of everything you were before. There's a reason I refer to them as zombies.
State of mind is garbage. It's basically hell. Even after I realized my sexuality, I considered just shoving that shit back down, never coming out. I have all these fears about it. I'm worried people will take my gender less seriously. I'm worried cis women or straight women I'm friends with will get weird about it. I'm worried I'll die a lonely, useless lesbian, in which case I should have just married a man, because at least then there'd be someone to kill the spiders and fix the fucking sink. I'm worried I'll lose my straight male audience on YouTube. Although, I mean, love you boys, and please keep the attention coming, because I need all the validation I can get right now, but I will be fine without you. And in any case, when has a woman's being a lesbian ever stopped a man from taking a swing at it? I actually thought about marrying a man anyway, just sacrificing my sexual orientation to regain that safe, comfortable, shameless feeling I used to have when walking down the street holding Chad's hand, feeling like I'd succeeded as a woman. But if I don't deal with this now and work towards accepting myself, then I'm just gonna be in the same situation in 10 years, when I'm 41 years old and married to a man and having these same feelings. So it's time for this to stop. Yep. Because literally the only good thing about being gay is doing gay shit. And as long as I'm ashamed of my sexuality, no one's gonna wanna do gay shit with me. As I like to say, if you can't love yourself, how in the hell are you gonna prop up your narcissistic delusions?
True.
Like, I'm trying.
True. But again, not even that, like, I'm still thinking about the whole segment we did today based on discomfort. If you don't deal with it now, it'll be a problem later. The only, like, fun part of being a leftist degenerate is being a leftist degenerate. So we might as well be leftist degenerates. It's the same concept. You just apply it to whatever context. What good is it to be gay if you can't do gay shit? True.
Trying to stay positive. Maybe everyone hates trans lesbians now, but just you wait. We all know how trends work. In 10 years,
being 54 makes no difference to it. What do you mean by degenerate? I mean, like, the most fun way that I can. I mean it in the way that they don't. Whatever they think of as bad degeneracy, I think is the good degeneracy. I kind of like the sunken cost fallacy. If you're already woke, why not be super woke? Dark woke. Go further woke. And I lost thought. See, the thing is, you just think. Just keep thinking. You don't have to lose anything. By your age? I'm confused what you're talking about here. Just don't waste your time avoiding discomfort and deal with things as they come. Don't deny yourself in anything, really, when you're pondering what you feel. Don't deny the possibility of this feeling versus that feeling. Analyze them. Make a decision based off of having information instead of reacting. Reactionaries use the term to refer to anything they identify as anti-Christian or anti-normal. I mean, like, fun, yeah. Anything that really is anti-Christian, but in the way that Jesus would like. That's degeneracy to me. Socialism is degeneracy to me. Sex for fun is what I mean when I say degenerate in a positive way. When they say that, they mean it in a negative way. I don't care how they use their words because their thoughts and beliefs mean nothing to me. This is my space. I'm commanding the vibe because I get to decide, just like you do in your life and just like all of you do out in the real world. You don't have to worry about what other people think. Who gives a shit? That's in their private little, like, mind space that you don't have to be in, around, or engage with. Fuck them. Yeah, basically, if Jesus would like it, it's bad to them unironically. True. I understand that kind of romance. Still get annoyed, though, when I find super hot adult entertainment model and discover the majority of the content is TS plus TS. Well, I mean, like, then pay them more to make content that's different? I feel like that's a really, like, niche problem to have because you could pay to fix that problem. And I think that really comes back down to class analysis because, realistically, you should be able to just have that content available to you. Maybe if it was not such a niche and it was more normalized rather than stigmatized, then it wouldn't be so commodified. I am right. On a lot of things. Sometimes by accident. Most of the time on purpose.
Being a trans lesbian will be the coolest, hippest, chicest thing imaginable, and all the people who talk shit now will forget they ever said a word. That's right, even the straight trans girls will be making out with each other just for the clout. Like, we can be lesbians too. We are edgy. Oh, it's gonna be Madonna and Britney at the 2003 VMAs all over again. Mark my words. And among cis lesbians, oh, it will actually be a sign of prestige to have a trap waifu. I can dream, right? Once you tasted one forbidden fruit, why stop there?
Sunken cost fallacy. As you said, why stop? What is it gonna do? We're too woke. Let's get less woke. Why? Why? What benefit is there to that? I want to lean into it. I want to take this as far as it goes. End of the road. Liberals unironically did try doing less woke out of fear of fascists. Yeah, I know. That's why we ended up with fascists. You think that if we leaned into the woke, that we might have gotten a better result? I do. If not, like, a overall better result, at least a marginally better result. Britney, Christina, and Madonna, please. Fair. Why stop where? Why stop at woke? Yeah, absolutely. Long live Homo sapien. Like, you can do anything. Because whether you do or don't do it, they're still going to claim that you did. They're still good. Like, no matter how the last year went, if we were here today in this position, they would be claiming that we were DEI and that, like, Kamala Harris only cared about trans people, blah, 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 blah. It's not like it would have changed it. They were already doing it when she wasn't doing it. The smart decision would have been, let's press the fucking gas. I'm tired of braking. They're clearly not paying attention. After what we've discussed tonight, if that's where my money was going, I would deserve to go to the gulag. Valid. Except, no, not valid. Yeah, no. I don't know why that would make you deserve to go to the gulag, Ox. Like, spending money on a content creator that you want to make a specific kind of content, that's your choice with your money. Like, I don't see anything wrong with that. I don't know. I wish I could ask Jenk how throwing trans people playing sports under the bus worked out. Well, it worked out fine for him because he got paid doing it. They did that because of the Polymarket Studios grift. They're owned by Peter Thiel. Oh, also, yes, welcome feeling news. Guys, if you're new, feel free to go and join the Discord. Go and drop a like on the YouTube stream and a follow there as well. And thank you for tuning in. I'm proud of all of you who sat through the bit where we made ourselves uncomfortable. Trust me, that sucked. I did not enjoy having wet socks on my feet either. But we'll do it again. It'll be fun. Alright, let's see who is online to raid. I'm done for the day, and we'll be back tomorrow, because we have more news to go on. Oh, cool. I know who we're raiding. It's gonna be fun. I will see you all tomorrow, and I hope you have a lovely night. You know what's really uncomfortable? No, tell me, Hilirda, what is really uncomfortable? Before I go, I need to know. Being at an indoor gun range with a guy who had a short barrel AR-15, that is really weird and uncomfortable. Alright, rating now. And happy to have you here as well, 808 Bear.